area, greater investment. According to a U.S. specialist, Miller 1977, in 1951–75 total Soviet agricultural output grew at not less than 3.4% per annum. The population in this period grew only 1.4% per annum, so that per capita output grew at 0.2% per annum. This was a very satisfactory performance, and one much better than in many other countries. Besides this quantitative improvement, there was also a qualitative improvement with a significant increase in the output and consumption of high-quality products. Some relevant data are set out in Table 6.2. Considered historically, the most important achievement of post-Stalin agricultural policy was to eliminate famines in the USSR. Famines were endemic in Tsarist Russia. The USSR experienced 4 famines, in 1921–2, 1931–4, 1941–5 and 1946–7. In addition, throughout the period 1931–52 Soviet people were dying of starvation or food deficiency diseases. In the 1930s the USSR experienced a major malaria epidemic largely arising from food shortages. 13. As a result of the progress of the Soviet economy after 1947, the famine of 1946–7 was the last famine in the USSR. This was an achievement of fundamental importance in a country traditionally prone to famines. The reasons for this impressive performance appear to have been, a huge increase in modern inputs, e.g. chemical fertilizers and machinery, an improvement in the economic position of the farmers, whose real incomes increased enormously in this period, an increase in the sown area, and a more consumer-oriented economic policy. The latter was manifested by the fact that, from the late 1960s, the USSR invested in agriculture on an enormous scale, and that, from the early 1960s, it was prepared to buy grain in large quantities from abroad, as was done by some West European countries. Nevertheless, Soviet agriculture in the third quarter of the 20th century suffered from 4 problems. First, it had a low initial level, largely resulting from the policies pursued in the previous quarter-century. Secondly, it was a high-cost agriculture, requiring massive inputs of land, investment, and labor. Thirdly, output, especially of grain, fluctuated sharply from year to year. Fourthly, the investment, labor and price policies pursued in the distribution sector, see Chapter 8, were not favorable to the general availability of good quality food. In 1976–91 the performance of Soviet agriculture was very disappointing and there were massive food imports, widespread shortages, and local rationing in some parts of the country in the 1980s. This resulted from prolonged adherence to non-market clearing prices, errors of economic policy, such as heavy investment in agro-industrial livestock complexes for red meat production and harmful irrigation projects, widespread waste, continued failure to implement adequate labor incentives for farm workers, environmental problems, and increased fossilization of the bosses in the late Brezhnev period, followed by the economic incompetence of the Perestroika period. The collapse of the USSR led to the decollectivization of agriculture in its successor states. However, in Russia this was a policy initiated and implemented by the state, and large-scale farming remained important. The rural population had adapted to collective and state farming and had little enthusiasm for this new upheaval. Summary. In the coercive model, which was applied in the USSR under Stalin, the resources for rapid industrialization are intended to be obtained from agriculture by coercion. The application of this model did enable the Soviet state to sharply increase its inflow of basic wage goods and its stock of labor. It also was an important explanation of the high costs and low productivity of Soviet agriculture. From the standpoint of intersectoral flows, the increase in marketed output of basic wage goods was offset by the decline in the marketed output of livestock products and the increased flow of industrial goods, e.g. investment goods, to agriculture. The increase in investment in the USSR after 1928 required both labor and commodities. The increase in the labor force came mainly from agriculture and was fed on food obtained from agriculture. The increase in commodities came largely from industry and construction themselves. In a speech of 1928, Stalin considered two sources of Soviet accumulation, the working class and the peasantry. The purpose of Soviet collectivization was to finance industrialization by levying a tribute on the peasantry. The outcome was that a large share of the burden did fall on the peasantry. Agricultural output fell, but marketed output of basic wage goods rose, so that many peasants starved. Simultaneously, however, real wages fell, largely because of the scarcity of food, and employment enormously increased, so that the major part of the contribution to the increase in investment came from the working class. The coercive model was gradually abandoned in the USSR and the other CMEA countries after Stalin's death because of its adverse effect on output. During the post-1991 transition to capitalism, agriculture in the FSU was decollectivized, but large-scale farming remained important. The outcome in China. The People's Republic of China, which was initially closely allied with the USSR, ideologically, militarily and economically, naturally began to build socialism on the basis of the Soviet example. This meant introducing Soviet-style economic institutions. Hence, agriculture in China also was collectivist, mainly in 1955-6. The goals of economic policy in China also followed those of the USSR, rapid industrialization and the development of the armed forces, e.g. the nuclear weapons program, as discussed in Chapter 4. In addition, China copied the USSR in using coercion to transform rural institutions. Nevertheless, there were some differences between Stalinist and Maoist agricultural policies. Whether rapid industrialization required, as Stalin had argued, forcing agriculture to pay a tribute to industry, was something on which Mao Zedong's verbal attitude fluctuated. In his 1956 speech on the 10 major relationships, Mao, 1977b, 285, referred to the prolonged failure of the Soviet Union to reach the highest pre-October Revolution level in grain output. The conclusion he drew was that the Soviet stress on collecting tribute had hindered production. A successful collective agriculture, with rising production, required that the real income of the peasantry should grow steadily. In accordance with this line of analysis, in China net grain procurements, as a proportion of output, seem not to have increased during collectivization, in marked contrast with the situation in the USSR. This is shown in Table 6.3. In the USSR, the net procurement ratio increased sharply during the collectivization process. In China it did not. This gain, from the standpoint of the peasants, was abandoned after the formation of the communes, in the immediate aftermath of which, 1959, the net procurement rate reached the very high level of 28%. This was a significant contribution to the 1958-62 famine. This disastrous policy was accompanied by the adoption of Stalin's tribute approach, Mao 1977a, 88. In 1960, Mao wrote about agriculture in a way which combined endorsement of Stalin's tribute approach with delusions about the Chinese peasantry. Stalin as well as Lenin said, in the period of socialist construction the peasantry must pay tribute to the state. The vast majority of China's peasants is sending tribute with a positive attitude. The Great Leap Forward, GLF, 14 however, was an aberration, and throughout the 1960s and 1970s the net procurement ratio seems to have been no higher than prior to collectivization. However, the failure of grain output to rise relative to population meant that in the third five-year plan, 1966-70, per capita grain production was marginally below what it had been during the first five-year plan, 1953-7, and in the fourth five-year plan, 1971-6, only marginally above it. In other words, the Chinese rural population lived at about the subsistence minimum throughout the Maoist period, except in 1958-62 when part of it fell below it. Despite Mao's 1956 words, there was no steady increase in the real incomes of the peasantry under collectivization. Hence, in practice, Maoist China failed to implement the sensible conclusion Mao had drawn in 1956 from the Soviet experience. Although China in the 1950s copied Soviet experience, it also strove to take advantage of its own specific situation. There were two major differences between Stalinist and Maoist agricultural policies. First, in Maoist China a major role in rural social transformation was played by the rural party organizations. Secondly, greater attention was paid to the utilization of rural resources. Because it came to power after a long civil war in which its strength lay in rural areas, the Chinese Communist Party had very large numbers of rural cadres and a considerable knowledge of rural conditions when it achieved power. This was a complete contrast to the situation in the USSR, and had many important policy consequences. For example, whereas land reform in the USSR was a mainly spontaneous process, in China it was organized and directed by the party. Similarly, collectivization in China did not have to be primarily extractive, because the strength of the rural party organization enabled the government to obtain quite a high rate of marketed output even with private ownership, as can be seen from Table 6.3. Already in 1953 the Chinese central government introduced a state monopoly of the purchase of grain with compulsory procurement quotas for each peasant household. The strength of the rural party organizations, and the density of the rural population, enabled this to be implemented prior to collectivization, quite unlike the situation in the USSR. Hence, collectivization per se was much less important for the extraction of grain to feed the towns, the army, and export than it had been in the USSR. In China the main result of collectivization was that it enabled the state to obtain control over the labor of the peasants, control over their main output already having been obtained by the state monopoly of grain marketing and compulsory household procurement quotas. In addition, whereas Soviet collectivization relied heavily upon massive state terror, the Chinese cadres generally succeeded in organizing collectivization without employing massive state terror, which had already been extensively used to implement land reform. Point 15. In traditional rural China there existed substantial surplus labor during the farming off-season, November, February, unutilized natural resources, e.g. limestone, rivers suitable for the generation of hydroelectricity, and an acute shortage of modern inputs, e.g. chemical fertilizers, farm machinery, and electricity, for agriculture. A major aspect of the Maoist variant of the coercive model was an attempt to mobilize the available rural resources. This took the following forms. First, the use of off-season farm labor for labor-intensive rural infrastructure activities. These included the construction of water control and irrigation systems, land terracing, afforestation, road building, and the construction of schools, hospitals, other public buildings and housing. This was in accordance with the advice to developing countries offered earlier by NERCS, 1953, 3647. Since the laborers on these projects were usually paid in work. 16 issued by their normal production teams, and construction machinery was conspicuous by its absence, the cost to the state was zero or very little. The advantage of this system was that extra output was produced at zero or very little state opportunity cost. The disadvantages were that arduous work was performed during time which may well have had considerable private opportunity costs for the laborers, e.g. in terms of leisure or household activities, that it may have had an adverse effect on agricultural output, if some of the labor was not really surplus, or if the resulting reduction in food and cash payments per work point had a disincentive effect, and that some of the output may have been useless, like the pyramids of ancient Egypt, or harmful, e.g. badly planned irrigation projects. Point 17. Secondly, the development of rural small-scale industries. Under Mao, rural small-scale industries meant industrial enterprises administratively subordinated to counties, communes, or brigades, and not to higher-level bodies. Being subordinate to a county usually implied obtaining the bulk of inputs, and distributing the bulk of outputs, within the county. Rural small-scale industry was not necessarily rural, some of it was located in county towns, and was not always so small, Some plants employed more than 500 people. Its essential characteristics were that, it largely functioned outside the state planning and administrative system, output per plant and per person was much lower than in the state sector, it often made more use of indigenous technology than the state industrial sector with its large plants often using imported machinery, it was often concerned with serving agriculture, it mainly used local resources, and average employment per plant was less than in the state industrial sector. It was a sector which evolved substantially over time and was heavily influenced by the course of political events. It began during the Great Leap Forward, was generally closed down in 1961 and 1962, and was revived again during and after the Cultural Revolution. The main rural small-scale industries were energy, e.g. hydroelectricity and coal mining, iron and steel, chemical fertilizers, cement and farm machinery. Many of the rural small-scale industries set up at the time of the Great Leap Forward were very inefficient, producing poor quality products at high cost. During and after the Cultural Revolution they seem to have been more rational, using local resources to produce goods useful for agriculture. Small nitrogen fertilizer plants, for example, seem to have played a useful role in a country where food output, foreign exchange, and engineering capability for large process plants were all serious constraints slowing down development. The Maoist attempt to mobilize all the resources available in rural areas was in striking contrast to Stalinist policy. A feature of the Soviet manpower scene in the Stalin period, and to a lesser extent also in the 1950s and 1960s, was the existence and persistence of rural underemployment. The main cause of this was political. The Bolsheviks viewed the countryside as a source of tribute, and of possible political enemies, and neglected the welfare of the rural population. In Maoist China, on the other hand, rural infrastructure projects and a narrow range of rural small-scale industries were encouraged. Private rural enterprise was, of course, severely restricted in the Maoist period, to an extent which fluctuated over time. A Maoist policy which had an adverse effect on efficient resource utilization in the countryside was that of grain self-sufficiency. Each province, and each district, Mao argued, should be self-sufficient in grain. This policy led to the loss of the gains from specialization and caused considerable waste and loss of potential income and consumption. Results. During the 1950s, there was a rapid transformation of rural social relations in China. A large-scale land reform in 1952, mostly in 1950 and 1951, was followed by the organization of mutual aid teams, so-called cooperatives, first elementary and then advanced, and finally communes, 1958. The transition from peasant agriculture to fully socialist so-called cooperatives, i.e. collectivization, mainly took place in 1955-6. Collectivization in China was much more successful than in the USSR in a number of important respects. First, there was no decline in grain output. Secondly, there was no dramatic decline in livestock numbers. For example, in the 2 years 1928-30, the number of pigs in the USSR fell by 47% and by 1932 had fallen still further. In China, on the other hand, the number of pigs fell by only 17% in 1954-6, and then increased in 1956-8. Thirdly, it required far fewer deaths as a proportion of the rural population. Fourthly, it was not accompanied by the death or deportation of the best farmers. 18 This greater success resulted from the non-extractive nature of the collectivization, the greater strength of the party in the countryside, and the possibility which China had, but which the USSR as the pioneer did not have, of learning from the experience of other countries. An important aspect of the latter point was that collectivization was better prepared and planned in China than in the USSR, where basic issues such as the private plot were only worked out during and after the collectivization process. Nevertheless, this gain relative to the Soviet experience was thrown away by the Great Leap Forward, which led to a sharp fall in crop output and livestock numbers. The revolutionary euphoria of 1958-60 in certain party circles in China, like that of 1929–30 in the USSR, and also like that during the Civil War in the USSR and in the 1960s in Cuba, had a severe negative effect on output. The main achievements of the 1950s were an immense increase in labor inputs, e.g. into irrigation works, and a substantial change in the distribution of income. Another important aspect was the increase in the share of the national income going to accumulation as a result of redirecting what was formerly property income derived from agriculture, Lippert 1975. Much of the increased labor input, e.g. into backyard steel furnaces and poorly planned irrigation projects, was wasted. The increase in agricultural output was modest. The combination of these factors ensured a sharp fall in real income per unit of labor input, and this, together with the 1958–9 attempt to move towards distribution according to need, led to a sharp decline in labor incentives. Some figures on output and productivity are set out in Table 6.4. From Table 6.4 it can clearly be seen that, between 1960 and 1977, grain output per laborer remained below the level of the late 1950s. In 1977, after 2 decades of collectivization, grain output per laborer was less than it had been 20 years earlier, and only fractionally above what it had been in 1952. Collectivization had failed entirely in one of its main aims, a steady and significant rise in agricultural labor productivity. Grain is the basic foodstuff in China, and in this period food accounted for a high proportion of consumption. Therefore, the failure of grain output per capita to rise significantly and steadily under collectivization automatically had an adverse effect on consumption. China experienced a major famine between 1958 and 1962. Measured absolutely, by the number of victims, it seems to have been China's and the world's largest ever. 19 estimates of the number of excess deaths in 1958–62 naturally depend on assumptions about the accuracy of official population statistics, and about what the death rate would have been in the absence of a famine. Assuming that the population registration data should be adjusted in the light of the census and fertility survey data, Ashton, Hill, Piazza, and Zeitz, 1984, estimated that in the 4-year period mid-1958 to mid-1962 there were about 30 million excess deaths, of which about 20 million were between mid-1959 and mid-1961. They also estimated that the shortfall in births was even bigger, about 33 million. This makes a total population deficit in mid-1962 resulting from the famine of about 63 million, of which the shortfall in births is the larger component. This shortfall in births was followed by a birth boom in 1962–5. Hence, an estimate of the population deficit at the end of 1965 would be much lower than one of the population deficit in mid-1962, and would be sensitive to the precise counterfactual assumptions made about mortality and fertility in 1958–65. Other authors, both Western and Chinese, have made different estimates of the demographic consequences of the famine than those of Ashton et al. The resulting range of estimates of excess mortality is very wide, from about 17 million to about 45 million. The wide range of estimates is explained by 3 factors. First, the official demographic statistics for this period are known to be inaccurate. This was partly because local officials improved the figures they submitted to the higher organs in order to make the results of their own work look better. This was a result of the normal bureaucratic practice of subordinates transmitting inaccurate information, see Chapter 2, p. 41. It was also partly because officials at the center, in accordance with the principle of party-mindedness in statistics, Chapter 2, p. 28, adjusted the published figures so as to make the disaster look less bad. Negative calculations were destroyed, and positive ones published. All the available estimates are based on adjusting the various published demographic statistics. Since various adjustments are possible, a wide range of results is inevitable. Secondly, although the famine was most intense in 1959–61, there were also famine deaths in 1958 and 1962. Naturally, estimates confined to 1959 to 61 are lower than estimates that also cover 1958 and 1962. Thirdly, some of the estimates are influenced by political factors. A well-known recent estimate is that of J. Yang, 2012. He estimated the number of famine deaths in 1958 to 62 at 36 million, and the decline in births at 40 million, making a population loss of 76 million at the end of 1962. However, the accuracy of his quantitative estimates is doubtful. For example, the province with the largest number of famine deaths was Sichuan, but J. Yang, 2012, 244, asserts that it is impossible to obtain reliable figures on the number of starvation deaths in Sichuan because, during the famine, to cover up the disaster, the Sichuan Party Committee strengthened population statistical work, i.e. gave instructions to falsify the demographic data. Furthermore, estimates of excess deaths depend on accurate data about the level of normal deaths. J. Yang accepts the official mortality data from the immediate pre-GLF period, which is probably too low. Demographic Research, Ogreda 2013, 339-40, suggests that Yang's figure of 36 million excess deaths is too high, perhaps by as much as 10 million. In addition, his figure of 40 million missing births is both a rounded and imprecise figure, and ignores the birth boom that followed the famine. Nevertheless, even with these adjustments, the loss of life was clearly a gigantic human disaster on the scale of a prolonged major war. The causes of the famine have been much discussed, D.T. Yang 2008. It seems that the diversion of inputs from grain production, e.g. labor diverted to backyard steel production, irrigation works and land reclamation projects, and a reduction in the area sown to grain, the high level of procurements and the adverse effect on labor productivity of the reduction in nutrition, together with adverse weather 20 were the proximate causes of the fall in grain output. J. Yang, 2012, Chapter 5, drew attention to the role of the communal kitchens, established in 1958, partially closed in 1959, subsequently revived and finally closed down in 1961, and prohibition of cooking at home, in increasing mortality. The communal kitchens distributed excessive food when first set up, denial of access to them was used as a punishment by local cotters, they were sometimes at a long distance from part of the population, they sometimes required people to wait in the rain or snow before being allowed in, and they were responsible for cases of food poisoning. Particularly serious was that their existence, and the ban on cooking at home, eliminated the incentive for villagers to have their own poultry and pigs, which was a substantial loss for rural food supplies. J. Yang ascribed a third of the mortality during the famine to the existence of the communal kitchens. They were supported by Mao, as a sign of the coming of communism, and benefited the local cotters who were able to use them to obtain preferential access to food, and women. Point 21. Famine death rates varied very widely between provinces. Important factors determining the number of famine deaths were the policy of local officials and the income level of the province prior to the famine. The provinces with high death rates, such as Sichuan and Anhui, had party leaders who enthusiastically followed the Maoist policies. Other provinces had leaders who, as far as possible, tried to shield their populations from harmful central policies. There were also important differences in famine mortality between counties within the same province. Furthermore, the famine was particularly serious in poorer provinces, where the population was normally at about the subsistence level, and where a relatively small decline in the availability of food could generate a famine. It was less serious in provinces with a higher level of normal food consumption per person, which could sustain a decline in food consumption per person without a famine. The main ultimate causes of the famine were the extreme inequality and lack of social control over decisions concerning agriculture to which collectivization and the communes had led, combined with the political power of the revolutionary leader and the institution, the Chinese Communist Party, which enabled him to implement his decisions. One man at the top of the political hierarchy was able to initiate harmful and misguided policies, which had a negative effect on agriculture and the rural population, enforce them and reject sensible criticisms of his policies, e.g. by Marshal Peng Dehuai at the 1959 Lushan Conference, Bernstein 2006. The reason why the fall in grain production led to a catastrophic famine was because China at that time was a country where hundreds of millions of people lived at or just above the subsistence minimum, so that a fall in the availability of grain led to massive deaths. Furthermore, although the state began importing grain on a substantial scale from 1961, this was too little too late, and the quantities required to make a significant difference were politically and financially unfeasible at the beginning of the famine. The fact that the famine deaths were mainly in rural areas was because the communes enabled the state to extract sufficient grain to maintain the urban rationing system and export grain, to pay for machinery imports, and left the rural inhabitants as residual claimants. This was the great merit, from the point of view of the state, of collectivist agriculture. To sum up, the famine was a food availability decline, fad, famine, to use Sen's terminology. The fad was caused by harmful government policies, the GLF, the communes, high procurements, the diversion of resources away from agriculture, the inattention to peasant labor incentives and living standards. The possibility of introducing, enforcing, and maintaining these harmful policies resulted from the political system. Those who died were rural inhabitants, who, unlike the beneficiaries of the urban rationing system, the army, foreign creditors, and cotters, were residual claimants to food, or to use the Sen terminology, had an inadequate entitlement to food, under the Maoist version of state socialism. During the famine, the state's efforts to extract grain from the peasants sometimes took on brutal forms. According to a 1960 report, J. Yang 2012, 289. A minority of cotters arbitrarily imposed corporal punishment on the masses, such as binding, hanging, and beating, withholding of food, protracted kneeling, and exposure to cold or heat. Some set up unauthorized jails and labor reform teams. Others resorted to outrageous punishments such as smashing fingers with rocks, jabbing fingers with needles, cutting off ears, branding noses, sewing lips together, and so on. In its efforts to create a post-capitalist mode of production, Maoist China introduced elements of pre-capitalism, familiar from accounts of serfdom and slavery, and the early years of collective agriculture in the USSR, which also experienced famine and cannibalism. Even after the national recovery, 1962, hunger and malnutrition persisted in the poorest provinces, notably in Gansu, and Ningxia, even during normal years, and affected other provinces at times of drought, floods, or political upheavals, e.g. Sichuan in 1976. Some data on food availability are set out in Table 6.5. It would appear, subject to data limitations, that throughout the Maoist period average food availability in China was no higher, and possibly lower, than it had been in the 1930s. It was only in the early 1980s that average food availability rose sharply relative to the 1930s. Data on average food availability are inadequate to answer the question of how extensive rural undernourishment was. That depends on the distribution of consumption and the calculation of needs. Data on both of these are imperfect, but using the available data, Smil, 1986, estimated that in 1983 about 90 to 100 million peasants were undoubtedly short of food, and a further 100 million had a diet which probably fell short of the requirements for a healthy and vigorous existence in the Chinese countryside. In the Maoist period these figures would have been much larger. A later study indicated that as late as 1992, 20 to 50% of children below the age of 6 were stunted, and 10 to 35% were underweight for their age in most provinces, Bannister and Hill 2004, 65. From the peasant's point of view, an important defect of collectivist agriculture was that it subjected them to the orders of cotters. The cotters were often arrogant, made arbitrary decisions and were frequently corrupt. They were responsible not to the peasants but to their own superiors. This authoritarian system was unpopular and resented, and it collapsed as soon as the political pressure for it from the center weakened. One advantage for the peasants from the collectivist system was that it provided a basic level of medical services and also primary education. These were paid for out of the incomes of the collectives. This contributed to a high level of life expectancy relative to countries with a similar level of income per head and private ownership of land, and also an increase in literacy. Chinese agriculture was decollectivized in 1979–84. The land tenure arrangements existing in the mid-1980s over most of the country in the collective sector could be characterized as a state tenancy system. The land was in public ownership, and officially could not be bought or sold. It was rented out to households for periods of at least 15 years. Provided they met their tenancy obligations, set out in a contract between each household and the state, the tenants were free to decide what and how to produce. The hiring of labor was permitted. Leasehold rights were transferable between households. Furthermore, households were free, on their own or in cooperatives or as companies with other households, to engage in a variety of agricultural, commercial, and industrial operations. The production and marketing arrangements were a mixture of peasant farming. The households organized production themselves, and consumed a large part of their own output, and smallholder farming, much of the production was for the market. Private plots too were encouraged in the post-Mao period. By 1981 they accounted for more than 40% of peasant income. Table 6.6 shows that whereas during the collectivization period, after the GLF disaster, per capita production scarcely increased, if the comparison was with 1957, the first year of basically complete collectivization, the output growth figure would look still worse because of the collapse of output in 1959–61. On the other hand, during decollectivization it grew rapidly, and for many years of family farming it grew at a very satisfactory rate. These major gains relative to collectivist agriculture are usually ascribed to the greater incentives provided by family farming. This is generally taken as confirming the arguments of John Stuart Mill, Doreen Warrener, and Michael Lipton in favor of small-scale family farming. However, the extent to which the output increases in Chinese agriculture post-collectivization should be ascribed to the change in the system, has been disputed. Some writers treat as the main cause the Green Revolution which has taken place in China, greater application of chemical fertilizers, improved seeds, more irrigation. For example, Brummel, 2004, argued that the output increases resulted primarily from price increases, i.e. increases in state procurement prices, and the application of modern inputs, e.g. chemical fertilizers, improved varieties of grain and cotton, irrigation, machinery, electrification. Nevertheless, the general view is that, Naughton 2007, 243 The success of reforms in agricultural production demonstrated conclusively that rural collectives were less efficient in agriculture than household farms. However, Naughton also pointed out that the end of collective farming also led to a sharp decline in the public services that the collectives had provided, notably healthcare and primary education. Table 6.6 Growth of agricultural value added in China, 1965–2001, real terms, percent PA. Agricultural output. Agricultural output per capita. Agricultural system. 1965–82.40.3 Collective farming. 1980–49.98.4 Decollectivization. 1984–2001 4.02.8 Family farming. Source, Brummel, 2004, 114. Furthermore, state tenancy Chinese style is not the system advocated by Mill, Warrener, and Lipton, who advocated private ownership. Evidently family farming with state ownership, and local government control, of the land, and extensive state-financed agricultural R&D, is a Chinese, and Vietnamese, agricultural system which has evolved in densely populated countries, with large rural populations and adverse land-to-labor ratios, ruled by communist parties which wished to stimulate agricultural output within a socialist framework. However, it should be noted that, over time, the position of the tenants relative to the owner/landlord, i.e. the state, has strengthened as contracts have lengthened, the obligations of the tenants have been reduced, and the rights of tenants to sell, let, mortgage, or bequeath their land have increased. Whether the tenants' use rights will in due course be transformed into de jure ownership rights remains to be seen. A very striking feature of the Chinese rural scene in the 1980s was the rapid growth of the rural non-agricultural sector. The number of township, formerly commune, village, formerly brigade, cooperative, individual and private, rural non-agricultural enterprises grew very quickly in numbers, output, and employment. By 1985, the total number of these enterprises was 12.2 million, with a labor force of 70 million, or 19% of the total rural labor force, a gross output of about 17% of national gross output and exports equal to about 5% of national exports. They were a development of the small-scale rural industries initiated in the Maoist period, but differed from them in a number of respects. These included their wider range of activities, wide range of institutional forms, the position of their managers and their workers, their market position, and the scope they offered for legal economic activity outside the state or collective sectors. Their growth reflected, inter alia, the rise after 1978 in rural incomes, which created their market, the partial restoration of pre-1949 patterns of rural economic life, and their encouragement by the authorities. The township and village enterprises, TVEs, enjoyed their golden age in the period 1978 to the mid-1990s, when they were the most dynamic part of the Chinese economy, Naughton 2007, Chapter 12. TVE employment grew from 28 million in 1978 to 135 million in 1996. TVE value added grew from less than 6% of GDP in 1978 to 26% of GDP in 1996. The TVEs competed with state-owned enterprises on the domestic market and provided export processing for Hong Kong and Chinese diaspora entrepreneurs overseas. The TVEs utilized the abundant labor available in Chinese villages to produce goods and provide services that domestic and foreign customers wanted. Initially, they were mainly owned by villages or townships, which gave them political protection and economic advantages, e.g. in obtaining credit. From the mid-1990s they were increasingly privatized. A big advantage of the TVE sector was that no all-China uniform regulations for it were established, and different localities were largely free to choose the organizational forms, products and services to provide, and the links with the rest of the world, that suited them. As a result, the TVEs differed substantially in different regions. In addition, in some regions they were very numerous and in others sparse. Considered from the point of view of the traditional model of a socialist economy, they were a strange and system-alien element, but they were very successful, generating a large volume of output, exports, income, and employment. In their heyday they were an excellent example of transition with Chinese characteristics. A significant sector of the TVEs were TVMs, township and village coal mines. These were a development of the commune and brigade coal mines of the Maoist period. Their output grew rapidly, both absolutely and as a share of total coal output. In absolute terms it grew rapidly in the 4 decades from 1970, and by 2009 their annual output exceeded 1 billion tons. As a share of output it peaked in the late 1990s at around 45%. The growth of TVMs had 6 advantages: utilizing resources that would otherwise have been left unutilized, e.g. coal deposits that were too small or scattered to interest a state-owned mine, producing an essential fuel, mainly for local purposes, providing employment and income, contributing to local development. In many areas they were an important source of local government revenue, providing competition for the state-owned coal mines, and reducing deforestation by providing the population with an alternative to local timber for heating and cooking, Right 2012, 102-9. However, they also had a number of disadvantages, mainly concerning the environment and safety. They caused air and water pollution and subsidence. They provided poor working conditions, with high accident, disease, and death rates. Safety was sacrificed to keep costs down. The competition they provided for the state-owned mines was based on cheap labor, the absence of safety measures and the absence of the social benefits, e.g. schools, hospitals, pensions, that state-owned mines provided. Accordingly, the image of the TVMs among the educated urban population was negative. However, as far as the overall balance of advantages and disadvantages is concerned, Wright, 2012, 114, argued that the balance between benefits and the admittedly high costs is closer than is generally suggested. He pointed out that government attempts to close these mines to protect the population from exploitation and pollution, and the state-owned mines from competition, were frequently met with substantial resistance from the alleged victims. In 2005, in Shaoguan, Guangdong, migrant workers from Hunan formed squads to protect their mines against closure, even threatening to close the Beijing-Guangzhou railway line. The disturbances alarmed the central government, which sent a team to investigate, Wright 2012, 125. A dramatic feature of post-Maoist agricultural policy was the rapid decline in poverty. It seems that, in 1978, using the official poverty line, about 260 million, about 33%, of China's rural population lived in absolute poverty. This had been reduced to 123 million, about 15% of the rural population, in 1983, and by 2002 this figure had fallen to about 28 million, about 4% of the rural population. This was a remarkable and very important achievement. It resulted from a relatively egalitarian distribution of the assets of the commune/collective farms during decollectivization, price increases, arable output increases, agricultural diversification, e.g. to pigs, poultry, and fish, and income earned from the TVEs. However, the official poverty line was not very high, and differences between rural and urban incomes remained a problem. Did Chinese collectivization enable the net transfer of resources from agriculture to industry to be increased? The question was examined by Lardy, 1983. He argued that previous studies had underestimated the transfers from agriculture to industry because they ignored non-grain agricultural deliveries to the state, hidden inflation in the price of industrial products sold to agriculture, and the tax element in agricultural deliveries to the state, and treated investments in urban water supply, transport, and state farms as if they were investments in collective agriculture. When all these factors were accounted for, he estimated that the state had extracted considerable resources from collective agriculture. Nevertheless, Ishikawa's calculations, which were not disputed by Lardy, showed an agricultural trade deficit for 1953 and 1956, and Lardy lacked the data to present analogous calculations for the 1960s and 1970s. Taking some of Lardy's points into account, Perkins and Yusuf, 1984, Chapter 2, estimated that the intersectoral financial flows were such that state industry had obtained substantial resources from agriculture, but that this source of finance had steadily declined in relative importance under collectivization. According to Perkins and Yusuf, the main resource contribution of agriculture to accumulation came from its importance, and, in the 1950s, 1960s, and 1970s, predominance, in exports. The differences between the various studies of this issue result from different definitions of the sectors. Does agriculture include only collective and private agriculture, or does it also include state farms, or rural non-agriculture? Different data and different methodologies. A monograph by Sheng, 1993, stressed the importance of the prices in which the calculations are done. Since the state used low procurement prices to extract resources from agriculture, using those prices to measure intersectoral transfers gives the wrong impression. Furthermore, it is necessary to look not just at the intersectoral transfer of goods but also that of services. Sheng concluded that in 1952-8 the state extracted resources from agriculture both by taxation and by the price mechanism, but the proportion extracted by tax was gradually reduced. After 1958 the state continued to extract resources from agriculture, but only via prices. On the other hand, there were financial transfers from non-agriculture to agriculture in 1956-83. In 1979-83 these transfers may well have compensated for a large part of the resources extracted from agriculture by the price mechanism. Unlike Ishikawa, Sheng found persistent resource transfers from agriculture to non-agriculture in 1952-83. Sheng also pointed out that the underpricing of agricultural goods reduced agricultural production, and thus hindered industrial growth. An important conclusion of Sheng was that while the state can transfer resources from agriculture to non-agriculture by underpricing agricultural products, this may well have adverse effects on economic growth, and require repeated increases in state purchasing prices to revive economic growth. Furthermore, an implicit conclusion was that the key factor in resource extraction was not collective agricultural production but state control over the marketing of agricultural products. Sheng concluded that, because of data problems, her study was only tentative, and that the most important conclusions were perhaps the unfavorable effects on economic growth and living standards of the policy of extracting resources from agriculture. Point 22. The relationship between agriculture and industry in Vietnam has been investigated by Nguyen, 2006. Nguyen concluded that collectivization had not enabled industry to obtain a surplus from agriculture. On the contrary, both collectivist and decollectivized agriculture received transfers from non-agriculture. The main economic effect of collectivization in Vietnam seems to have been its adverse effects on production, which slowed down the growth of the whole economy. The reasons for these unexpected findings are threefold. First, a predatory procurement policy has an adverse effect on output. Secondly, socialized agricultural production has a greater capital and materials intensity than private production. Thirdly, peasant and smallholder agriculture are efficient institutional forms under certain conditions. A predatory procurement policy, often combined with a tax on rural-urban trading links, has an adverse effect on rural incomes, rural consumption, and agricultural production. Hence, it becomes a serious brake on economic development. This is why it was, gradually, abandoned in the USSR after 1953, and why the terms of trade of the Chinese farm sector were improved by 38% in 1977-81. Squeezing agriculture to produce surpluses may simply impoverish the population and fail to benefit industry. This is because of its adverse effects on urban food consumption, and thus on labor availability and productivity, the substantial investments and material inputs required by agriculture, and the foreign exchange cost of agricultural imports. Agriculture and industry are not independent sectors but are interdependent. It is complete fantasy to suppose that agriculture produces surpluses, independent of the level of industrial inputs into agriculture, and of the supply of industrial consumer goods for the agricultural population, which are available for appropriation in the interests of accumulation. Socialized agriculture typically requires more investment per unit of output than private agriculture. Private farmers tend to substitute their own relatively abundant labor for purchased inputs. On the other hand, socialized farms, faced with the difficulties of disciplining and motivating labor, the allocation by the state of investment resources independent of prospective returns, a soft budget constraint, and a state which sees in investment the solution to all economic problems, tend to substitute material inputs and investment for labor. Similarly, private farmers tend to use to the maximum possible extent self-produced agricultural inputs, whereas socialized farms with their large scale of operation and soft budget constraint tend to rely on externally purchased inputs of industrial or foreign origin. The relatively high materials intensity and investment intensity of socialized agriculture is well known from many Polish studies, Samatupang 1981. In Polish agriculture in 1975, The average value of fixed assets per fully employed person was 4 times greater in the socialized sector than in the private sector. Although gross output per hectare in the socialized sector was somewhat higher than in the private sector, net output was much lower. Similarly, in China between the mid-1960s and 1977 agriculture was technically modernized, improved seeds, electrification, water control, artificial fertilizers, but the economic returns resulting from this were disappointing. To suppose that agriculture can be expected to provide a huge net outflow of goods for an industrialization program, and that this is a major rationale for collectivization, is a fallacy. The socialization of agriculture, Marxist, Leninist style, can be expected to lead to a greater materials and investment intensity of agriculture. The efficiency of peasant and smallholder agriculture under certain conditions was explained above. It results from their tendency to apply labor till its marginal product is zero, and from the absence of economies of scale in many lines of agricultural production. The traditional Marxist, Leninist idea that efficient production and technical progress in agriculture always require large units is not true, and is refuted by the experience of Western Europe. Naturally, smallholder agriculture is not efficient under all circumstances. Where there are significant economies of scale, where the land-labor ratio is high, or where the capital required for efficient production is not available to smallholders, smallholder production is not efficient. Nor is it viable under conditions of extreme price volatility, without access to futures markets. The genuine economies of scale that do exist in some branches of agriculture and related activities, e.g. marketing, do not require state control of the sector. They can perfectly well be captured by genuine cooperatives of the type existing in Denmark and in China after decollectivization. Summary: Chinese agricultural institutions and policies in the Maoist period had much in common with Soviet institutions and policies in the Stalinist period. The aim, to ensure that agriculture contributed to rapid industrialization and the development of the defense sector, was the same. The institutions and policies which were introduced attempted to achieve this by establishing state control over the output and work of the rural population. However, there was an important difference in the socio-political environment and in the policies pursued. Maoist policies were able to make use of a dense mass of rural cadres, and the high rural population density. This enabled China to establish state control over the grain market, and a high grain extraction rate, prior to collectivization. The collectives and communes enabled the state also to control the labor of the peasants. In addition, Maoist policies aimed to mobilize fully all the resources available in rural areas. The Maoist period in China saw a major famine and rates of growth of output and output/head which were modest by international standards. This lack of dynamism and the resulting low level of incomes and widespread poverty led to the abandonment of the Maoist variant of the coercive model in 1979–84. The technocratic model. From a purely production point of view, the problems of the coercive model largely result from the poor labor incentives, the very limited decision-making autonomy of farm management, and the limitations on the private sector, and on the non-agricultural activities of the farms. In the technocratic model, agriculture remained predominantly organized in state or collective farms, but a wage system analogous to that in state industry was introduced so as to provide labor incentives and labor discipline. The management of state and collective farms was given wide autonomy, and the private sector was encouraged, as was the non-agricultural activity of farms. Elements of the technocratic model were introduced throughout Eastern Europe in the 1970s and 1980s. In the mid-1980s, the country which perhaps came nearest to the model was Hungary. In Hungary, peasant monetary incomes had already surpassed those of urban workers by 1966, and by 1971–2 they were about 10% or greater. Social benefits of the workers remained greater, and their hours of work shorter, so that their total remuneration package per hour worked remained better than that of the peasants. Nevertheless, the existence of substantial wages for farm labor meant that rural labor could be mobilized and disciplined by farm management, and, hence, that, unlike the situation in the early 1960s, and in the USSR in the 1970s and 1980s, it was not necessary to rely on students, workers from the towns and the army to bring in the harvest. The autonomy of agricultural enterprises after 1968, when the NEM was introduced, increased significantly compared with the nominal autonomy which collective farms enjoyed earlier. In 1957, compulsory deliveries from the farms to the state had been abolished and agricultural procurement prices raised. The procurement recommendations of local government bodies, however, based on breaking down state plan requirements for particular areas, tended to carry the force of orders. The introduction of the NEM definitely marked a great expansion of the real autonomy of farms. Planning continued to have a significant impact on agricultural enterprises, but the planning mechanism under the NEM differed markedly from the old direct plans. Enterprises were still obliged to submit annual plans. The Central Planning Office continued to use the balance method to reconcile supply and demand ex ante. The difference from the old system was that, to overcome projected imbalances, the Central Planning Office relied not on issuing instructions to the enterprises, but on altering prices, credit policies, subsidies, and wage regulations, so as to induce the enterprises to change their plans in a direction calculated to eliminate the anticipated imbalance. When revised measures of indirect control were being considered for agriculture, the managers of some of the major agricultural enterprises were consulted. Agricultural enterprises were able to buy inputs from a variety of different sources, in quantities and types of their own choice. It would, however, be a mistake to suppose that Hungarian agriculture was left to market forces. Large subsidies, state-determined prices, bank credit, or other official aid needed for investments, and long-term contracts remained important instruments of government regulation of agriculture. Nevertheless, despite these limitations, Hungarian agricultural enterprises did have extensive freedom in decision-making, and used this to make the best of market opportunities. An important feature of Hungarian agriculture under the NEM was the symbiosis of collective and private farming. Side by side with the large-scale collective and state farming sectors was a flourishing private sector. There were about 800,000 private plots of members of collective farms, and nearly 1 million small auxiliary farms of non-agricultural or state farm employees. This private sector involved approximately half the national population. The relative contribution of the private sector to output fell sharply between 1960 and 1981, from 55% to 31%, but remained significant. It was more important in the livestock sector than in the arable sector, but even in the latter it was very important for the production of fruit and vegetables. The collective and state farms provided facilities for the private sector and recognized its importance and permanence. It was officially recognized that the private sector made good use of resources, e.g. the labor of pensioners and housewives, small buildings, which would otherwise not be available to the national economy, and whose replacement by the state would be expensive. A feature of the NEM was the rapid growth of the ancillary, e.g. industrial, construction, service, activities of farms. Collective farms in particular showed great energy in exploiting market niches. By 1981, the ancillary activities of collective farms accounted for c.31% of their gross output, excluding the private plots. The achievements of this system in Hungary were substantial. A wide range of good quality food products were available in that country, and its per capita food production and consumption were high by international standards. It also became a net food exporter. Nevertheless, it continued to face a number of problems, such as official attempts to restrict the scope of rural enterprise and rural incomes, the slow growth of combined input productivity, difficulties in obtaining access to remunerative export markets, and the stratified nature of the labor force. There was substantial inequality between management and labor. From 1989, the institutions of Hungarian agriculture were substantially transformed as part of the shift to capitalism, Mészáros 1994. Summary. The technocratic model was marked by wage labor, extensive autonomy for individual farms, a symbiosis of individual and collective or state farming, and encouragement for the non-agricultural activities of farms. It had favorable effects on agricultural output, but continued to experience a wide variety of problems, political, technical, commercial and social, and was ended with the transition to capitalism. Harvest fluctuations. The fact that in general throughout history and throughout the world, weather and natural disasters, e.g. droughts, floods, have been major influences on the volume of agricultural output is well known. The availability of drought and moisture indices for the principal grain-growing regions of the FSU, Meshcherskia and Blachevik 1997, enables the link between drought and famine in Russia and the Soviet Union to be clearly seen. The famines of 1891-2, 1921-2, 1932-3 and 1946-7 were all associated with droughts. However, although the 1932-3 famine, which actually extended over 1931-4, was the worst in terms of the number of deaths, the drought of 1931 seems to have been a less severe drought than in 1891 or 1946, indicating the importance of policy and other non-drought factors in determining the number of deaths. This is confirmed by the data showing that the severe droughts of 1936 and 1981 did not cause famines. In China, during the Maoist period, the three bad harvests of 1959-61 were officially blamed mainly on the weather. In the post-Mao period, they were predominantly blamed on the lack of incentives and policy errors. Similarly, in China in the 1980s, the good harvests of the decollectivization period were officially ascribed to the reintroduction of incentives and successful policies, and the role of the weather was neglected. Kueh, 1984, argued that the freakishly low grain yields in China in 1960 and 1961 were primarily a result of bad weather, as the Maoists said at the time. Furthermore, the very good Chinese grain harvests of 1982 and 1983, which are often ascribed entirely to decollectivization, appear to have been partly due to favorable weather, and the increase in procurement prices. Although weather is very important in determining the size of harvests, so are policy and institutions. For example, an important cause of the decline in Chinese grain output in 1959 seems to have been the decline in area sown. This resulted from a misconceived official policy. This was the so-called 3-3 system. It involved allocating a third of the arable land to crops, a third to horticulture and a third to fallow. Similarly, in the USSR in the 1930s, Wheatcroft, Davies, and Cooper 1986, 290 ignorance by the authorities both of the agro-technical consequences of pressure for short-term increases in the area sown to grain, and of the need for careful crop rotation, undoubtedly had a harmful effect. These examples are illustrations of a general phenomenon which was established by Brada, 1986, for Eastern Europe. Comparing private with socialized agriculture had greater annual fluctuations in crop output, and this was mainly caused by fluctuations in the area sown to crops. These fluctuations were caused by central instructions. This illustrates the proposition, argued earlier in this chapter, that an important problem of socialized agriculture was that it was vulnerable to the use of administrative methods by the authorities, and that in agriculture the use of administrative methods often causes inefficiencies. Summary. Socialized arable production suffered from sharp year-to-year output fluctuations. These resulted from the interaction of the environment, economic policy, and economic institutions. Year-to-year fluctuations in yield were primarily the result of weather fluctuations. Another major influence on year-to-year fluctuations in output were fluctuations in the sown area, which were largely policy-determined and destabilizing under socialized agriculture. Socialized agriculture was vulnerable to destabilizing policy interventions because it had an institutional structure which gave the center the possibility of interfering with day-to-day farming decisions. Mobilization planning and agriculture. General Ligovsky, 1961, 184-5, in his study of the relationship between military strategy and the economy, which was much influenced by Soviet experience in World War II, drew attention to the importance of agriculture in ensuring victory in wars. For conducting a war, agriculture is very important. It provides the armed forces and the population with food, and industry with various raw materials, and it is the main source of increasing the personnel of the army and fleet. On mobilization, agriculture provides a considerable quantity of tractors, lorries, emergency repair teams and other non-military items. On mobilization, the collective and state farms were expected to be a major, for much of Soviet history the major, source of manpower for the armed forces. In addition, until 1956, by which time the armed forces were completely mechanized, Soviet collective and state farms were also obliged to maintain a planned number of horses so that in the event of war the horses could be mobilized for military transport needs. In order to ensure the food supplies of soldiers at the front, Ligovsky, 1961, 179, recommended that vegetables and potatoes should be cultivated in areas in or near possible war zones. Moreover, as pointed out in Chapter 4, the excess supplies of mineral fertilizers delivered to the farms in the late Soviet period, and some of the inappropriate farm machinery delivered to them, are explained by the fact that the factories that produced them were primarily designed to produce military products on mobilization. Hence, the fact that their output was not very suitable for agricultural purposes was a secondary consideration. Furthermore, in the late Stalin era the USSR accumulated large grain reserves, partly so as to be ready for war. It also accumulated large reserves of other strategic materials. Data on the late Stalin period accumulation of grain stocks are set out in Table 6.7. Table 6.7 USSR State Grain Reserves, 1945 to 53, million tons at July 1 in each year, A. Year. State Grain Reserves. 1945. 8.2. 1946. 10.1. 1947. 4.7b. 1948. 10.5. 1949. 13.9. 1950. 16.0. 1951. 16.3. 1952. 17.3. 1953. 17.8. In the USSR, July 1, shortly before the new harvest, was conventionally taken as the date of the lowest level of grain stocks in each year. B. 1947 was a famine year. Source: Ellman, 2000 b. 608. In 1953, had there been a bad harvest, the USSR would have had enough seed and food to ensure the continuity of agricultural production and the provisioning of the population. In addition, had the USSR been involved in a conventional ground war in 1953, the period of the Korean War, its soldiers would have had enough bread to eat, subject to adequate transport being available, the stocks not being destroyed by enemy bombing, and efficient organization. Conclusion: Marxists have traditionally considered that peasant or smallholder farming is not a viable way of organizing agriculture. Comparing capitalist with socialist agriculture, Marxists in the past argued that the latter has four important advantages. First, it prevents rural exploitation. Secondly, it allows the rational use of the available labor and other resources. Thirdly, it facilitates a rapid increase in the marketed output of agriculture. Fourthly, it helps transfer resources for investment from agriculture to industry. The experience of collectivization in various countries showed that it had a number of problems, e.g. the absence of some of the postulated economies of scale, managerial diseconomies of scale, inadequate labor incentives, the use of collective farms for taxation, inequality, and the use of administrative methods. It also showed that the third and fourth arguments for collectivization require serious qualification. The treatment of agriculture simply as a source of resources available for redistribution to industry can have serious adverse effects on the welfare of the rural population. Agricultural production, national economic growth and a country's international trade in agricultural products. In addition, experience showed that the first argument ignores the enormous inequalities of power and lack of social control over decisions taken, to which collectivization normally leads. Furthermore, experience showed that the second argument is sometimes true, but often false. As a result of these experiences, collective agriculture has become deeply discredited throughout the world. The problems of collectivist agriculture led to decollectivization in Yugoslavia, 1950, decollectivization of that part of agriculture which had been collectivist in Poland, 1956, decollectivization in China, 1979–84, and decollectivization in the FSU, former Soviet Union, and Eastern Europe as part of the post-communist transition period. The practice of collectivization in various countries and in various periods differed very much. In the USSR, the coercive model of collectivist agriculture was successful in increasing the marketed output of basic wage goods, and the urban labor force. It also created, however, a quasi-feudal social system and a high-cost low-productivity agriculture. It was gradually abandoned after 1953 because of its adverse effect on output. In 1950–76, with different policies but retaining collective and state agriculture, Soviet per capita food consumption improved significantly. In China, the coercive model was abandoned in 1979–84 because of its failure to lead to a satisfactory rate of growth of output and incomes. The subsequent combination of family farming with higher prices and modern technology, such as improved varieties, chemical fertilizers, and irrigation, i.e. the Green Revolution, led to a rapid growth of output and consumption and a massive reduction in poverty. In Hungary, the technocratic model, which was marked by a symbiosis of collective and private farming, led to a satisfactory development of output and consumption, but suffered from political, technical, commercial, and social problems, and was abandoned with the transition to capitalism. Socialized arable production suffered from sharp year-to-year output fluctuations. These resulted from the interaction of the environment, economic policy, and economic institutions. The planning of agriculture took account of the needs of defense and of mobilization planning. Collectivization was intended to facilitate the rapid industrialization needed to prevent defeat in future wars. Plans for the agricultural sector took account of the role agriculture would play on mobilization. 7. Planning labor and incomes. The reason forestry workers failed to meet scientifically determined yields and targets is that in the forest, as on the farm and at sea, they remained underpaid, mistreated, and unmotivated to improve their unhappy lot. They realized that in comfy offices in Moscow sat cartographers, compilers, and codifiers who had no clue what life was like in a dump truck, on a tractor, or on a boat. The lumberjacks would have told the Moscow bureaucrats that their slovenly performance was linked not only to the low level of mechanization but also to their miserable conditions. The dorms in which they lived were Spartan and filthy, with broken windows and no shades. The construction of modest housing for the lumbermen lagged considerably. The workers dropped their clothes on the floor at the end of the day, drank vodka, and fell asleep exhausted. Mice and cockroaches loved these new homes, especially because the clothes were rarely washed. Of course there were no laundry facilities. Dining halls were breeding grounds for intestinal disorders, if the workers could stomach the long lines that stretched far from the door and into the mud. Josephson, 2002, 118–19. Those in urban employment are in a way a privileged elite, into which many a peasant's child would wish to climb. They work and live in more secure and comfortable conditions than the agricultural population and in general receive much higher cash remuneration, as well as labor insurance and medical benefits. This applies more particularly to the regular workers in modern enterprises who are an elite within an elite. Donathorn, 1967, 182. Objectives. The main objective of labor planning in the state socialist countries was to facilitate the fulfillment and overfulfillment of the national economic plan by ensuring that the requisite types of labor were available in the right quantities and places and performed the necessary work. This involved developing the abilities of the labor force, so as to produce the right types of labor, and ensuring both a rational regional distribution of employment and the efficient utilization of labor. Each of these objectives will be considered in turn. Development of the abilities of the labor force. Long before human capital theories were developed in the USA, Soviet economists had analyzed the economic importance of education and training. In a well-known paper, ellman, 1924, argued that expenditure on education was a very high-yielding investment. ellman, 1931, 598, estimated that for every ruble spent on schooling, the annual national income of the country would increase by at least 6 rubles. The benefits to the economy of a literate and skilled workforce became commonplace early in the history of the state socialist countries, which had very extensive education and training programs. This was organized both in special institutions, e.g. schools, specialized institutes, and also on the job. Despite the stress on on-the-job training, formal education was not neglected. International comparisons of formal education in socialist and capitalist countries at, and shortly after, the end of the socialist system showed some interesting and important differences, et al. 2000, 62. For example, international science and maths tests on 9 and 13-year-olds in 1991 showed that Hungary, Slovenia and the Soviet Union scored very well on awareness of facts and on application of facts, but much less well on the use of knowledge in unanticipated circumstances. The Third International Maths and Science Study, TIMSS, held in 1994-95, showed that by international standards the level of maths and science knowledge of 13 to 14-year-olds in Central and Eastern Europe was good. Children in the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Slovenia, Bulgaria, Hungary, and Russia achieved mean scores in maths and sciences that were above the OECD average and ahead of children in the UK, Germany and the US. On the other hand, the 1994 International Adult Literacy Study, IALS, which considered adults rather than children, and focused on functional literacy, which gauges the ability to perform tasks encountered in everyday life, including in the workplace, showed that adults in Poland, the only transition country included, scored on average well below the 12 Western countries covered by the study. Poland also had an unusually wide range of scores in functional literacy. Education policy in the state socialist countries was based on manpower planning, and aimed to meet the demands of the national economy for particular skills. This gave rise to 3 problems. First, many of the training programs aimed to produce narrow specialists who had difficulty adjusting when the need of the economy changed. Secondly, estimating future demands for particular types of labor under conditions of continuous technical progress was not easy. Thirdly, lower-level teachers and administrators were under pressure to pass all, or virtually all, the students in any year, so as to avoid underfulfilling the plan. This ensured that a proportion of those with diplomas were in fact not qualified for their supposed specialisms. An important aspect of labor policy under state socialism was urban participation rates, which were much higher than those in capitalist countries. This largely resulted from the fact that a much higher proportion of women were employed. Some relevant data are set out in Table 7.1. Table 7.1 Activity rate of women aged 40 to 44, international comparison, percent. 1950. 1960. 1970. 1980. 1985. Socialist countries. Bulgaria 78.6, 83.4, 88.5, 92.5, 93.3. Czechoslovakia 52.3, 67.3, 79.9, 91.3, 92.4. GDR 61.9, 72.7, 79.1, 83.6, 86.1. Hungary 29.0, 51.8, 69.4, 83.2, 84.7. Poland 66.4, 69.1, 79.5, 83.2, 84.7. Romania 75.8, 76.4, 79.5, 83.1, 85.1. USSR 66.8, 77.9, 93.2, 96.9, 96.8. North European countries 30.9, 39.9, 53.8, 69.9, 71.1. West European countries 34.5, 39.5, 46.4, 55.1, 55.6. South European countries 22.4, 25.3, 29.7, 35.7, 37.1. Source: Kornai, 1992, 207. Looked at from the demand side, this greater employment of women mainly reflected the almost unlimited demand for labor by the state in a shortage economy. Looked at from the supply side, it reflected the difficulty of keeping a family on one income. Looked at from an ideological perspective, it reflected the view that in a socialist economy all able-bodied people of working age should work for the state. In addition to its obvious positive features, this emancipation of women had a number of negative features. For example, Soviet women, by and large, had to work much harder than men. This was partly because they had both paid employment and unpaid domestic labor. In addition, Soviet women did much of the heavy manual work. Furthermore, women in the USSR primarily held the lower-level posts. For example, Soviet medicine was primarily a feminine profession, but most of the senior positions in it were held by men. Moreover, household chores were a heavier burden than was normal under capitalism because of lack of investment and low levels of employment in urban infrastructure, distribution, and services such as laundries. In the hard years of Soviet industrialization, 1929–50, Soviet women were a particularly disadvantaged proletarian stratum. Despite equal pay legislation, throughout the world employed women earn on average less than men. This is so in the advanced capitalist countries, in the less developed countries, and was also so in the economically advanced Central European state socialist countries. It was also so in the USSR. There were no official Soviet statistics of the relative earnings of men and women, because of the awkward picture they would have shown, but a variety of sample surveys were undertaken and reported in the Specialist Soviet Literature, A. Macaulay 1981, Chapter 2. These all showed earnings inequalities similar to those in Western Europe. A thorough post-Soviet study of the role of gender in the labor market, Katz 2001, based on a sample in one Soviet industrial city, found that in 1989 the average monthly pay of women in that city was about 66% of that of men, and their average hourly pay about 73%. Women worked fewer hours than men. The former figure was about equal to that in the UK, higher than in the US and Canada, but substantially less than in Australia, Denmark, Norway, Sweden, and Germany. The latter figure improved the relative position of the USSR. Although women occupied a variety of interesting and satisfying jobs in the USSR, most Soviet women were engaged in unskilled work, low-level jobs, and traditional feminine occupations, such as teaching and medicine. Soviet women worked primarily to support a family. This was normally impossible on only one income, and their jobs were often monotonous and boring. As living standards under state socialism advanced, there was a tendency to improve the situation by measures which gave women more choice between paid employment and looking after their children, e.g. improved family allowances and extended maternity leave, and also by providing more part-time work. The latter enabled women to combine paid employment with domestic labor without having to accept the onerous double burden that full-time employment enforced. The re-education of men, although officially supported, was a slow process. In fact, Soviet women had to deal with an additional problem resulting from widespread heavy drinking by men. This often led to domestic violence directed against women. Similarly, in China, an important result of the rule of the Communist Party has been an increase in the female participation rate. According to Madison, 2007, 71, citing a large survey of rural China in 1929–33, at that time female literacy was only 1.2%, compared with 30.3% for men, and they formed only 20% of the farm labor force. In the People's Republic both these figures rose sharply. By 1995 women formed 47% of the rural labor force. In addition, the People's Republic introduced legislation to improve the position of women in society, such as the 1950 marriage law which banned forced marriage, bigamy, concubinage, and dowries, and the labor law which legislated for equal pay and paid pregnancy leave. However, for various reasons, notably that sons were expected to support their parents in their old age, sons were preferred to daughters, especially in rural areas. This, combined with the one-child policy enforced from 1979, stimulated widespread gender-selective abortion, despite its illegality. In 2005 the gender ratio at birth seems to have reached the very high level of 118 boys to 100 girls. The authorities have attempted to deal with this problem by introducing a pension system in rural areas, and this seems to have had a positive effect in reducing the very unequal gender ratio at birth, Ebenstein and Lung 2010. An important aspect of Soviet labor policy was hours of work below those in capitalist countries at a similar level of development. The 8-hour day, a classic objective of the labor movement, was decreed immediately after the Bolshevik coup, 1917. In 1929 and 1930 the work week was further reduced to c.41 hours a week. In 1940 the standard work week was increased to 48 hours, 6 8-hour days. Under Khrushchev the standard work week was reduced to c.41 hours a week, although overtime also took place. In addition, a decree of 1967 announced a transition to a 5-day week, and this was generally achieved in 1970. Furthermore, the retirement age in the USSR was below that in many capitalist countries at 60 for men and 55 for women, with still earlier retirement ages for those who worked in certain occupations and regions, although many people continued working past the official retirement age. Similarly, in China retirement age in state enterprises was normally 60 for men and 55 for women. As far as hours of work in China were concerned, workers in the state industrial sector were, from 1956, supposed normally to work 8 hours a day, 6 days a week. Longer hours were in fact often worked, especially towards the end of plan periods. In many periods, workers were in addition obliged to participate in political activities. When comparing hours of work, and more generally the utilization of time, between systems it is necessary to take account not only of hours worked in the state sector, but also of both system-related differences in time needed for everyday chores, e.g. shopping, and hours worked by state employees in the non-state sector. Prior, 1977, showed that there were significant differences between the time devoted to shopping in the two systems. In state socialist countries, e.g. Poland, extensive queues caused shopping time to be considerably greater than in comparable capitalist countries. Hungarian studies showed that, in Hungary in the 1970s, about 17% of the total man-hours available were spent in the informal sector, Kornai 1985, 103. Workers in state socialist countries were often better off from the standpoint of social security, in old age or illness, than workers in capitalist countries at comparable stages of development. In Eastern Europe and the USSR this resulted from the existence of earnings-related old age pensions and sickness pay, free medical care and the absence of cyclical unemployment. In China it resulted partly from the same factors and partly from the fact that the rural population was organized in villages which provided basic security for their members. Proper inter-system comparisons of industrial diseases, accidents, and deaths is not yet possible because of the lack of adequate data. However, for the USSR there are some data on work accidents, and the data on fatal work accidents are set out in Table 7.2. The figures in Table 7.2 are high by the standards of the advanced capitalist countries in the same years. 1 The main reasons for the poor Soviet record in industrial safety were the priority given to production, the inadequate attention to health and safety, the secrecy concerning industrial accidents and the absence of independent trade unions point to in post-Soviet Russia there was a rapid and sustained fall in the number of fatal work accidents. This partly resulted from the decline in the number of employees. In 2011 the number of officially recorded fatal work accidents in Russia was only 23% of the number in Russia in the last Soviet year, 1991, and only 15% of the number in 1980.3. As far as China is concerned, data on fatalities in coal mining have been assembled and analyzed by Wright, 2012, Chapters 7 and 8, and Appendix. It seems that, in the long run, the annual rate of deaths per million tons mined in Chinese coal mining has declined very significantly. In 1925-8, in 18 major mines, the annual death rate was more than 33 per million tons mined. In small mines in Henan province in the mid-1930s the death rate was more than 100 per million tons mined. The biggest mining disaster in world history occurred in 1942 in Bengzahua, Liaoning, then under Japanese occupation, when an explosion killed up to 1,800 miners. In the PRC, according to official statistics which understate fatalities, the annual death rate per million tons mined was about 9 both in 1953-4 and in 1978, with sharp fluctuations in the intervening period but no trend. 4 In the reform and capitalist periods there seems to have been a marked downward trend, with a fatality rate of only about 3 per million tons mined in 2010. This reduction was a major achievement. However, because of the huge volume of coal mined, the absolute number of deaths remained high. About 100,000 were officially recorded in 1992-2007. Furthermore, in 1992-2009 average Chinese coal mining fatalities per million tons mined remained substantially higher than they were not only in high-income countries such as the USA and UK, in 1963-79, but also in India. The fatality rate in China at the end of the 20th century and beginning of the 21st century was similar to that in Britain in the second half of the 19th century. It was much better than in Japan before, during and immediately after World War II, when the death rate was more than 20 per million tons mined. It seems that annual average deaths from pneumoconiosis in China were about 3 times the number of accident deaths. The high death rate in coal mining in China in the socialist period partly reflected the emphasis on production, rather than safety. For example, the explosion at the Datong mine in May 1960 that killed 684 miners took place in a mine that had an official capacity of 90,000 tons pa, had produced 120,000 tons in 1959, and had a target of 152,000 tons for 1960. Those people who questioned the feasibility of this target, or who drew attention to safety dangers, were denounced as right deviationists. In the reform period there was more attention by the state to safety, with considerable investment in mechanization and safety measures in the state-owned mines, and the death rate, but not the total number of deaths, declined. Official attention to mine safety seems to have intensified in the capitalist period. In the first decade of the 21st century, in coal mining areas, safety seems to have become an important factor is assessing local officials and in their career progression, Wright 2012, 194. Wen Jiabao, by training a geologist, who was Prime Minister in 2003-12, devoted particular attention to safety in the coal mines. During the GLF there were extensive deaths among laborers on the numerous water control projects. This resulted from the nationwide famine and the use of violence against hungry workers who were unable or unwilling to work for nothing or for starvation rations. In Gushi County, Henan Province, alone more than 17,000 people starved to death on 3 major irrigation projects. Many laborers also died of starvation or physical abuse while working on the Communist Canal in northern Henan, J. Yang 2012, 73. The physical conditions of work in state socialist countries were often poor, especially for manual workers. Workplaces were frequently too hot or too noisy, and dirty. For manual workers work was often heavy physical work, wearisome and exhausting. Lavatories and canteens often had a poor standard of hygiene. An important feature of employment in the traditional model was job security. The prospect of losing one's job because of the vagaries of the economic and financial situation, which is a permanent reality and a major source of anxiety under capitalism, normally did not exist in the traditional model. By and large, all workers in the traditional model enjoyed the kind of job security enjoyed by civil servants under capitalism. In the capitalist countries, the expansion of state employment substantially improved conditions of employment, e.g. job security, pensions, promotion prospects, etc. Similarly, the spread of state employment to the whole economy in the traditional model led to the virtually universal spread of these favorable employment conditions. Full employment. Communist parties mainly came to power in predominantly rural countries where most of the population was engaged in low-productivity agriculture. As a result, they initially experienced large-scale unemployment resulting from the influx of peasants to the towns. The USSR in the 1920s, China in the 1950s and Vietnam in the 1970s and 1980s all experienced large-scale unemployment for this reason. Both the USSR and China dealt with the problem by the use of administrative measures. In the USSR from 1933 to the late 1970s, the Soviet authorities prevented the excess rural population causing urban unemployment by administrative controls over the outflow of labor from the villages, depriving villagers of internal passports. This reflected, and enhanced, the position of the rural population as second-class citizens. In China, urban unemployment resulting from the influx of peasants into the towns was a serious problem in the 1950s. The authorities dealt with it by the household registration system, White 1977, and sending down or Xiaxiang and Xiafang, Bernstein 1977, people from the towns to the countryside. Household registration books were legally required of all residents in Chinese cities. An application to be registered in a city could be refused by the relevant officials, and normally was in the case of arrivals from the countryside. Sending down meant that people, generally recent arrivals, were rounded up and sent back to the countryside. This had the great advantage of saving on urban food demand, and hence on the marketed output of agriculture. Once the unemployed were back in their villages, the responsibility for feeding them rested primarily on themselves and their family. Sending down was also used, after the victory of state socialism in South Vietnam, Laos, and Kampuchea, to reduce the urban populations in those countries. In Kampuchea it was used on a particularly large scale. The use of sending down enabled China to avoid the massive disguised unemployment that characterizes the urban agglomerations and shanty towns of many third-world countries. In China during the Maoist period, sending down appears to have been fairly successful in reducing urban unemployment from the high figures of the early 1950s. By 1971, the authorities claimed that full employment had been reached. This success was based on the use of coercion to enforce sending down on school leavers. From the early 1960s, more than 1 million school leavers were sent to rural areas each year. By the end of 1977, a total of about 17 million had been so treated. Of these, about half had managed to return home. This left about 7.6 million still in rural areas. Of these, nearly all, about 6.5 million, were able to return home in 1978-9 as a result of the lesser reliance on coercion by the post-Mao leadership. 5 This led to a surge in urban unemployment, Naughton 1995, 89-91. At the end of 1978, the official unemployment rate in Shanghai was 8.7% and in Tianjin 7.8%. This was initially mainly dealt with by encouraging early retirement and creating jobs in the state sector. In addition, there was a rapid growth in labor service companies, Naughton 1995, 117. These were normally created by state enterprises or municipal governments, combined training and temporary work, and created collective enterprises primarily engaged in trade and catering. This provided both employment and useful services for the population. The number of labor service company employees rose from 1.52 million in 1979 to 9.8 million in 1986. These activities were outside the state planning system but were not private enterprises. Municipalities played an important role in their creation and management. Furthermore, self-employment was permitted, and by the mid-1980s self-employment had become widespread. As Chen Jian, 1987, observed of self-employment, without adding to the economic burden of the state, it can provide jobs for part of the youths awaiting job assignments. It also provides more shops, food and beverages, and services for the inhabitants. It is advantageous all round. Apart from the influx of peasants, the state socialist countries normally experienced permanent urban full employment. This was a fundamental qualitative difference from the situation in the capitalist countries, where the search for work and the threat of unemployment are permanent problems for all, especially the young, the unskilled, and ethnic minorities. How was permanent full employment realized? How were the socialist countries able to eliminate the scourge of unemployment which the capitalist countries have been unable to do? 2. Somewhat different explanations have been given. On the one hand, Kornai, 1992, Chapter 10, argued that full employment was not the result of a policy aimed at ensuring full employment, but essentially a byproduct of a system that generated shortages of all inputs, of which labor is just one, albeit a very important one. On the other hand, Granick, 1987, argued that it was a result of policies which reflected acceptance of a right of all workers to employment. He formulated the job rights over full employment, JROE, hypothesis, according to which, at any rate in the 1960s to 80s in the USSR, the maintenance of JROE was a goal, or a constraint in achieving the goal/s, of the planners. Granick also stated his hunch that the JROE also applied to the USSR in the 1930s and to 3 East European countries in the 1970s. According to this hypothesis, the authorities aimed to ensure that no one would have to endure the humiliation of idleness. As to why the Soviet authorities attached such a high priority to job creation and job security, Granick was agnostic. Other writers ascribed it to a de facto socio-political contract between the government and the working class. Kornai was clearly right about the origins of full employment. When urban unemployment, of existing urban residents, in the USSR disappeared in 1930, that was a surprise to the leadership. It had not been anticipated in the first 5-year plan. However, the leadership accepted it and treated it as an advantage of the planned economy, an understandable reaction in the light both of socialist ideas and of the Great Depression. However, Kornai also recognized that once full employment had emerged and been treated in official propaganda as a major system-related achievement, it became a right of the workers which the leadership neither wished, nor was able, to reverse. This was close to saying, along with Granick, that full employment had become a goal of the leadership. It differed from the Granick approach mainly by focusing on the properties of the traditional system rather than the objective function of the leadership. 3 interesting conclusions can be drawn from Table 7.3. First, the USSR was very successful in expanding state employment. In the 39 years 1951 to 90, state employment increased by about 180%. Secondly, there was an absence of cyclical unemployment in the USSR. State employment increased in every year up to 1987, and total employment, including cooperatives and self-employed, in every year up to 1990. Thirdly, there was a continuous increase in employment in publicly provided services, education and medical care, and scientific research, a large part of which was military research. It should be noted that the employment relationship in the state socialist countries differed radically from that which was normal in the private sector of capitalist countries. Workers could not easily be dismissed, and workers without jobs could expect jobs to be found for them even if their marginal output in them was low or non-existent. This means that part of the employment in the state socialist world corresponded to public sector job creation schemes and unemployment benefits in the advanced capitalist countries. According to Mikulski, 1983, 243, the traditional estimate of superfluous industrial employment in the USSR was 15 to 20%. This estimate, he suggested, was inaccurate and may have been too low. In China, as part of the reform process, beginning in 1988, enterprises were encouraged to carry out reoptimization of the labor force, Naughton 1995, 211-12. This involved checking in each enterprise or workshop how many of the existing workers were really needed. Of the workers covered by reoptimization, 6% were declared redundant. New jobs were found for nearly all of them. In addition, in the late 1980s, many state-owned firms sent some of their redundant workers on leave, Naughton 1995, 240-1. They would receive some income from their employer, typically 60% of their basic pay, and were free to engage in other income-generating activities such as petty trade. By the end of 1989, as a result of the drastic macroeconomic stabilization adopted in 1989, inflation in 1988 was 21%, officially registered urban unemployment was 2.6%, and, in addition, large numbers were temporarily laid off or on short time, Naughton 1995, 282. Regional employment. Regional employment in the state socialist countries had socio-political, economic, and strategic aspects. First, it was an aspect of their nationalities' policy. This was in principle concerned not with ensuring purely formal political freedom for formerly subject nationalities, but with their rapid social and economic development. Secondly, it was, in principle, concerned with the efficient utilization of natural resources. Hence, Soviet regional policy combined large-scale industrial investment in densely populated formerly backward regions, such as Central Asia, with large-scale natural resource development in sparsely populated Siberia. The expansion of urban employment opportunities in Soviet Central Asia during the period of Soviet power and the development of the West Siberian oil field were both major achievements of Soviet power. Similarly, the increase in the employment of Roma in the formal sector was an important achievement in Eastern Europe. One would expect that in a market economy the labor force would have to adjust to the availability of jobs, but that in a socialist planned economy the supply of jobs would be adjusted to the availability of labor. In an empirical study, Pryor, 1973, 290-7, corroborated this expectation. He found that regional differences in the proportion of the population engaged in mining and manufacturing showed an approximately equal tendency to diminish in the post-World War II period in the state socialist and capitalist countries, but that in the former this was associated with jobs moving to where the people were, and in the latter with the reverse. There are problems with the data used in this exercise, but this is an interesting, if provisional, finding. Soviet regional policy had a number of problems. First, in the Stalin era, the development of natural resources in sparsely populated areas was frequently undertaken by prisoners in concentration camps. For example, the mining of nickel and other non-ferrous metals at what is now the town of Norilsk, a town in eastern Siberia north of the Arctic Circle, began as part of the Gulag. Besides producing non-ferrous metals, it was, and is, also one of the world's biggest producers of pollution. Secondly, it was often very inefficient. For example, the Baikal-Amur Railway, BAM, in the Soviet Far East was very costly, and the immediate economic returns on it very low. Its construction began as a Gulag project. Its first section was built in the 1930s by Gulag prisoners, and its far eastern section was first built in 1944-6 using Soviet prisoners and German and Japanese prisoners of war. Mortality among these prisoners was high. After Stalin's death, the unfinished railway was abandoned. It seems to have been revived in the Brezhnev era mainly for military reasons, to provide a railway to the Soviet Far East further away from the Chinese border than the Trans-Siberian Railway, which would be safe for use in the event of a war with China. Thirdly, regional relations within the USSR retained some of the colonial features inherited from the Russian Empire. After the collapse of the USSR, there was much criticism in Central Asia and by international observers of how the USSR's Central Asian policies had devoted excessive attention to the production of raw materials, such as cotton, for Russian industry, and had negative environmental consequences, e.g. the desiccation of the Aral Sea. A striking feature of socialist planning was the lesser degree of urban agglomeration than in the rest of the world. State socialist countries had fewer large cities than would have been expected if their urban development had been unplanned. One measure of this concerned primacy, that is the fraction of the national urban population living in the largest urban area. Ellman and Henderson, 2005, showed that in 1975 to 95 this was significantly lower in Eastern Europe and Central Asia than in the rest of the world. They also showed, ibid. 6, that Poland's elasticity of city rank with respect to size was less than forecast by Zipf's law, although it did increase significantly in 1950 to 90.7. This means that cities, population, sizes were further apart than is normal in the rest of the world. Similarly, Clayton and Richardson, 1989, 162, found that major Soviet cities were smaller, i.e. had a smaller population, than predicted by Zipf's law. Hill and Gaddy, 2003, 17-22, confirmed this violation of Zipf's law for post-Soviet Russia in 2002. It seems that both these phenomena, low primacy and violation of Zipf's law, were the result of policy in the socialist planning period. This policy had both positive and negative effects. On the one hand, it enabled the state socialist countries to avoid the urban sprawl which characterizes many other countries, e.g. the vast slums in many developing countries. On the other hand, it limited freedom of choice in where to live and required rigorous police implementation to maintain. Furthermore, it also seems to have had a negative effect on economic development in the post-socialist period, since it reduced external economies from the concentration of economic activities, Kontorovich 2006. The violation of Zipf's law was considered by the Soviet leaders as a positive factor since it increased survivability in the event of a major war. As Khrushchev, 1960, 35, explained. Of course, in the event of a new world war all countries will suffer. We too will experience big misfortunes and we too will have many victims. However, we will survive because our territory is huge and the population less concentrated in large industrial centers than in many other countries. The West will suffer much more. Rational utilization of labor. The traditional model was generally good at attaining and maintaining full employment. It was much less good, however, at attaining the rational use of labor. It led to a volume of employment that compared favorably with that under capitalism, but a level of productivity that compared adversely with that under capitalism. The systemic reasons for this were sixfold. First, the enterprises were primarily concerned with the fulfillment of output plans and expansion and not with profit making. Hence incentives for cost reduction were weak. Additional workers were normally useful. They made plan fulfillment easier. They also formed an insurance against plan increases or the diversion of part of the labor force to public duties, e.g. help with the harvest. Furthermore, by increasing the total wage bill they might have had favorable effects on the income of the management or of the enterprise. Secondly, under permanent full employment, workers had a strong bargaining position. When enterprises were competing against each other for extra workers, the law and custom prevented management easily sacking unsatisfactory workers, and workers could easily find alternative employment elsewhere. Slack work was unlikely to be penalized. Thirdly, low wages had an adverse effect on labor incentives. Low real wages resulted in worker dissatisfaction, and had an adverse effect on labor productivity. The link between satisfaction, or otherwise, with living standards and labor effort was expressed in popular jokes in all the state socialist countries. There was a familiar Soviet saying, "As long as the government pretends that we live well, we will pretend that we work well," and a Polish saying, "The government pretends to pay us, we pretend to work." Fourthly, the supply system, i.e. the rationing of material inputs, produced numerous work interruptions as a result of shortages of necessary components. Fifthly, the inattention to health and safety issues, noise, temperature, ventilation, and safety, also reduced productivity. Sixthly, the absence of countervailing power had adverse effects. Lacking trade unions independent of the state, and collective bargaining, normally lacking employment possibilities outside the state sector, and sometimes lacking the possibility of legally changing their jobs, e.g. China in the Maoist period, the USSR in 1940–56, workers had little control over their work, although, as under capitalism, they did have some control over the pace of work on the shop floor, and were very vulnerable to arbitrary measures by the bosses. This naturally affected the quality of their work negatively. The need to raise productivity received continuous attention in all the state socialist countries. The chief methods used to attain this goal were investment and training, discipline, foreign trade, hardening the budget constraint, and transforming the enterprises from economic and social organizations into purely economic organizations. For raising efficiency, the state socialist countries relied mainly on investment and training. The investment and training largely took the form of copying the technology and division of labor prevalent in the capitalist world. Labor productivity in the USSR was always considerably below that of the most advanced capitalist countries. Hence great stress was always placed in the USSR on utilizing the progressive aspects of Western methods for raising labor productivity. In his well-known 1918 pamphlet The Immediate Tasks of the Soviet Government, 1965, 259, Lenin wrote that the Taylor's system of scientific management, like all capitalist progress, is a combination of the refined brutality of bourgeois exploitation and a number of the greatest scientific achievements in the field of analyzing mechanical motions during work, the elimination of superfluous and awkward motions, the elaboration of correct methods of work, the introduction of the best system of accounting and control, etc. The Soviet Republic must at all costs adopt all that is valuable in the achievements of science and technology in this field. The possibility of building socialism depends exactly upon our success in combining Soviet power and Soviet organization of administration with the up-to-date achievements of capitalism. We must organize in Russia the study and teaching of the Taylor system and systematically try it out and adapt it to our needs. This attitude persisted down to the collapse of the USSR, and explained the admiration Soviet officials, planners, and economists had for the large Western corporations, which they regarded as marvels of the scientific organization of labor aid. It also explained the concessions offered by the Soviet government to Western firms in the 1920s, the import of technology by all the state socialist countries in the 1970s, the R&D cooperation agreements between Western firms and the USSR, the East-West industrial cooperation agreements, and the East-West joint ventures. With the Western technology came the Western organization of labor without the independent worker organizations that exist in the West. M. Dido, 1971, the secretary of the CGIL, Italy's Communist Party-dominated labor federation, discussed this question with specific reference to the huge car plant built by Fiat at Togliatti in the USSR. The entire project has been carried out on the basis of plans prepared and supervised by Fiat technicians. Not only the technical equipment but also the organization of work is of the Fiat type. It is impossible to distinguish the administrative organization, whether with regard to working conditions or the absolute priority given to productivity, from that of the Turin plant. At Togliatti, they have adopted not only Western machines but also Western systems of organization. To have a minimum of equilibrium, however, such a system presupposes at the very least the existence of a strong trade union force. But at the present moment such a force does not exist, neither in the Soviet Union nor in the other countries of Eastern Europe. 9. When asked what disturbed him most about the plant at Togliatti, Dido replied that it was hearing the Turin bosses say that the trade union demands are unjustified, since even the Soviet leaders pay no attention to them at Togliatti. The USSR and the countries which followed it, and Principe postponed any attempt to transform the organization and division of labor till the higher stage of communism, and in practice postponed it till the Greek kalends. The irony of the endorsement of Taylorism by a proletarian government which had abolished the exploitation of man by man did not go entirely unnoticed in the state socialist countries. In the USSR in 1923-4 there took place a very interesting debate on this subject, Bales 1977. The Taylorist position was defended by the Central Labor Institute, founded in 1920, and its leader A.K. Gastev. It was criticized by the Moscow group of communists actively interested in scientific management. In traditional Marxist fashion, the latter criticized Taylorism as having the aim of transforming the living person into an unreasoning and stupid instrument without any general qualifications or sufficient all-round development. The views of the Moscow group were criticized by the head of the trade unions and a number of prominent party figures. At a conference held in 1924 to resolve this dispute, the Central Labor Institute was victorious. Its assumptions and approach were recognized as standards for the whole national economy. The use of piecework as an incentive for greater productivity was an important feature of work in the CMEA countries. Disputes about piecework norms were endemic, sometimes with explosive political consequences, as in Poznan in 1956. Perhaps the supreme triumph of Soviet Taylorism was the Stakhanov movement, which began in 1935, which was a state-organized rate-busting campaign on an unparalleled scale. One of its organizers was A.K. Gastev. Some observers suggested that steps towards a fundamental transformation of the labor process took place in China in 1966-76. According to Bettelheim, the transformation that occurred during the Cultural Revolution signified, inter alia, that a struggle was being waged to overcome the division between intellectual and manual labor. Similarly, a new type of technical progress was supposedly taking place in China during the Cultural Revolution, Bettelheim 1974, 78-89. Richman, 1969, 258-9, confirmed that the division of labor in China in the 1960s was often less pronounced in Chinese than in normal factories. He suggested, however, that this was simply a rational response to the extreme shortage of qualified specialists in a backward country. He also considered that it resulted in serious inefficiencies, for example in some of the larger and more complex firms that he visited. Richman, 1969, 325-6 and 252-3, also confirmed the great stress on technical progress resulting from innovations introduced by the workers themselves in China in the 1960s. He suggested, however, that the reason this was worthwhile was because of the low technical level of Chinese industry. In future, he argued, science-based innovations were likely to become more important. In addition, he considered that stress on the virtues of worker engineers and peasant scientists at the expense of scientific research and development had serious costs for China, non-utilization of qualified people, waste of resources in irrational projects. The waste of time at endless political meetings was stressed by a Soviet scientist who worked in China during the period of close Soviet-Chinese cooperation, Klokko 1964. Point 10 The main source of technical progress in Chinese industry in the socialist planning period was, of course, the import of technology from more advanced countries, from the USSR in the first five-year plan, and from the leading capitalist countries in later years. This technology, naturally, was associated with the capitalist division of labor. In 1977 China endorsed the Leninist view of Taylorism, and in 1980, the Chinese State Council decided to introduce piecework in all possible industrial and mining enterprises. Low labor discipline was a permanent problem for the rulers of state socialist countries. As far as the utilization of time was concerned, a well-known feature of the labor process in the USSR compared, for example, with the USA, Germany, or Switzerland, was its lower efficiency. Work was often interrupted by shortages of materials, breakdown of machines and breaks for smoking or drinking. Shortages were a characteristic feature of the system, and naturally had a negative effect on production. Repeated attempts to raise labor discipline had little lasting effect. From time to time the rulers attempted to raise it by increased use of repression and criminal sanctions, as under Stalin, or discipline drives, as under Andropov, or anti-alcohol campaigns, as under Gorbachev. These had some positive effects but were not permanent solutions. They dealt with symptoms rather than causes. Another common method of raising labor productivity was by the import of technology and collaboration with the multinationals. As pointed out above, an important reason for low labor productivity was the economic environment in which enterprises found themselves and the behavior that this generated. In the traditional model, financial results and profits were of only limited importance for enterprises. Even when profit was an important plan index, a loss-making enterprise could usually rely on its supervising ministry to improve its performance by subsidies, price increases, tax reductions, plan alterations, or other maneuvers. Hence, compared with the situation of a capitalist enterprise, for whom bankruptcy is an ever-present danger, socialist enterprises had a soft budget constraint. Financial results and efficiency indices were less important to them than plan fulfillment in physical terms and responsiveness to official campaigns. If they did get into financial trouble, it was normally taken care of by accounting tricks of the supervisory or financial organizations. This situation was the reason why an important aspect of economic reform was attempts to harden the budget constraint. In this way it was hoped to motivate enterprises to overcome difficulties by raising efficiency, rather than by appealing to superiors for subsidies and other assistance. For this reason, creating the possibility of socialist bankruptcy, and a few actual bankruptcies, in countries such as Hungary, China, and the USSR in the 1980s, were intended as factors which would generate higher labor productivity. Making bankruptcy a normal economic phenomenon, however, turned out to be very difficult in view of the paternalistic relationship between the owner of the means of production, i.e. the state, and the enterprises it owned and their employees. Enterprises in state socialist countries were not just economic units. Like large Japanese enterprises, they functioned as many welfare states, providing housing, holidays, food, and other benefits to their employees. Furthermore, attractive national welfare programs were often absent. For example, in the traditional model there was no right to unemployment benefit for the frictionally, or other, unemployed. This made the dismissal of redundant workers exceptionally painful, and was one of the factors hampering it, and thus reducing labor productivity. Therefore, one aspect of economic reform, and of the transition to capitalism, was to nationalize welfare programs and reduce the social role of enterprises. It was hoped in this way to make labor mobility less costly to the individuals concerned. Hence unemployment benefits under certain conditions were introduced in Hungary, China, and the USSR in the 1980s. An interesting example of high labor productivity under state socialism concerns Soviet military industry during the Soviet-German War of 1941-5. According to one estimate, CAN in 2003 a 43 labor productivity per person not per hour in Soviet military industry in 1943 exceeded that in Germany and the UK by a wide margin and was 90% of that in the USA. Even allowing for the usual problems of international comparisons and possible differences in hours worked per person, these figures are very impressive. They testify to the importance of a combination of factors. These were, the efficiency of state-organized mass production, the effectiveness of mobilization planning, the effort put in by the workers, frequently women or teenagers, to produce the weapons necessary to defend their families and their homeland against barbarians, and the harsh labor discipline enforced during the war. 11 The relative importance of these factors is currently unknown. Full employment and the reform process. In Yugoslavia, the departure from the traditional model led to the re-emergence of unemployment, which remained a normal phenomenon and a serious social and economic problem down to the breakup of that country. In Vietnam in the socialist planning period, full employment was never attained, even with the traditional model. In the USSR and Eastern Europe, although the introduction of unemployment was sometimes explicitly advocated by economists and managers in order to raise labor discipline and labor productivity, it did not in fact emerge prior to the transition to capitalism. The main reason for this seems to have been that the behavior of the enterprises characteristic of the traditional model was not changed significantly by the first steps of the reform process. Another reason was the continued recognition by the authorities at all levels of the right to work. The fear of unemployment was often used by opponents of economic reform and may have played some part in the cautious approach generally taken by the authorities to economic reform. The wish to maintain full employment naturally limited the extent to which it was possible to introduce strict financial discipline with bankruptcy as a last resort. This was known as the full employment constraint on economic reform. In China, the end of the traditional model in the early 1990s coincided with the downsizing or closing of a number of loss-making factories, leading to unemployment among their former workers. According to Nolan, 2008, 40 to 50 million people lost their jobs due to reform in state-owned enterprises. At the same time, there was a rapid increase in total employment resulting from rapid economic growth. This new employment was qualitatively different from the former state employment. Because of the existence of unlimited supplies of labor, Lewis 1954, the new capitalist sector was in a position to hire workers at low wages, without employment security or social security, and without trade unions to protect them from harsh working conditions, delays in wage payment, or arbitrary decisions by the bosses. Methods. The three chief methods of labor planning were administrative, economic, and moral. Administrative methods. In the CMEA countries, it was customary to distinguish between administrative and economic methods of plan implementation. By administrative methods was meant instructions from the top of an administrative hierarchy followed by obedience from below. This is the pattern normal in all armies and civil bureaucracies. Administrative methods were used very extensively in the state socialist countries. By economic methods was meant the use of financial sticks and carrots. This is the method normal in market economies. During the Civil War the Bolsheviks relied heavily on administrative methods, and their leaders and intellectuals, building on the foundations laid by Marx and Trotsky, developed the ideology of relying on administrative methods. As far as the founders of Marxism, Leninism are concerned, it is well known that, according to Marx and Engels, commodity production will cease under socialism because society will organize work directly, without the mediation of the market. It will deliberately allocate the available forces of production according to plan, in accordance with the needs of society. Does it follow from this that the system of organizing production in a socialist economy demands a strict central allocation of means of production, labor, and consumer goods in physical form? As Bruss, 1972, 19, has noted. If we ignore their reluctance to scientifically describe the future socialist economy and draw conclusions from scattered incomplete statements, the answer would be yes. At any rate in their work it is comparatively easy to find corroborating formulations and hard to find contradictory statements, for instance ones foreseeing the introduction of market forms. Moreover, from the point of view of ideology and its influence on practice, the ultimate important fact is what the socialist movement understood Marx to have said. And of this there is no doubt. In the works of the late 19th century social democrats, the idea that a socialist economy is a natural, non-market, economy is clear, explicit, and repeated. In the Economics of the Transition Period Bukharin explained that the transition from capitalism to socialism in the field of labor meant the liquidation of the labor market and its replacement by the allocation of labor by the state. The same thought was expressed by Trotsky in his well-known speech at the Ninth Party Congress, 1920. A much-discussed use of administrative methods, about which much has been learned since the collapse of the USSR, was the creation and utilization in the USSR in 1930–56 of a network of forced labor institutions, the Gulag Archipelago. This partial reintroduction of serfdom was largely a result of the decision to adopt a coercive model of the role of agriculture in economic development, see Chapter 6. Many of the first inhabitants of the camps were peasants deported from their villages at the time of collectivization. 12 From the point of view of numbers employed, agriculture in the USSR in the 1930s was by far the most important branch of the economy. Reliance on coercion in various construction and mining enterprises was simply a small generalization, from a quantitative point of view, of the principle, reliance on coercion, on which the main branch of the economy was organized. Herding labor into camps had the advantage of saving on wage costs per worker, and reduced demand for scarce food, but against this must be set the cost of the guards, officials, punitive apparatus etc., as well as the low productivity of the labor. As a result of the latter and the resulting difficulties that the camps had in producing enough to cover their costs, an experiment to raise labor productivity by introducing a wage system was decreed in one camp in 1948, and in 1950 this was extended to the whole Gulag. Gulag officials regarded the outcome as very positive. In 1951 the Planning Department of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, the ministry then responsible for the Gulag, sent a report to the Deputy Minister about the results of introducing the wage system. This stated, inter alia, Borodkin 2008, 148. Now, with the new system of payment and the predominance of individual piecework, each prisoner receives a wage which directly depends on the results of his own work. Therefore the prisoners, who have an interest in increasing their wages, request the management to eliminate problems that limit production. The receipt of wages and the possibility of buying extra food and clothes has a favorable effect on the physical condition of the prisoners. All this has led to an improvement in the productivity of the prisoners and an improvement in the financial position of the camps, the main aims of the introduction of the wage system for prisoners. This was a striking endorsement of the advantages of economic methods compared with administrative methods. 13. The use of forced labor camps was copied in China. In May 1951, during the repression of that period, Mao, 1977b, 55, pointed out that large numbers of prisoners under suspended death sentences formed a useful labor force which will be conducive to our national construction. A widespread system of camps for reform through labor and education through labor was established in China. Official information about it is classified, but some information has been unearthed by diligent researchers, e.g. Seymour and Anderson 1998. As a result, the total number of camps and of prisoners, their mortality and morbidity, the average length of stay, the relative proportion of criminals and politicals, and the fluctuations in these numbers over time, are uncertain and controversial. What is certain is that these camps, in the 1990s often renamed prisons and in 2013 officially abolished, engaged in farming, mining, and manufacturing, that conditions of work were poor, hours of work long, living conditions primitive, beatings and other cruel punishments common, and corruption widespread, and that there were significant differences between provinces. The official stress was on production, but as in the Gulag, low labor productivity and the high costs of the guards and officials resulted in frequent failure to attain the official goal that they be non-loss-making, or if possible profitable. The abolition of these camps in 2013, if it is not just a change of name, could be a significant step on the road from Maoism to capitalism. Another example of the use of administrative methods in the USSR was the allocation of new graduates by the state for the first 3 years of their working lives. A further example of the use of administrative methods concerns the temporary residents of closed cities. According to Granick, 1975, 68, it seems reasonable to estimate that something over 10% of Romania's total labor force in industry, mining, and construction is subject to de facto job direction which is imposed upon temporary residents of closed cities. In Bulgaria in the early 1970s there was a revived stress on administrative methods. A decree of 1972 and a supplementary decree of 1973 reintroduced virtual tying of workers to their place of work. It was forbidden to employ workers who had left their previous job voluntarily or who had been dismissed on disciplinary grounds. This revived emphasis on administrative methods was part of the reaction against economic reform in the CMEA countries in the early 1970s. When the Chinese planned economy was established during the first five-year plan, 1953-7, one of the things copied from the USSR was the use of economic methods to allocate the labor force. One of the features of the Maoist strategy of development adopted in China from 1958 onwards was the increased use of administrative methods of labor allocation. The three key institutions which replaced the labor market were the employment system, i.e. the system for allocating employees, the personnel system, i.e. the procedures governing personnel matters, and the household registration system, i.e. the regulations governing residence and ration entitlements. Under the employment system, a worker's first job was obtained neither by application to an enterprise nor as a result of choice by an enterprise. The worker was allocated to his/her first job via the assignment office of the school he/she had left, or, less frequently, the assignment office of the area where he/she lived. A worker's first job normally became a lifelong career. According to the personnel system, an employee had no right to apply for another job without the permission of the enterprise where the employee was already working. Such permission was normally denied. Resignation without the approval of one's current employer was considered to be unacceptable. The personnel system was similar to that in the USSR in 1940-56 or in the large firm sector of Japan during its long post-war boom. The household registration system, which was closely linked with the rationing system and corresponded to some extent to the registration and internal passport system in the USSR, hindered physical movement from place to place. In the 1980s there was much discussion in China of the need to liberalize the allocation of labor. Traditional patterns, however, remained deep-rooted, and within the state sector administrative methods remained of great importance. One change in China that really was implemented before the end of socialist planning, and did have a big impact, was the dramatic relaxation of the rationing system after 1980. This, together with the expansion of the non-state sector, greatly facilitated the big increase in population mobility that took place in the 1980s. An important administrative method for implementing the labor plan in all the state socialist countries was keeping files on workers to determine their fitness for particular jobs and material rewards. In the USSR, from 1938, each worker had a labor book, an official document recording their name, age, education, trade, information about his/her work, transfers from one enterprise to another, with reasons, and details of bonuses and awards. Enterprises were supposed to engage workers and employees, other than those entering employment for the first time, only on presentation of their labor books, which the enterprise then kept till the worker was discharged. In addition, the party committees responsible for filling all important posts kept files on actual and possible holders of such posts, and the state security organs also kept personnel files which played an important role in appointments and dismissals. In the state socialist countries, there was a large body of informers collecting information about other people's views and behavior for these files. The accumulation of information in the hands of the authorities naturally played a major role in determining behavior in a one-employer state. Economic methods. The use of economic methods, i.e. of pay, was very common in the state socialist countries. Material incentives played a very big role in Soviet, and Chinese, regional policy, where pay was much higher, and the number of years' work required for a pension was much lower, in inhospitable regions than in the main cities. Similarly, in the USSR and China, the relative pay of workers in the so-called non-productive sector of the economy, e.g. distribution, education, and medical care, was traditionally low, so as to direct labor towards the so-called productive sector, e.g. industry, construction, and mining. Administrative and economic methods were often used in combination. A very important example was the system of national job evaluation, see below. Similarly, in the CMEA countries, the quantitative planning of the demand for labor, and of the output of various kinds of graduates, was normally combined with the planning of relative pay levels so as to attract the appropriate volume and quality of labor. The ways in which the planners manipulated relative pay, and its effects, were investigated by Hamermesh and Ports, 1972. They examined Hungarian data for 1951 to 67. They found that the planners did raise the relative pay of workers in sectors with the fastest rates of growth of output in order to attract labor to them. They also found that this policy was apparently ineffective, since the supply of labor did not appear very responsive to relative earnings. The main influences on the supply of labor appeared to be the outflow from agriculture and the availability of jobs. The conclusion reached by Hamermesh and Ports, 1972, 256, was that the planners were mistaken. They erred in believing that changes in wages of the magnitude they used would affect labor supply. It is ironical that the mistake of the planners was to take seriously a traditional idea of neoclassical economics, the importance of relative pay in allocating labor. The use of economic methods was naturally more important in countries where labor was permitted to change jobs, e.g. the USSR from 1956 and the East European countries, than in countries with direction of labor, e.g. China in the Maoist period. Moral methods. The use of moral incentives was very widespread in all state socialist countries. In all of them great efforts were devoted during the educational process to internalizing the value of hard work for the good of society. The notice board with pictures of honored workers who had worked particularly well, the brigades of communist labor who had pledged themselves to feats of socialist competition, the public meetings at which good workers sat on the platform, the distribution of honors such as Hero of Socialist Labor, were all familiar features of state socialist life. Hoffman, 1967, 119, noted that, so far as non-material incentives are concerned, many of the forms evolved in the Soviet Union have also been used in China, and yet certain techniques have been pushed to greater lengths by the CCP. For example, the mechanism of criticism and self-criticism has been generally employed to a much greater extent than in the USSR. Generally it seems that the Chinese have relied more on non-material incentives and persuasion than the Russians. This reliance on non-material spurs was undoubtedly a factor of great moment in the miscarriage of the Great Leap Forward. A problem with moral methods is that, in fact, they were often administrative methods with a veneer of non-compulsion. For example, in the USSR, the Communist Saturday, when workers worked on some Saturdays, supposedly voluntarily, to help in the construction of communism, was actually simply a day's compulsory unpaid work. How did worker morale and motivation in the state socialist countries compare with that in capitalist countries? A study of the experience of U.S. firms with industrial cooperation agreements with Poland and Romania, Hayden 1976, reported that in these two countries, IBID, 108 worker morale and initiative were close to non-existent. The account of how the U.S. capitalist corporation Clark Equipment Company, as part of its technology transfer agreement with the Polish concern Bumer Union for the manufacture of heavy-duty planetary reduction axles, had to instill pride of achievement into the indifferent Polish workers by appealing to their patriotism, IBID, 49, is deeply ironical. If these accounts are typical, they would seem to indicate that, at any rate in Poland and Romania, worker motivation, morale, and pride in work under state socialism compared unfavorably with that under capitalism. It seems that, in general, workers in the state socialist countries continued to regard themselves as wage workers rather than as co-owners of the means of production. Hence there continued to exist such phenomena as worker attempts to limit the work content of a day's labor power 14 e.g. conflict over piecework norms. These phenomena were startling and unexpected from a Marxist, Leninist point of view. What explained them? There appear to be 5 chief factors. First, the failure of the attempt to replace material incentives by moral incentives. As Kolganov, 2012, 578, noted. The Soviet system attempted to create a mechanism of economic motivation which would be an alternative to the material, monetary one. However, This attempt took place in conditions where the potential of material, monetary motivation was far from exhausted, and the material, monetary needs of the workers were not met. Furthermore, the hyper-bureaucratic system placed obstacles in the way of an alternative motivation based on the principle of the free realization of the creative abilities of people. Under these conditions, for the majority of the population, material, monetary motivation was desirable, but in many respects not achieved. Secondly, the adverse effect of state socialism on personal consumption, see Chapter 8. As the Chinese economist Xue Muqiao, 1981, 52, observed, if the leaders of the state and enterprises do not concern themselves with the livelihood of the workers and fail to improve it steadily as production grows, the workers will not concern themselves with the interests of the enterprises and the state, but treat them with the mentality of wage laborers. Thirdly, the lack of control by workers over their working lives. This did not arise from the malevolence of this or that official, but had a definite theoretical explanation. Experience showed that state ownership, by itself, was not sufficient to transform the relations of production. As the Soviet sociologist Yuri Union, 1973, 109-10, noted with special reference to Soviet collective farms, though the argument was perfectly general. It is necessary to face the essence of the phenomenon of collectivization of property. It is not a once and for all affair. Rather, it is a long process. From the legal or, more precisely, the political act of collectivization to actual collectivization there is a whole period, perhaps even epoch, of historical development that only begins with the immediate act of collectivization. The revolution in our country eliminated the order under which property was separated from work and created the conditions for their unification. But such a unification is possible only through a long evolution and a series of intermediate socio-economic forms. The criterion for the unification of the means of production and labor power, materialist and living labor, is the degree of the realization by the producer himself of the functions of management or, in other words, of the disposition of collectivist property. Empirical studies, however, show that in practice this mechanism, i.e. the formal constitution of a collective farm by itself, does not ensure sufficiently effective participation of each person in the disposition of property. Acceptance of this thesis undermines any expectation of a higher work morale under state socialism than under capitalism. Furthermore, given that new relations of production were not fully established, the old means of defending worker interests retained much of their usefulness. Workers under state socialism, however, lacked the independent worker organizations normal under capitalism, and from this point of view their position was worse than under capitalism. As A. Hegedus, Prime Minister of Hungary in 1955-6, noted, Hegedus 1976-88, during the Stalin period, the principal function of the trade unions became to bring about the realization of state plans. Work competitions, managed from above and largely manipulated, became their principal contribution to the fulfillment of production plans. Their management of this competition, together with the support they gave to the fixing of norms, alienated the working masses from the trade unions and, it may be said, robbed the latter completely of their character as a movement. This situation largely continued till the end of socialist planning, and in China even after it. Point 15. Fourthly, the huge and all-pervading gulf between the words and slogans of the authorities and economic, social, and political reality. An example was given above, the Communist Saturday. A compulsory day's unpaid work was treated in the media as if the whole labor force was selflessly working for the common good. Fifthly, the difficulty of making individual gains by individual efforts in the first economy, i.e. the legal state sector. The state socialist countries had full employment and job security, a relatively egalitarian income distribution, wage differentials that did not depend very much on the economic performance of enterprises, and an economic system in which it was not legitimate work but other factors, access to closed distribution 16 illicit earnings, or political decisions, which were decisive for generating real income differences. In the CMEA countries, as in the capitalist world, prolonged overfulfillment of piecework norms was likely to lead, not to prolonged high earnings, but to an upward revision of the norms. Hence, it is not surprising that individual effort in the first economy was conspicuous by its absence. Many observers have suggested that individual effort was typically greater in Yugoslav factories than in CMEA factories. Granic, 1975, 426-7, suggested that the reason for this was the strong relationship between the success of individual enterprises and the incomes of their workforces, under the Yugoslav system of self-management. An additional issue in Eastern Europe, e.g. Poland and Romania, was resentment at working under a system that was unwanted and imposed from outside. It seems that the Marxist project of overcoming alienation, i.e. of overcoming a situation in which the worker is not interested in his/her work, which forms only a small part of the whole production process and over which he/she has no control, and its outcome, the use values that are created, but only in the wage that he/she receives, made no progress under state socialism. As under capitalism, Taylorism dominated the labor process. On the other hand, there were a number of respects in which the situation was worse than under capitalism. There were no independent trade unions, the link between the wage and the use values created was even more tenuous than under capitalism because of the dictatorship over needs, and workers were partly alienated from their wages because of the difficulty of buying with them the things they wanted, due to shortages and non-market distribution of many goods and services. Instruments. The main instrument of labor planning used in the socialist countries was the labor balance. A labor balance was simply a material balance which dealt with labor. In the USSR, a whole series of labor balances were regularly drawn up, both statistical, concerned with the past, and planning, concerned with various future periods, for the country as a whole and for its subdivisions, e.g. republics and smaller regions. A planning labor balance can be set out schematically as in Figure 7.1. The chief task of the labor balance was to coordinate available labor resources with the requirements for labor. The available labor resources were calculated from statistical and demographic data, account being taken of any special factors, e.g. the increased provision of nursery facilities for children. The required distribution of labor resources was calculated from statistical data and the planned levels of output and labor productivity. Shortages of labor, in general or in specific categories, gave rise to policies, i.e. increase in training, import of foreign machinery, acceleration of mechanization, designed to overcome them. The labor balance was only part of the balance of the national economy, and its various sections were intended to be harmonized with the other parts of that balance, more precisely system of balances. For example, the plan for technical progress affected labor productivity and labor requirements for various industries. Labor coefficients. An innovation in labor planning in the state socialist countries was the labor coefficient. With its use it became possible to calculate the direct and indirect labor embodied in each unit of particular outputs. This was especially interesting for Marxists because it gave empirical content to the Marxist concept of the socially necessary labor embodied in a commodity, or the value of that commodity. An analytical expression for the calculation of full labor inputs was first given by Dmitriev, 1898. The first calculation of the analogous concept of full commodity inputs was given by Leontiev. Leontiev's empirical and conceptual work was regularly applied in the state socialist countries for the compilation of input-output tables in labor units, and the calculation of direct and full labor input coefficients. The first such table was compiled by the Soviet Central Statistical Administration for 1959 and published in 1962. It showed, in terms of labor, the inter-industrial flows, the formation of the final bill of goods, the formation of the national product and the costs incurred in the non-productive sphere. This calculation corresponded to the Dmitriev-Leontiev full labor coefficients. It apparently showed, for example, that out of 97 million person-years expended in the national economy in 1959, about 50 million were ultimately devoted to the production of consumer goods, 30 million to capital formation, exports, and other items, and 17 million to the so-called non-productive sphere. How the defense sector was included in the calculations is unclear. Subsequently, the Soviet Central Statistical Administration compiled a similar table for 1966. Although input-output tables in labor terms were regularly compiled in the USSR, and full labor coefficients were much discussed and also calculated, it would appear that they did not become an important instrument of labor planning, being confined to various kinds of analytical calculations. Planning incomes. Socialist incomes policy. Marxists consider that the decentralist system of income determination that exists under capitalism is just another aspect of the anarchy of production that must be replaced under socialism by a planned and centralist system. The state socialist countries normally operated what in Western terminology would be called permanent incomes policies. Important aspects of these policies were price control, the planning of foreign trade, the elimination of large property incomes, compulsory arbitration, national job evaluation, uniform regional net advantages, the production-mindedness of trade unions, full employment, a proletarian government, and a non-permissive approach to breaches of labor discipline. Price control was a basic part of incomes planning in state socialist countries. By keeping prices under control, a major source of pressure for wage increases was removed. In some periods, the state socialist countries were quite successful in controlling prices. For example, between the mid-1950s and the mid-1970s, the European CMEA countries, and in 1963–75 China, managed to maintain more or less stable prices. In other periods rapid inflations were experienced. The difficulties which spiraling prices cause for incomes policy were clearly shown by Soviet experience in 1928–40. In that period the USSR experienced a massive inflation, with state retail prices rising tenfold, Halsman 1960. A major reason for this was the huge rise in food prices which forced up wages. Similarly, the Polish inflation of the early 1980s made it impossible to implement a successful incomes policy. The planning of foreign trade had the advantage of somewhat insulating the economy from shocks originating on the world market. Both sudden sharp price fluctuations and sudden falls in effective demand could be avoided, or at any rate postponed by planning foreign trade on a medium-term basis. This enabled the planners to avoid either sudden sharp money wage increases, in response to an increase in import prices, or sudden real wage cuts, in response to a sudden deterioration in the terms of trade. This naturally facilitated the planned development of incomes. Marxists have always laid great stress on the absence of the distinction between property owners and proletarians as a necessary condition of a harmonious society. Inequalities of wealth, e.g. housing, money, consumer durables, were substantial in the state socialist economies. They resulted from the privileges of the elite, income inequalities, inheritance, abuse of official positions, the non-state sector, political stability, and economic growth. Nevertheless, an important difference between the state socialist and capitalist worlds was the absence in the former of the small minority of individuals with immense wealth that plays such an important role in the latter. In the USSR, for example, there was some property income, e.g. interest on savings bank deposits and some rent, and widespread corruption, but conspicuous consumption was limited, and the luxuries enjoyed by top officials, although substantial, did not compare favorably with those of Western billionaires and post-Soviet Russian oligarchs, and were less visible. In any system labor disputes are bound to occur. In capitalist countries they are resolved by courts or employment tribunals, or by collective bargaining, with the strike, dismissals, and the lockout being the ultimate weapons in the hands of the parties. The Soviet system of compulsory arbitration, M. Macaulay 1969, provided a method of settling factory-level disputes without interrupting production or wasting resources. Experience with incomes policy in various countries has shown that the rational and conscious determination of relative incomes is very difficult. The Soviet system for dealing with this was that of national job evaluation, Kirsch 1972. This was a system whereby, in principle, all jobs and all workers were graded, the jobs by function and the workers by skill. The wages actually received by any worker, above the minimum wage, depended on their occupation and grade, the grade of the job, the work norms, the level of output, if on piecework, or the length of time worked, if on a time system, and the receipt of bonuses and regional coefficients, if any. The underlying idea was to replace the determination of relative incomes by market forces by their determination in a rational, objective fashion, and to stimulate the raising of the qualifications of the labor force, production, and productivity. Nevertheless, the scientific, objective nature of the resulting income distribution was something of a myth, and national job evaluation did not succeed in establishing a satisfactory relationship between the wages of similar workers in the same plant and in different plants and industries. This seems to have resulted from market pressures, the drive by the authorities to raise labor productivity, the existence of priority sectors, and the labor shortages generated by the traditional model. National job evaluation arose, in large part, as a reaction against the fragmented ministerial wage system that existed in the USSR during the Stalin period. As far as income relativities are concerned, Adam Smith and his successors stress the allocative function of wages, and the need for differentials so as to equalize the net advantages of all occupations. Keynes and his successors stressed the availability of jobs, and the segmented nature of the labor market, and argued that differentials are largely historic and arbitrary. The experience of the state socialist countries suggests that the Keynesian doctrine is largely correct as far as relative occupational earnings are concerned, and the classical doctrine is largely correct as far as relative geographical earnings are concerned. Manpower planning, both current and in the field of education, can control the number of people qualified in particular specialisms. This can ensure that there are sufficient people with the requisite qualifications for any category of employment. Although changes in relative earnings may affect the relative attraction of careers as perceived by school children and their parents, the gestation period is very long and other factors, such as social prestige and gender, also influence perceptions of the relative attractiveness of different occupations. Hence relative earnings can be changed significantly without in the short run much affecting quantitative labor availability. It may well affect, however, the quality of work performed in the relatively low-paid occupations. In labor-intensive services such as education and medicine this can have serious adverse effects. On the regional plane, however, things are very different. In the USSR, the higher earnings to be obtained in towns would have caused such a mass movement from the villages if free movement of labor had existed, that administrative measures had to be used for decades to prevent this. Similarly, in China the use of administrative methods to prevent an excessive influx of labor to the towns was an important long-standing feature of the pre-reform economic system. Furthermore, administrative measures had to be used in all the state socialist countries to control emigration. In the USSR the desirability of certain cities, e.g. Moscow, was not offset by lower earnings there, so administrative measures had to be used to control access to them. Similarly, in the USSR the inhabitants of many regions, such as the far north and far east, required very substantial regional coefficients for them to recruit and hold labor. In addition, in the 1970s an unplanned migration of labor took place to certain areas, such as the North Caucasus, Transcaucasia, and Central Asia, where uniform national wage scales failed to reflect the advantages of abundant sunshine, fruit, and vegetables. The need to equalize regional net advantages was naturally more important in a continental country such as the USSR than in a small country. West European trade unions, like the social democratic movement in general, are primarily concerned with distribution. They seek to raise labor's share in the output of capitalism, to protect workers from changes in work organization that would have an adverse effect on them, to make it more difficult to dismiss them, and to increase state expenditure on free or subsidized public services, e.g. education, medical care, housing. Trade unions in state socialist countries also sought to advance the interests of their members during both plan compilation and plan implementation. For example, in 1970, in the GDR a discussion was going on about changes in relative earnings in different sectors of the economy. The trade unions accepted that there should be larger wage increases in high priority than in low priority industries, but they objected to stagnation of earnings for any group, and insisted on the principle that no group should ever suffer a reduction in earnings. At one point, the draft plan of one ministry called for a stagnation of earnings for some worker groups and an actual reduction for a few. Its trade union thereupon engaged in a struggle to have these tentative decisions reversed, Granick 1975, 168. Similarly, during plan implementation, the trade unions sought to protect their members in factory or shop-level disputes and represent their interests. That the unions did actually play a positive role in protecting their members was shown, for example, rather ironically, by the fact that in China when they were dissolved during the Cultural Revolution the reason given was that they supported and protected their members, the permanent workers, who were a privileged elite compared with the temporary workers and peasants. Nevertheless, they were primarily organs of the state concerned with increasing production. Their main function was to stimulate the increases in productivity that, given the distribution of the national income, are the only source of increasing real wages. The transition of Soviet trade unions from trade unionism to production-mindedness was part of the revolution from above which took place in the USSR in 1928-34. Full employment was an important aspect of incomes policy in all state socialist countries. Full employment is a traditional objective of the labor movement, and its attainment removed a major obstacle to labor cooperation in the reorganization of production. The proletarian character of the governments of the state socialist countries was an important aspect of their incomes policies. This proletarian character was self-proclaimed, reflected in some real policies, e.g. full employment and security of employment, and also in the personal background of many of the top leaders. The ultimate sanction in any society is repression. In the UK at the present time, the control of shoplifting, terrorism, the heroin trade and other types of activity deemed to be antisocial is in the hands of the police and the intelligence service. Similarly, in the state socialist countries strikes were in general dealt with by the arrest of ringleaders and agitators, as Polish experience in 1976 and 1981 once more indicated. Inter-system comparisons of income distribution. International comparisons of the distribution of income are very difficult both because of the poor quality of the data and because of the existence of numerous measures of income distribution which can be used for comparative purposes. Nevertheless, there has been some work in this area, notably by Pryor, Vortman, Wiles, and Morrison. Pryor, 1973, Chapter 3, found that, comparing Western countries with East European countries, three variables played a statistically significant role in explaining the pre-tax distribution of non-agricultural labor incomes. They were, the level of development, the size of the population and the economic system. The degree of inequality declined as the level of development rose, increased as the population rose, and was less for Eastern than for Western countries. The effect of property incomes was to increase the advantage, from an egalitarian point of view, of the East European countries. Similarly, a comparison of the GDR and FRG, Vortman 1979, 209-10, showed that throughout the period 1960-74 the distribution of the net incomes of employee households was more equal in the GDR than in the FRG. It also showed that the average income per household in the FRG was significantly above that in the GDR. This differential increased significantly in 1960-75, and that the income of pensioner households relative to that of employee households was significantly lower in the GDR than in the FRG. Wiles considered the effects of taxation, and used a different measure of income distribution. His findings are summarized in Table 7.4. From the data in Table 7.4 the following points emerge. First, the three most unequal countries, USA, Canada, Italy, were all capitalist. Secondly, the most equal country, Sweden, was also capitalist. Thirdly, two capitalist countries, Sweden and the UK, were more equal than the USSR. Fourthly, the state socialist countries were more equal than one would expect on the basis of the international relationship linking the level of development and size of population to inequality. Accordingly, two conclusions can be drawn from the Wiles data. First, state socialism was neither a necessary nor sufficient condition for a more equal distribution of income than any capitalist country. It was not necessary because Sweden did without it. It is not sufficient, because even with it the USSR was more unequal than Sweden or the UK. Secondly, in making international comparisons, state socialism is one of the factors associated with greater income equality. This corroborates Pryor's findings. It is important to note that these conclusions depend on the period studied, the countries selected, the quality of the data and the measures of income distribution used. The data on Soviet income distribution were re-examined by A. Macaulay, 1977. He reached three interesting and important conclusions. First, Wiles had overestimated inequality in the USSR. In fact, according to Macaulay, income inequality in the USSR in the late 1960s was about the same as that calculated by Wiles for Hungary and Czechoslovakia. Secondly, in the late 1960s more than 2/5 of the Soviet population were still living in poverty. 17. Thirdly, since 1956 the USSR had experienced a major reduction in inequality. This had already been noted by Wiles, 1974, 25, who had observed that the statistical record since Stalin is a very good one indeed. I doubt if any other country can show a more rapid and sweeping progress towards equality. A very significant factor in this reduction in inequality was the repeated increases in the minimum wage. In 1989–91 the Soviet authorities released new data on income distribution in 1980–90. They were analyzed in Alexeyev and Gatti, 1993. They derived the results set out in Table 7.5. The data presented in Table 7.5 suggest that inequality in the USSR in the 1980s was modest by the standards of unequal countries such as the USA and present-day Russia or China, and that inequality declined in the 1980s. However, the validity of these conclusions depends on the reliability of the information provided by the respondents in the household budget surveys, and on the representativeness of these surveys. The respondents naturally did not provide information, which was collected by a government agency, about illegal incomes. For example, it is known that in 1986–7 there was a massive increase in illicit alcohol sales, which were a very profitable business, but any of these profits received by the survey respondents will not have been reported. In addition, there was a rapid growth of both legal and illegal incomes generated in the private sector, self-employed and so-called cooperatives, in 1988–90. Alexeyev and Gatti, following Bergson, very sensibly suggested that illegal incomes probably had the effect of increasing inequality. Furthermore, it is known that the surveys were not entirely representative. Moreover, calculations of per capita income implicitly assumed an equivalence ratio of 1, that is, everyone from birth to death was counted as 1, and hence this distribution may well have diverged significantly from the distribution of income per adult, or adult equivalent, in a country in which there were wide variations in family size. It is important to note that the income distribution statistics analyzed by Wiles, Macaulay, and Alexeyev and Gatti concerned normal money income only, and exclude both top money incomes and non-money incomes such as imputed rent from dwellings and the subsidy element in state rents and free medical and educational services. Since there were systematic differences between the value of the subsidy element in state rents and free educational and medical services, between social groups, measurement of only money incomes might give a distorted picture of the distribution of real income. For example, in the USSR, there were very great differences between the quality of medical care available in Russian villages and that provided in the special facilities available to senior party and state officials, members of the Academy of Sciences and the Union of Writers, officers in the armed forces and state security organs, foreigners, and other elite groups. Whereas in the West the labor movement has always regarded the free provision of medical services as a means of equalizing real incomes, it is entirely possible that in the USSR, where the facilities were financed out of indirect taxation and differentially provided, charging the user for medical services on the basis of costs would have increased equality. A similar situation existed with respect to housing. As the Hungarian sociologist Zelényi, 1976, 314-15, observed in a classic study of the sociology of housing distribution in Hungary, rent subsidies thus turned into wage supplements, increasing the differences between low and high incomes. The administrative system of housing distribution proved to be dysfunctional, that is, it led to a result which differed from its declared aim. The existence of important real income differences not reflected in the published data used by Wiles, Macaulay, and Alexeev and Gatti does not mean that there is no information available on these differences. In an important paper, Matthews, 1975, investigated the question of whether there existed in the USSR an elite with real incomes much above those of the rest of the population. His investigation is summed up in Table 7.6. The following conclusions can be drawn from the Morrison data. 1. The most egalitarian of all the countries considered was Czechoslovakia, a socialist country. 2. The most unequal country, the USA, was a capitalist country. 3. As far as the share of the top 10% of incomes in total income is concerned, the most unequal countries were two socialist ones, the USSR and Poland. 4. The position of the worst off parts of the population, the bottom 10% or the bottom 40%, relative to the national mean was generally better in the socialist countries than in the capitalist ones. 5. The position of the middle class, individuals or households in deciles 7 and 8, was worse off in socialist countries than in capitalist ones. This difference was still more marked if the 9th decile is included in this group. 6. Because of the relatively favorable positions of deciles 1 to 4, the relatively unfavorable position of deciles 7 to 9 and the favorable position of the 10th decile in the socialist countries, there was less inequality than in capitalist countries when only deciles 1 to 9 were taken into account, but as much inequality as in capitalist countries for all incomes above the median. Conclusions, 1, and 5. Help explain why the Czechoslovak liberalization movement of 1968 was associated with anti-egalitarian sentiments. Conclusion, 3, helps explain why the Polish renewal movement of 1980-81 was associated with widespread exposure of corruption and high living by the former leadership, and the Soviet democratic movement of 1989-91 was associated with attacks on corruption, and on the privileges of the elite, both much less than the corruption and elite living standards in the FSU countries in the post-Soviet era. Morrison's work was useful but not the last word on the subject. His data on income distribution refer to 1969-77 and his list of countries is not exhaustive. The distribution of income and wealth in the two systems differed also in ways that cannot be seen from comparisons of the overall personal income distribution. A characteristic feature of capitalism is that it produces a small number of very rich people with large amounts of legitimate wealth. The absence of this group under state socialism is a major difference between the systems. There were millionaires under state socialism, chiefly corrupt officials and second economy operators, but their wealth was usually not legitimate, not in the form of means of production, and liable to confiscation with a change in the political situation. The relative incomes of different occupational groups often differed sharply between the systems. For example, whereas in the capitalist world the free professionals are traditionally high earners, in the USSR medical doctors, except for senior medical administrators, were traditionally a low-paid group. On the other hand, some groups of Soviet manual workers, e.g. coal miners and dockers, were rather well paid, with incomes in excess of most university graduates. The relative position of tenants and owner-occupiers also differed. Whereas, in the capitalist world, the latter are generally better off than the former, in the socialist world the situation was reversed. For example, in the USSR the majority of houses in private ownership were traditional style houses without running water and central heating. The high-income groups lived predominantly in modern flats with good facilities and low rents which were the property of the state. Inter-system differences in inequality have been examined not only by economists but also by sociologists, a well-known study being Lane, 1982. He concluded, Ibid. 159, that, although there were important differences in inequality between the systems, e.g. the absence of ownership classes under state socialism, nevertheless inequality was important in both systems. Under state socialism, in a relational sense, there is inequality of control over wealth, inequality of political power, and in a distributional sense, there is inequality of income and inequality of status. The origins of such social stratification lie in the bureaucratic nature of political power, in the role structure created by the division of labor sanctioned by the educational system and perpetuated by the family. Such structural features give rise to a hierarchy in which some groups of men, and a few women, have power, prestige, and privilege while others lack them. Politically, and not without internal conflict, the privileged acquire the means to help maintain and justify ideologically their advantage. In China before the transition to capitalism, a large proportion of the population had very low incomes. In addition, there were substantial inequalities, between high officials and others, between town and country, between regions and between genders. Nevertheless, comparing China in the early 1980s with other developing countries, the World Bank argued, China 1985-29, that China had average living standards, as measured, for example, by life expectancy, that were very high for a developing country, had virtually abolished the constant fear of destitution that haunted a significant fraction of the population of other developing countries, had a level of rural inequality that was low by the standards of South Asian countries, and an egalitarian distribution of urban incomes. The most positive feature of China's income distribution, according to this World Bank study, was that the relative position of the worst-off sections of society was much better than under capitalism. This is what one would expect on the basis of Morrison's findings for Eastern Europe. It should be noted that these achievements required massive use of administrative methods. For example, urban inequality would have been much higher if free movement of population to the towns had been permitted. No doubt inequality in Kolkata, Calcutta, Mexico City, or Mumbai could be reduced by deporting the poor to the countryside, but would this represent a social improvement? China's striking achievements in the field of average living standards relative to average GNP are considered further in Chapter 8. Although inequality in China in the early 1980s was low by the standards of many other developing world countries, it was not insignificant. An interesting example of the importance of economic and social stratification in China prior to the Cultural Revolution was provided by the schools. At that time only a small minority of the relevant age group went to secondary schools because of a shortage of facilities. In the early 1960s the authorities pursued a policy of concentrating resources on a minority of successful schools. The idea was to ensure that sufficient qualified people would be produced to meet the needs of the national economy. The privileged position of the pupils at these schools was pronounced. Schooling was not free. Tuition fees were not high, on average they were about 5 or 6 yuan a year, at a time when average wages were about 50 yuan a month. Nevertheless, they were not insignificant, particularly if there were several children in a family, bearing in mind that textbooks and stationery also had to be paid for, and that there was an opportunity cost of secondary schooling in terms of wages foregone. Furthermore, the better schools tended to charge more. In 1966 Watson, 1975, 127, visited a boarding kindergarten in Zhengzhou which charged 13.5 yuan per month for each child, and one in Beijing which charged 25 yuan. In important cities, a number of well-endowed schools took children almost exclusively from the families of leading cadres, officials. A well-known example was the No. 2 primary school in Beijing, where many of China's leaders sent their children and grandchildren. The existence of these selective facilities, the substantial charges they made, and the fact that only a small minority received any secondary education, were all aspects of massive inequality by West European standards. In the post-Mao period, as part of the policy of recreating shattered educational standards, the state once more consciously pursued a policy of concentrating resources on a limited number of key schools. This recreated a situation in which there were major differences in life chances between those who did, and those who did not, attend the key schools. Similarly, unequal access to medical care, as regards both payment and quality, was a permanent feature of Chinese society in the socialist planning period, and was also one of the issues in the Cultural Revolution. Only party and state cadres and insured workers had free medical care. These two groups appear to have amounted to less than 25% of the urban population throughout this period. The remainder of the urban population had to pay for curative care or do without. The quality of care varied substantially, with that available to high-level cadres being higher than that available to temporary workers. Prior to the Cultural Revolution, and also after it, each large hospital had several single rooms, furnished with sofas and chairs and very comfortable, for cadres of rank 13 and upwards. Since 1956 the Chinese bureaucracy has been graded into 30 ranks, with 30 the lowest and 1 the highest. Rank 13 approximately corresponds to the secretary of a county party committee. In the rural areas, medical care has generally been scanty, of low quality, and has had to be paid for. During the GLF free medical care was introduced into the rural areas, but this program disintegrated in the economic stringency that followed. In the Cultural Revolution local rural medical insurance was generally introduced, with small payments to discourage waste, and large numbers of paramedics, barefoot doctors, trained. Both programs continued after the end of the Cultural Revolution. Although the People's Republic was unable in its first half-century to meet its founders' goal of free high-quality care for all, it did greatly increase health standards for all as measured by mortality and morbidity statistics, and greatly improved the access to, and the quality of, care available to the poor and middle rural inhabitants. Life expectancy in China has increased dramatically since the foundation of the People's Republic, both absolutely and relative to the rest of the world. This is a major achievement. In the 1970s it became fashionable, especially in World Bank circles, to argue that economic growth that did not benefit the rural poor was quite unacceptable. Great efforts should be made, it was argued, to alleviate rural poverty by combining economic growth with an equitable distribution of income. This doctrine appears to have been implemented in the Chinese countryside in the socialist planning period. A respectable rate of national economic growth was combined with a relatively equal distribution of income. If the World Bank's data are reliable, it would seem that income distribution in rural China in the first 3 decades of the People's Republic was significantly more equal than in much of the rest of Asia. How was that achieved? The main factor is obviously the abolition of private ownership of land, which eliminated the distinction between landlords and landless laborers. Another factor was the emphasis on distribution according to need, e.g. the grain ration to which each household was entitled, low-cost basic services such as medical care and education, and welfare benefits for the needy. The price policy pursued, which was consciously pro-poor, with low prices for basic necessities and high prices for luxuries, was also a factor. For example, in China the state prices for food grains and cotton textiles were much lower, relative to the price of bicycles, than in India. It is most important to note that what was achieved in the state socialist world was not equality, but inequalities which partly differed from, but partly resembled, those under capitalism. To establish and maintain these differences required very substantial inequalities of power. This illustrates the general proposition that money, income and wealth were much less important factors in social stratification in the state socialist countries than in the capitalist world, because of the overwhelming importance of the state in the former. In the USSR, the millionaire Ostapbender was unable to do anything with his wealth. The state security officer Urkov, on the other hand, was able to get the woman he wanted without any trouble, even though she was someone else's wife. He simply instructed the couple to divorce and her to marry him. 18. Similarly, China in the first 4 decades of the People's Republic was a country where the entire society was transformed by a continuous process of social change from above. The mass of the population was subordinated to the cadres, and the cadres at each level to their superiors. Being a cadre was often a thankless task. Nevertheless, the great inequalities of power between cadres, and between cadres and the masses, were always present. Without them it would have been impossible to carry out the social transformation which took place. As one workpoint recorder put it during the socialist education movement, see Chen 1969, 218, the handle of the sword is always in the hands of the cadre. We are powerless. As was pointed out in Chapter 6, an example of these inequalities of power, and of their importance, is provided by the Great Leap Forward. This forced the mass of the population to perform greatly increased work, much of it wasted, and was a major factor causing the deaths from malnutrition and starvation which took place in 1959–61. Sen, 1983, pointed out that, comparing the experience of China and India over the previous 3 decades, China combined a much better performance with respect to malnutrition, life expectancy, and general destitution in normal years, with a much worse record with respect to famines. India, he asserted, had not experienced a famine since independence. China, on the other hand, had experienced a major famine in 1959–61. The reason, Sen argued, why famine was possible in China but not in India was that India, unlike China, had functioning democratic institutions. In China in 1960, just as in Ireland in the 1840s, the dying had no political influence and there were no political forces, opposition parties, independent media, which could prevent the authorities covering up the situation. Some writers have claimed, e.g. Edler Carlson 1976, that state socialism is superior to capitalism in the provision of essentials. This argument does draw attention to some important phenomena, such as growth of life expectancy and education. However, it also ignores some important phenomena, notably the repeated failures of the USSR in the Lenin-Stalin period, of China in 1959–61, of Kampuchea under Pol Pot and of African countries of socialist orientation, such as Ethiopia and Mozambique in the 1980s, to provide all the population with the most basic essential of all, sufficient food to prevent starvation. In Maoist China, inequality was primarily a political, rather than economic phenomenon. Whereas in capitalist countries the ownership of wealth is very important for social stratification, under state socialism the entire population is propertyless but a bureaucratic stratum controls the national wealth. Hence, for example, whereas in India the landless agricultural workers are a particularly oppressed social stratum, in Maoist China it was those with the wrong class origins, victims of repression such as camp inmates, victims of disastrous policies, such as the GLF, and sent down educated youths whose lives were blighted. An important feature of Maoist China was the development of a caste system based on the class, or politics, of a person's father, or grandfather. There were 5 red castes: workers, poor and middle peasants, soldiers, cadres, and relatives of revolutionary martyrs, and 8 black castes: landlords, rich peasants, counter-revolutionaries, bad elements, rightists, renegades, enemy agents, and capitalist roaders. In 1966–76 intellectuals belonged to the 9th black category, the stinking 9th. Those born into a black category were discriminated against from birth, and the person's spouse, family, and children were similarly affected. Li, 1978, 39, gave a graphic illustration of the importance of caste lines in Maoist China. A friend of ours stayed at a farm in northern Guangdong, Guangdong for 6 years. He met a man by the name of Chan there. This young man was by nature taciturn and clumsy, and smiles and talks little. He was conveniently classified as backward, for his father was a schoolteacher, an intellectual. His parents were struggled against and denounced in the Cultural Revolution. But he remained quiet, kind, solitary, and backward. And he developed secret sentiments towards a girl in the herding brigade. When he could contain himself no longer, he wrote a fiery letter of love to this girl. The girl was a poor peasant and therefore of impeccable family history. She was startled and scared and immediately showed the letter to her brigade, all girls. Their leader arranged for her to shame Chan in public and the incident spread. All the farm marveled at his recklessness. A man of his position daring to touch the daughter of a poor peasant family. The local party branch secretary saw fit to warn him in person. This was a gross violation indeed. An intellectual, i.e. the son of a schoolteacher, aspired to marry a poor peasant, i.e. the daughter of a poor peasant. Obviously an unacceptable breach of the caste system. Categorization by class origins made some sense during the Civil War and subsequent radical social changes, e.g. land reform. Furthermore, it is very striking that the groups which benefited from affirmative action, positive discrimination, in Maoist China were those suffering from negative discrimination in old China and in the capitalist world. Such a reversal of the traditions of millennia was an understandable feature of a revolutionary society. Nevertheless, as a permanent, hereditary, caste system, it was profoundly unsatisfactory. It came under strong attack after the downfall of the Gang of Four. In 1978-9 official attention in China switched from class struggle to economic modernization. It was declared that most of China's bad origin persons had remolded themselves. Though their class origin labels remained in dossiers, the Central Committee directed that their hats, their official stigmata, be permanently removed. Within a short time, the structure of discrimination based on class labels had simply disappeared. It had been replaced by stratification based on income and wealth. As one villager put it in a 1982 interview, Watson 1984, 141, "It's not class origin which counts anymore, what counts now is making money." Categorization by the class position of one's parents was quite normal under state socialism, especially in the first few decades of the new society. It could have major effects on a person's job, marriage, housing, and overall life chances. Conclusion. Labor planning in the state socialist countries was concerned with facilitating the fulfillment and overfulfillment of the national economic plan, by ensuring that the requisite types of labor were available in the right quantities and places and performed the necessary work. This involved developing the abilities of the labor force so as to produce the right types of labor, providing full employment so as to avoid waste of resources, ensuring a rational regional distribution of employment, and ensuring the efficient utilization of labor. The main methods used, separately and in combination, were administrative, economic and moral. The main instrument was the labor balance. In general, the position of workers in state socialism with respect to opportunities for improving qualifications, work intensity, social security, hours of work, security of employment and availability of employment compared favorably with those in comparable capitalist countries. In some cases, the position of the workers did not compare favorably with that in comparable capitalist countries. Notable examples are the Gulag Archipelago, and reform through labor and education through labor camps, sent down people, Soviet collective farmers for much of their history, and those in political disfavor. The effect of state socialism on industrial safety is impossible to assess fully in the absence of the requisite data. For the USSR, the available data on fatal work accidents compare unfavorably with data in the developed capitalist countries. For China, the available data are unreliable, but it seems that in the socialist period the fatality rate in coal mining was high by the standards of the high-income countries, but low relative to China in the 1920s and 1930s, and Japan before, during and immediately after World War II. During the reform and capitalist periods, the trend in the rate of Chinese coal mining fatalities seems to have been strongly downwards, but in the early capitalist period in China the rate was still high by the standards of the high-income countries and India. State ownership of the means of production and Soviet-type national economic planning are not sufficient to eliminate unemployment. Urban full employment was established and maintained in the chief state socialist countries partly by administrative methods, the passport system in the USSR and the household registration system and sending down in China. In the state socialist countries the population was less concentrated in big cities than in the rest of the world. No progress was made under state socialism towards a new, more human, organization of the labor process. The state socialist countries copied the capitalist organization of labor without the countervailing power exercised by worker organizations in the West. The fragmentary evidence available about labor morale under socialist planning suggests that, at any rate in Poland and Romania, it compared unfavorably with that normal under capitalism. The absence of independent worker organizations had adverse effects, not only on labor morale, but also on industrial safety and the use of coerced labor. The state socialist countries failed to develop an effective alternative, under normal conditions, to monetary incentives for good work. Even in the Gulag, adequate labor productivity required the introduction of monetary incentives. All the state socialist countries operated what in Western terminology would be called permanent incomes policies. Important aspects of these policies were, price control, the planning of foreign trade, the elimination of large property incomes, compulsory arbitration, national job evaluation, uniform regional net advantages, the production-mindedness of trade unions, full employment, a proletarian government and a non-permissive approach to breaches of labor discipline. Satisfactory comparisons between the distribution of incomes under state socialism and capitalism are not yet possible, owing to the poor quality of the available data. Nevertheless, it is clear that the distribution of income under state socialism and capitalism differed in complex ways that cannot be accurately summarized as more or less inequality. Furthermore, income distribution and inequality were related under state socialism and capitalism in different ways. In the latter, money income and wealth ownership are the major factors determining differences in consumption, life chances, and social stratification. In the former, position in the political hierarchy, income in kind and membership of a favored, or unfavored, caste are of greater importance. The available empirical evidence about the distribution of income in the USSR is poor. The most striking changes in the Soviet income distribution over time were the very big increases in inequality in the first two five-year plans, 1928-37, and the very big reduction in inequality after the 20th Party Congress, 1956. As far as China is concerned, the widespread impression of an extremely equal society, in the socialist planning period appears to be quite wrong from the viewpoint of social democratic Western Europe in the 1970s and 1980s, but correct from the standpoint of countries such as Mexico or Brazil. The main feature of China's income distribution in that period was the lesser importance in normal years of the extreme destitution which is the lot of a significant proportion of the population in those developing countries which retained private ownership of the means of production. The main dynamic characteristic of China's social stratification in the socialist planning period was the development of a caste system based on the class, or politics, of a person's father, or grandfather, in the Maoist period, followed by the revived importance of stratification by income and wealth after 1978. The main reasons for the persistence of inequality under state socialism appear to have been the division of labor, the family, the gendered division of roles and the role of the state in state socialism. 8. Planning consumption. For Boris Nikolaevich Yeltsin and myself, the visit to the supermarket in Houston, Texas in 1989 was a real shock. Today, in September 1991, my wife went at 7:00 to a shop to buy milk, but there were queues everywhere. For sugar it was necessary to stand in a queue for 2 days. And that was in Moscow, in the second half of the 20th century, 73 years after the Great Revolution and indeed in the period when, according to Khrushchev's calculations, we should already be living under communism. Maybe, what we have constructed in our country, that is the real communism. L. Sukhanov, 1992, 148. Introduction. Consumption planning was concerned with planning the production of consumer goods and services, and with ensuring the consistency of these plans with those for income and expenditure. The main instrument used for harmonizing planned incomes with planned expenditures was the balance of money incomes and expenditures of the population. In order for the latter to balance, it is necessary that wages issued in those sectors of the economy not producing wage goods, investment, social consumption, defense, be soaked up by direct or indirect taxation or by savings, Dobb 1960, 91. If only indirect taxation is used, then the average markup, P, of retail prices over costs should be determined by the formula, where WSC is the wage bill in social consumption. WI is the wage bill in the investment industries. WD is the wage bill in defense, and WPC is the wage bill in the industries producing goods for personal consumption. For example, if 1/3 of wages are issued in social consumption, investment, and the defense sector, and 2/3 in the personal consumption sector, then in the absence of savings and direct taxation the average markup should be 50%. Two corollaries of this proposition are as follows. First, the higher the ratio of the wage bill in the non-personal consumption sectors to the wage bill in the personal consumption sector, the higher the markup must be. Secondly, in a socialist economy the effect of an increase in savings is that it permits the equilibrium price level to be lower than it would otherwise be. If the equation is violated, this will result either in excess stocks, if the markup is too high, or in shortages and queues, if the markup is too low. In calculating the volume of particular goods and services required, the planners used two main methods. One was forecasts of consumer behavior, based on extrapolation, expenditure patterns of higher income groups, income and price elasticities of demand, and consumer behavior in the more advanced countries. The other method was that of plan norms. The first method attempted to foresee consumer demands, the latter to shape them. An example of a consumption plan is the one for China for 1981-5. Its key indices are set out in Table 8.1. The substantial discrepancy between the plan and the outcome demonstrates yet again that the plans often did not determine the course of economic development under state socialism. The planners failed to foresee the size of the increase in consumption which took place. Table 8.1 Personal Consumption Plan for China for 1981-5. Product. Initial level 1980. Plan 1985. Outcome. Non-durables, consumption PA. Grain, kg/person, 214.0 222.0 254.0. Edible vegetable oil, kg/person, 2.33.35.1. Cloth, meters 2/person, 10.011.011.7. Sugar, kg/person, 3.95.05.6. Durables, stock in hands of population per 100 persons at year end. Bicycles 9.7 18.7 21.4. Sewing machines 4.7 9.0 9.4. Watches 12.9 26.2 34.5. Radios 12.1 22.8 23.1. TVs 0.9 3.46.7. Sources: The Sixth Five-Year Plan of the People's Republic of China for Economic and Social Development, 1981 to 1985, 1984, Statistical Yearbook of China 1986, 1986, 596 and 598. Consumption in the state socialist countries was not planned in a uniform way throughout the whole period of their existence. On the contrary, consumption planning depended very much on the stage of economic development they had reached, the economic policies pursued and the planning techniques used. In some periods in some countries it was neglected, and in other periods and other countries much attention was paid to it. A major innovation in Soviet planning in the 1970s was the compilation not just of industry and republic or regional plans but also of comprehensive programs aimed at the solution of major national economic problems. A comprehensive program was primarily a plan for the achievement of a certain objective which required resources from several industries, had a major impact on the structure of the economy, and could extend over a period of more than 5 years. An important advantage of the program approach to planning was that it focused on the results to be achieved, rather than on marginal adjustments to the initial situation. Another advantage of comprehensive programs arose from the fact that the achievement of a particular goal in one sector could have a major impact on many other sectors of the economy. This had to be taken into account if disproportions were to be avoided. In the USSR in the 1980s, several of these comprehensive programs related to consumption. For example, a food program was adopted in 1982. This was a program aimed at coordinating the work of agriculture itself, the sectors which provided it with inputs, such as agricultural engineering and agricultural chemicals, and the sectors which transported, processed, and distributed its products. It embraced irrigation, land drainage and other land improvement schemes, the pay of agricultural workers and the provision of social facilities in the villages, procurement prices and the debts of farms, and a variety of other agro-industrial questions. The food program derived its importance and urgency primarily from the deteriorating availability of food in the USSR in the late 1970s, which led to the widespread introduction of food rationing in 1981. The bad harvests of 1979 to 85, the need to spend huge sums of foreign exchange on grain and meat imports, the use by the USA of the food weapon, the impact of food shortages in Poland, and the poor availability of meat and dairy products in much of the USSR in the late 1970s and early 1980s made the food program of great political and economic importance. It turned out, however, that much of the activity included in the food program, e.g. irrigation of the Black Earth region, the use of heavy tractors, large-scale cattle complexes, was very wasteful, and some of it hampered the development of agriculture. In the late 1980s the attention of Soviet agricultural policy makers switched to radically different policies, see Chapter 6. Another comprehensive program in the field of consumption was the Comprehensive Program for the Development of Consumer Goods and Services adopted under Gorbachev. This was a complete failure. In the Gorbachev period the shortages of consumer goods rapidly worsened. These worsening shortages and accompanying rising prices were an important reason for the end of the Soviet system and of the USSR. When Yeltsin visited the USA in September 1989, the contrast between the abundance of goods in US supermarkets and the limited assortment, widespread rationing, long queues and increasing shortages in the USSR made an enormous impression on him. They seem to have played an important role in his resignation from the CPSU, in 1990, and his determination to smash state socialism and introduce capitalism in Russia, Sukhanov 2011, 80-90. Similarly, the disastrous situation in the consumer goods market was an important reason for the overwhelming support for independence in the December 1991 Ukrainian referendum. The policies of Yeltsin in Russia in the autumn of 1991 and the vote for independence in Ukraine led within a few weeks to the end of the USSR. Planning by norms. 1. A consumption norm is simply the quantity of a particular good or service required per head of the population. Although the method of norms is an alternative to the price mechanism for the determination of output, it is in fact quite widely used in Western countries. It is used in areas where distribution on the basis of purchasing power has been replaced by distribution on the basis of need. Examples are the provision of social housing, hospitals, schools, and parks. Calculations of the desirable number of rooms, hospital beds, and school places per person are a familiar tool of planning in welfare states. The use of norms in consumption planning is illustrated in tables 8.2 and 8.3. Table 8.2 shows nutritional norms and Table 8.3 the relationship between them and actual food consumption in the USSR and selected capitalist countries. This type of data clearly provides important information for the planning of agriculture, the food processing industry and foreign trade. Table 8.2 USSR Daily Nutritional Norms. Intake of nutritional substances, in grams. Age, gender, and labor category. Calorific requirement, in kilocalories. Proteins. Fats. Carbohydrates. Children to 1 year. 800. 25. 25. 113. Children 3 to 6 years 1900. 65. 69. 241. Youths 15 to 17 years 3300. 113. 99. 467. Working age adults. Group 1, mental labor, e.g. students and office workers. Men 3000. 102. 97. 410. Women 2700. 92. 87. 369. Group 2, light manual labor. Men 3500. 109. 113. 478. Women 3200. 102. 103. 437. Group 3, heavy physical labor. Men 4000. 137. 129. 546. Women 3600. 123. 116. 492. Group 4, very heavy physical labor. Men 4500. 146. 145. 615. Non-working pensioners 2500. 85. 74. 351. Table 8.3 Actual and normative food consumption in the USSR, and actual food consumption in selected countries, KGS/head/year. USSR. EECB. USA. China. Food categories. Norm 1985 Actual 1985 as percent of Norm 1984/5 Actual 1982 Actual 1985 Actual. Bread, in terms of flour. 110. 133. 121. 85 C96 D254E. Potatoes. 97. 104. 107. 75. 52. NA. Vegetables and melons. 146. 102. 70. 110. 91. NA. Fruits and berries. 113. 46. 41. 90. 59. NA. Sugar. 40. 42. 105. 34. 34. 6. Vegetable oil and margarine. 9. 9.7. 108. 18. 25. 5. Meat and meat products. 82. 61. 75. 90. 107. 17. Fish and fish products 18F 17.7F. 98. 15. 6. 5. Egg 16G 14G. 88. 14. 15G. 5. Soviet consumption figures were not fully comparable with those for OECD countries. The Soviet figures gave too favorable a picture of Soviet reality. For a discussion of relative food consumption in the USSR and USAC, Berman, 1983, 251-91. The Soviet norms are derived from Potrebnosti, Dikity, Potrebelnye, 1979, 61. Actual Soviet consumption is taken from Narodno Hozyastvo SSSRV 1985 G, 1986, 445. U.S. consumption comes from Statistical Abstract of the United States 1984, 1983, 129. The data for the EEC are from Agriculture Statistical Yearbook 1986, 1986, and for China from Statistical Yearbook of China 1986, 1986, 596. Why was it rational for Soviet men to have 7 pairs of shoes? Why not 4 or 12? Why was it rational for Soviet women to have 15 dresses? Why not more, or less? Perhaps women preferred fewer dresses and more trousers. It is clear that these clothing stock norms had little basis and were largely arbitrary. What was the rational number of cars per person? In view of its limitations, the norm method of consumption planning came in for criticism in the USSR in the late 1980s, e.g. Romashevskaya 1987. What happened when the quantity of a particular good or service which the public actually wished to buy differed from the rational quantity provided by the planners in accordance with the norms? One possibility was to change the norms. For example, experience in the USSR in the 1960s showed that the norms for the purchase of consumer durables, televisions, refrigerators, washing machines, cars etc., were too low and they were raised. Buzlyakov 1969, 172. Another possibility was to advertise the goods so as to boost sales. Hansen, 1974, noted that, in the early 1970s, in the USSR and Poland there was an increasing tendency to use advertising to boost sales of those consumer goods for which buyers' markets existed. Another possibility was to alter prices to bring demand into line with supply. In the traditional model, however, only limited use was made of price changes, e.g. for seasonal fruits, and emphasis was placed on quantity changes in bringing supply and demand into equilibrium. The use of price changes in the attempt to bring about equilibrium in the consumer goods market several times, 1970, 1976, 1980, generated spectacular political explosions in Poland. Although often blamed on the failure of the workers to understand the need for equilibrium, it seems that their real cause was the failure of the authorities to realize the conditions necessary for equilibrium. The December 1970 decision by the Polish government to raise food prices substantially, which led to riots in the working-class towns of North Poland and to the fall of Gomulka, had been preceded by an interesting economic discussion. Mieszkowski 1975, 154-71, Nudy 1971. The discussion was initiated by J. Pajestka, the vice president of the Polish Planning Commission. He argued that the expenditure pattern of Polish consumers was being distorted by an irrational price system. Some relevant data are set out in tables 8.5 and 8.6. Table 8.5 Polish consumption structure in 1967, %. Total. From personal incomes. From social funds. Food 40.0 44.5 14.2. Drink 9.3 10.6. Tobacco 3.1 3.5. Clothes and shoes 13.6 15.5. Fuel and power 2.3 2.7. Housing 7.3 7.7 4.1. Hygiene and health 7.7 3.3 40.1. Culture, sport, and tourism 9.8 5.4 41.5. Transport and communications 4.5 5.1. Other 1.5 1.7 0.1. Total 100.0 100.0 100.0. Table 8.6 Social cost, retail price ratios, Poland in 1970. 1 Food. 1.288. 1.1. Meat and poultry. 1.732. 1.2. Fish. 1.287. 1.3. Fat. 1.288. 1.4. Sugar 0.867. 1.5. Fruit and vegetables 0.864. 2 Clothes and shoes 0.726. 2.1. Fabrics 0.817. 2.2. Ready to wear 0.677. 2.3. Shoes 0.673. 3 Durable goods 0.748. 3.1. Means of transport 0.808. 3.2. Electrical goods 0.732. 4 Chemical manufactures 0.710. 5 Paper products 0.791. 6 Transport services L.391. Source, Nudie, 1971. The tables show that in 1967 more than half of the personal expenditure of Polish consumers went on food and drink. Pajestka suggested that this high share of food expenditure was partly a result of selling food too cheaply. He argued that, given the relative social costs of producing the different commodity groups, see Table 8.6, it would be more efficient to consume less food and more durables. The argument is illustrated in Figure 8.1. Figure 8.1 Changing relative prices to improve welfare. Consider an economy which can produce either food or durables or some combination of the two, as given by the transformation line TT. If market prices equal this rate of transformation, consumption would be P. Consumers would be on the indifference curve too. If actual prices underprice food relative to durables, then the actual consumption point is A. A is a market disequilibrium point, and is on a lower indifference curve than P. Hence welfare maximization requires that consumers be confronted by the rational price TT, rather than the cheap food price SS. This argument sounds plausible, but in fact rests on a number of erroneous assumptions. First, it assumes that the relative price of food in Poland was low. In fact, if a wide range of goods and services is considered, and account is taken of the limited availability of many non-food goods and services in Poland, by international standards it was high. Secondly, it assumes that raising the relative price of food reduces its consumption. Under Polish circumstances it normally did not, since the government was forced to provide compensating income increases which enabled people to attempt to purchase at least as much food as before. Thirdly, it fails to understand the role of disequilibrium relative prices in generating apparent shortages of food products. The Polish economist Podkominer, 1982, argued that, throughout the period 1965 to 78, the disequilibrium in the consumer goods market could have been cured by cutting the price of food, provided that the price of durables, e.g. housing, and services had been raised sharply. According to his analysis, the fundamental cause of disequilibrium on the Polish consumer goods market was not the low price of food but the low price of durables, e.g. housing, and services, and their limited availability. Unable to spend their incomes on housing, which was either unobtainable or very cheap, or on other durables, which were often unavailable, or on leisure or cultural activities, which were either very cheap or unavailable, the population spent its money on food. This generated entirely artificial food shortages. By international standards Polish food consumption was quite high. Perhaps the most dramatic support for the Podkominer thesis were the surprising consequences of the huge food price increases imposed by the military regime in 1982. In February 1982, shortly after martial law had been declared, a price reform quadrupled the prices of virtually all foodstuffs, with the exception of bread and cereals, which had undergone similar treatment several months earlier, alcohol and tobacco. This reform naturally necessitated compensating wage and pension increases, otherwise, much of the population would have died of poverty. This compensating, in fact more than compensating, increase in income touched off an acute shortage of all non-food products, the prices of which were now ridiculously cheap. The excess incomes, resulting from the lack of availability of durables and their low prices in the state sector, were spent on food and in the second economy, generating new food shortages and intensified rationing and hectic activity in the second economy. Of the restoration of equilibrium in the consumer goods market there was no sign. This surprising result was generated, on one level, by a lack of understanding of the importance of substitutability between goods and the results of disequilibrium relative prices. On another level, it was generated by the Bonapartist character of the Jaruzelski regime and its support for the peasantry at the expense of the urban working class and urban intellectuals. Furthermore, it is obvious that an alternative policy of dramatically increasing rents and the prices, and availability, of a wide range of durables and services would also have been unpopular, in particular with the social groups on whom the authorities depended. As pointed out in the previous chapter, cheap housing particularly benefited those holding senior posts in the bureaucratic apparatus. Similarly, holding the prices of cars at disequilibrium levels generates big benefits for those fortunate enough to be allocated a car. A further confirmation of the Podkominer argument came with the relative price movements in Poland after the price liberalization of 1989-90, Bell and Rostowski 1995. Summary. The method of norms was the main method of consumption planning used in the state socialist countries. Its main weaknesses were the arbitrary nature of the norms and the phenomenon of substitutability. The norms could be implemented, inter alia, by quantity and price adjustments. The former was the main method used in the traditional model. Unwise use of the latter could trigger off dramatic political protests, and fail to establish equilibrium in the consumer goods market. Supply and demand. In the USSR the growth of consumption, purchasing power, of the masses continually outstrips the growth of production and pushes it ahead, but under capitalism, on the other hand, the growth of consumption, purchasing power, of the masses never catches up with the growth of production and continually lags behind it, which condemns production to crises. In the USSR the growth of the domestic market will advance beyond the growth of industry and push it forward towards continuous expansion. J. Stalin, 1955b, 300 and 332. A characteristic feature of consumption in the state socialist countries was the existence of shortages and queues. This marked the entire history of the USSR. The intensity of shortages varied over time and between countries. For example, in the USSR, the 1950s were a period of declining shortages, whereas the 1970s were a period of increasing shortages. Similarly in Poland there was a drastic worsening of shortages in the late 1970s, culminating in the crisis of 1981, after which the situation improved. What explained the shortages? This is a controversial question to which a variety of answers have been offered. The macroeconomic explanation is that the shortages and queues were symptoms of suppressed inflation. The volume of purchasing power in the hands of the public was in excess of the volume of consumer goods and services available, given the prices fixed by the state. In the 1920s shortages and queues were officially explained in the USSR as resulting from a goods famine. This phrase suggested that the shortages and queues were a result of physical factors, low output and productivity, akin to the results of a bad harvest. This notion was criticized by a number of Soviet economists. In articles published in 1925 and 1926, Shinin and Novozhelov argued, in effect, that the shortages resulted from violation of the macroeconomic equilibrium equation on page 290 above. The incomes being generated in the economy were in excess of the market value of consumer goods output. Looking at the matter from a static point of view, Novozhelov argued that the solution was to raise prices so as to restore equilibrium. Looking at the matter from a dynamic point of view, Shinin argued for a rapid expansion of the output of consumer goods, and for only a small allocation of investment resources to producer goods. These ideas were decisively rejected by the party, which launched instead a rapid expansion of employment in, and output of producer goods industries. This naturally exacerbated the situation. Rationing of all producer goods and many consumer goods, together with restricted access retail trade, had to be introduced to keep the situation under control. 33 years later, Novoselov, 1959, 199-200, reverted to his earlier theme. He argued that the underpricing of goods leads to the expenditure of time and effort on the search for scarce goods and standing in queues. At the same time, unproductive and even criminal actions, speculation in scarce goods, under-the-counter sales by assistance of the scarce goods, etc., become a source of unjustified enrichment. The views of Novoselov, and other Soviet economists who shared his position on this issue, remained unorthodox up till the late 1980s. The idea of the price mechanism as the most efficient way of allocating scarce goods between consumers was repeatedly rejected by the authorities. They argued that the way to overcome shortages was not to raise prices but to expand output. For example, in a meeting with Moscow workers in January 1983, Pravda February 1, 1983, Andropov raised the question of how to overcome shortages. It is possible, of course, to raise prices. This solution, however, in general does not suit us. What remains? It is necessary to produce more goods so that the shops will not be empty. The classic exposition of the traditional Marxist, Leninist point of view is contained in a speech by Stalin at the 16th Party Congress, 1930, an extract from which is quoted at the head of this section. In that speech he contrasted the relationship between demand and supply under capitalism and under socialism. Capitalism is characterized by overproduction and lack of demand, unemployed labor and machinery, schemes to keep goods off the market by destruction, reductions in output or eliminating competition. Under socialism, on the other hand, demand runs ahead of production, and provides a stimulus to it. Instead of raising prices to re-establish equilibrium, he advocated cutting prices so as to increase real wages, as was done in 1948-54. The view that the macroeconomic situation in the USSR was marked by permanent suppressed inflation focuses on the state sector and ignores the second economy. Grossman, 1977, pointed out that the very presence of a large second economy, and particularly of a black market, in a sense does away with repressed inflation, despite a fairly rigid control of official retail prices. In the second economy, prices tend to be high enough to eliminate any overall monetary overhang, that is, excess of purchasing power over the total supply of goods and services at effective prices, and to forestall a repressed inflationary situation in relation to the controlled and non-controlled sectors taken together. This argument was developed further by Nudi, 1986. In a well-known and influential series of papers, Ports also disputed the macroeconomic explanation, but on different grounds. He applied disequilibrium macroeconomics to the available data, and concluded that, for some countries, e.g. Czechoslovakia, GDR, Hungary, and Poland, for some periods, e.g. the mid-1950s to the mid-1970s, there is no evidence of permanent macroeconomic disequilibrium. According to this line of reasoning, shortages and queues were not as universal as is often supposed, and, where they did exist, may well have been symptoms not of macroeconomic disequilibrium but of microeconomic disequilibrium. Podkaminer, 1988, however, found significant macroeconomic disequilibrium in Poland in 1975-86. An interesting and important conclusion of the research of Ports was that macroeconomic disequilibrium may be a greater problem for economies experiencing the reform process than for economies with the traditional model. Ports and Santorum, 1987, applied the Ports analysis to China in 1955-83. They concluded that there were periods of macroeconomic excess demand in China under the traditional model, notably in 1956-8, 1960, and 1976. Nevertheless, under the traditional model there was often a situation of macroeconomic equilibrium or macroeconomic excess supply. On the other hand, once reforms were embarked upon, macroeconomic excess demand became a chronic problem, marking the whole period 1980 to 3. This was one of the reasons why the reform process in China in the 1980s was far from being a smooth, one-way process. The microeconomic explanation is that the state socialist countries suffered from disequilibrium relative prices. It is entirely possible for the macroeconomic balance equation on P290 to be met, but for the prices of individual goods to differ substantially from the equilibrium levels. Indeed, one might expect this normally to be the case in the traditional model, since in it the planners frequently combined planned balancing of the incomes and expenditures of the population with a policy of stable prices. The microeconomic explanation has the advantage over the macroeconomic one of explaining the existence side by side of both shortages and excess stocks. For adherents of the macroeconomic and microeconomic explanations, the way to overcome the shortages was to adjust prices. Experience has shown, however, that just increasing prices may be ineffective in overcoming the shortages. For example, in Poland in the 1980s there was a rapid increase in state retail prices. According to official data, which are unlikely to have been exaggerated, they doubled in 1982, rose by 20% in 1983, 14% in both 1984 and 1985, 18% in 1986, and 25% in 1987. Nevertheless, shortages remained widespread, and equilibrium in the state retail sector was not re-established. It is quite possible, however, that the failure to re-establish equilibrium was caused not by the inappropriateness of price adjustments but by the incompetence of the authorities. If Podkaminer was right, overcoming the disequilibrium on the consumer goods market required a big increase in the relative price, or availability, of non-food products, such as housing rents, durables and services. Since this did not take place, the shortages remained. Alternative explanations are considered below. From a Marshall-Lien point of view, the permanent existence in countries with the traditional model of shortages, queues and scarce goods, i.e. goods that people want and which are produced, but which are unavailable at a particular place at a particular time, and the replacement of shopping by obtaining with difficulty 3 were a result of eliminating both the short-run and long-run equilibrating mechanisms which exist under capitalism. In the short run, it is appropriate to balance supply and demand by adjusting prices, in the long run by adjusting quantities. Both these feedback mechanisms were, however, eliminated, or severely restricted, in the traditional model. Short-run price flexibility did not exist since prices were determined by state organs and were often stable for prolonged periods. In addition, long-run adjustment of quantities in accordance with consumer demand only existed in an attenuated form, since the output of consumer goods industries was determined by planners in accordance with bureaucratic procedures. Hence, to bring supply and demand into balance required some other mechanism, e.g. queues, shortages, or informal or formal rationing. From a Marshall-Lien perspective, the way to overcome the shortages was to reintroduce the two mechanisms, i.e. flexible prices and the determination of quantities in accordance with consumer demand, the absence of which caused the shortages. The attempt to do this was an important part of the reform process. The distributive explanation concentrates on factors specific to the distribution sector. For example, as was pointed out in Chapter 7, the CMEA countries deliberately kept down the proportion of the labor force engaged in distribution, and this was a major factor in explaining why shopping there took longer than in comparable capitalist countries. Similarly, they also reduced investment in distribution. Research in Poland, Turkin 1977, suggested that the system of responsibility for missing goods was also very important. In the 1940s, regulations were introduced in Poland making those employed in distribution personally responsible for losses, however incurred. The purpose of this was to reduce theft. The system evolved, but the most common arrangement when Turkin did his research was that staff were responsible for losses due to dishonesty, and for losses exceeding 1% of the stock value. In these circumstances the staff had to pay for the losses incurred. If a member of staff stole something and, though convicted, was unable to pay, it was the responsibility of the remainder of the staff to pay for the losses, i.e. there was a common responsibility for looking after state property in shops. Given this system of personal responsibility, stock-taking and checking the receipt of goods were matters of considerable concern to those employed. According to Ministry of Finance regulations, there had to be at least one stock-taking every year, but, if any sales assistant left the shop, a member of the remaining staff had the right to insist that a stock-taking be carried out. In view of this, the unexpected closure of shops, the lack of interest in selling, keeping customers away from products, queues for baskets in supermarkets, etc. all become explicable. The sales assistant's job was partly that of a store detective or security guard. The staff were at least as interested in preventing theft as in selling. Turkin's research is extremely suggestive. Whether or not the same system existed in the other CMEA countries is not known to the author. It may well have done so. Obviously, factors internal to distribution, low levels of employment and investment, the system of responsibility for preventing loss, are an important factor explaining shopping difficulties in the CMEA countries. The social explanation is that increasing the relative prices of the scarcest goods was impossible because this would have led to riots and strikes. Experience in the USSR in 1962 and in Poland in 1970/1, 1976, and 1980 certainly suggests that large state price increases for basic food products could produce an explosive political situation. Many workers evidently preferred shortages and queues, or rationing, to the free availability of goods that only those with money could afford. For example, one of the 21 demands of the August 1980 Gdansk Strike Committee was the introduction of meat rationing, as an alternative to price rises. Already in 1976, Poland rationed sugar, and the USSR in the 1970s and 1980s had enormous food subsidies combined with meatless days and poor availability of food in many areas. The situation was exacerbated by the policy of leaving prices stable for years, so that the necessary readjustments were very large. On the other hand, in some countries, e.g. Hungary and China, significant increases in food prices did prove feasible without explosive public opposition. The behavioral explanation concerns the patterns of behavior that characterize the state socialist countries, their causes and consequences. For example, according to Kornai, 1980, 1985, the fundamental cause of shortages was the soft budget constraint that faced firms in the state socialist countries. The term soft budget constraint refers to a type of behavior within a particular social relationship. Firms with a soft budget constraint are not constrained by their financial situation. If they run into financial difficulties, their superiors will always bail them out. This results from the fact that they are state enterprises for whom the central bodies are responsible. Hence, in place of economic considerations, the dominant factors which determine the behavior of enterprises are bureaucratic factors. This enables them to give free rein to typical bureaucratic objectives such as the desire to expand. The soft budget constraint thus implies a virtually unlimited demand for all products, and this is the underlying cause of the shortages that so plague consumers. The only way of overcoming the shortages, according to this line of reasoning, is a radical economic reform, e.g. the expansion of the private sector, the end of directive planning, real self-financing, allowing the possibility of bankruptcies, etc., which introduces hard budget constraints for the enterprises. Adherents of the behavioral explanation argued that adherents of the macroeconomic and microeconomic explanations were wrong to attach so much importance to the need for raising prices to overcome shortages, since raising prices may not overcome the shortages. This results from a combination of factors. First, many consumer goods were acquired not only by private consumers but also by state enterprises, e.g. foreign trade enterprises, and these were not price sensitive. Secondly, a significant proportion of consumer goods and services were distributed free, education, medical care, or at nominal prices, e.g. housing in many countries, and introducing market pricing for them would have raised major social issues. Thirdly, in many cases the supply curve had a perverse shape, and can be characterized as a shortage-preserving supply curve. The shortage-preserving supply curve is illustrated in Figure 8.2. Figure 8.2, a shortage-preserving supply curve. Figure 8.2 shows a situation in which there is a normal shortage, e.g. a waiting period of 4 years for a car, which cannot be reduced by increasing prices because of the behavior of the planners. When the price is increased, demand falls, but so does supply, because the planners respond to the reduction in demand by reducing production or cutting imports or increasing exports. They aim to preserve the normal level of shortage in this market. This behavior results from the planner's idea of what is normal and acceptable, the fact that decision-making is not guided by profit maximization, and the general environment of shortages, which means that there are always attractive alternative uses for consumer goods, e.g. exporting them so as to earn scarce foreign exchange. It seems likely that all the explanations have been important as causes of shortages and queues in the state socialist countries, the balance between the different explanations varying over time and between countries and products. The debate between the adherents of the various explanations was important in clarifying and deepening understanding of this important issue. The inability of the state economy to meet all consumer needs gave rise to extensive economic activity in all the state socialist countries outside the state sector, see Chapter 2. In some periods, the authorities vigorously attempted to suppress this kind of activity, and in others tolerated it. When economic reform was first discussed, e.g. in the USSR in the 1930s and in Poland in the 1950s, attention was usually focused on the state industrial sector and the need to make it less wasteful and more responsive to the needs of customers. Experience, however, showed that this was very difficult. On the other hand, it also showed that small-scale non-state enterprises could respond quickly to requirements. They had the great merits of producing goods and services that people wanted, of providing incomes and employment, and of not requiring state subsidies. Furthermore, the private sector could play a useful role in reducing disequilibrium in the state sector. It could do this in two ways. First, by increasing the cash required by the population for transactions purposes. Secondly, taxes on the legal private sector could ensure that the output of the sector exceeded the net incomes generated by it, and, hence, that it reduced the demand for consumer goods and services in the state sector. Accordingly, an important feature of the reform process was the relaxation of the restrictions on the small-scale non-state sector. For example, an important aspect of the deepening of economic reform in Hungary in the 1980s and of economic reform in China and Poland in the 1980s was the official encouragement of the small-scale non-state sector. Similarly, in 1986 the USSR adopted a radical law legalizing individual economic activity. This was intended to legalize and encourage small-scale private service and production activities, e.g. repairs to cars and other consumer durables, the building and repair of housing, private lessons and private small-scale medical services, the making of clothes, shoes, furniture, etc. Similarly, from 1987 small cooperatives, originally intended for running restaurants, doing repairs, and producing consumer goods, were encouraged in Soviet official documents. Although this did increase the supply of goods and services, it was also used on a large scale by enterprise management to pay large sums to itself, and favored colleagues and employees. This often turned the accounting money used for inter-enterprise transactions into cash, and, hence, added to inflationary pressures. Official encouragement for small-scale private service and production activities resulted from the fact that experience showed that the state sector was unable to meet fully the demand for consumer goods and services. This was unexpected from the standpoint of traditional Marxism, Leninism, but was true and important. The existence of a private sector in a predominantly state-controlled economy could give rise to social and economic problems, e.g. it undermined the relative position of senior officials, could undermine work morale in the state sector, and could generate popular jealousy of its high incomes, which sometimes led to official campaigns against the sector. They also sometimes led to bureaucratic obstacles to the existence and development of the sector. In retrospect, the growth of a private sector in countries such as Hungary, the USSR, and China was an important stage in the transformation of the traditional model into a capitalist economy. Another way of reducing shortages and queues in the state sector is that of monetary reform. Examples are the USSR in 1947, Poland in 1950, Romania and Bulgaria in 1952, and Vietnam in 1985. In a monetary reform, most of the money held by the public, both cash and bank deposits, is confiscated, normally by ending the validity of the old money, using unfavorable rates of exchange of old money for new, and or converting part of the old money into non-negotiable long-term bonds. The aim is to reduce disequilibrium in the state retail sector, and often also to punish speculators. Monetary reform was normally quite effective in reducing disequilibrium in the state sector. For monetary reform to be successful requires that, after the reform, measured in new money, the supply and demand for consumer goods should balance. If money wages in the new money are much in excess of the availability of goods, and there is a significant free market, e.g. for food products, then instead of eliminating shortages and queues, rapid inflation will be generated. This happened in Vietnam in 1985/6, and seems to have resulted from combining the monetary reform with a transition to the payment to state employees of money wages rather than entitlements to heavily subsidized rationed commodities. This resulted in a big imbalance between the flow of money incomes and the flow of products, especially food products on the free market, and hence in rapid inflation. An alternative to economic or monetary reform as a way of dealing with shortages is rationing. Formal rationing, as opposed to shortages and queues, informal rationing by place of work distribution, or limits on the quantity of particular products that may be sold to each person, or rationing by the price mechanism, was extensively used in the state socialist countries. In the USSR, there was rationing in the Civil War, in 1928-35, and during the Great Patriotic War, 1941-5. In China, all major consumer goods were rationed from the early 1950s until 1980. After 1980, the rationing of many products was gradually relaxed or abolished completely, but remained in force for some time for grain and vegetable oil, and was temporarily reintroduced for pork in December 1987. In Poland, the rationing of some foodstuffs was introduced in 1976 and intensified in the early 1980s. In Cuba and Vietnam, rationing was extensive and lasted many years. Formal rationing has a number of advantages compared with the free market allocation of consumer goods. First, it enables commodities to be allocated on an egalitarian basis. Secondly, it facilitates control over population movement. For example, in Maoist China, rural people could not freely migrate to cities and look for jobs. They had first to apply for permission and receive a ration book usable in the relevant city. However, this became less relevant as the number of rationed commodities fell, and as supplies on the free market grew. Thirdly, it enables goods to be allocated in accordance with paternalistic criteria. For example, whereas distribution via the market may lead to children going without milk as parents spend their earnings on alcohol or tobacco, rationing can attempt to prevent this. Fourthly, it enables goods to be allocated on the needs principle, rather than on the desert principle. Fifthly, it enables discrimination to be made between deserving groups of the population who receive rations, e.g. officials and manual workers, and undeserving ones, e.g. white-collar workers, intellectuals, or enemies of the people, who are left to starve. 4. It also has a number of problems. First, extensive use of rationing undermines material incentives. This may have an adverse effect on labor productivity. Secondly, the accompanying development of a black market is both inefficient and has a demoralizing effect. Thirdly, in general, a person who receives rations is worse off with rations than with an equivalent quantity of money. The reason is that the relative quantities of the various rationed goods which the person is entitled to are likely to differ from the relative quantities of the goods which he/she would have bought had goods been freely available. Unless the rations are only for a small number of very basic goods, or there are stringent punitive sanctions against this disadvantage of rations relative to universal purpose coupons, i.e. money, is likely to manifest itself in a formal or informal market, in which rations for different commodities are exchanged against each other or for money. Fourthly, it separates consumption from the productive contribution that people make to society, and makes consumption partly dependent on connections, personal contacts, friendship, etc. in the political and bureaucratic hierarchies. This undermines production, and increases the role of political and bureaucratic factors in social life. The balance between the advantages and disadvantages of formal rationing depends on the concrete circumstances of particular countries at particular times. It is not necessary to introduce formal rationing in order to replace flexible prices and quantities by administrative methods, in equilibrating supply and demand. A 1970s Soviet book on consumer demand, Levin and Yarkin 1976, 284-9, considered a number of other administrative methods for regulating demand. They included limiting the number of units sold per customer, only selling goods against preliminary orders, which may take a long time to be fulfilled, for example some types of refrigerators, suites of furniture and carpets, and distributing particularly scarce goods, e.g. cars, via employers rather than via the retail system. The fact that such methods were discussed in a book published in 1976 indicates that in the USSR in the mid-1970s the general availability of all goods in all places was still only a dream for the distant future. In the late 1970s and 1980s shortages in the USSR worsened and place of work distribution and local rationing grew in importance. Rationing may exist not only for consumer goods but also for producer goods. The replacement of competition and flexible prices and quantities by rationing, as the allocation mechanism for producer goods, was an important feature of the traditional model. What effects on the economy are there of eliminating competition between firms, allocating producer goods via a rationing system and balancing supply and demand for consumer goods by increasing supply and maintaining prices stable, or even, if possible, reducing them? The standard analysis of this question is by Kornai, 1971, Part 3. His argument is summed up in Table 8.7. Table 8.7 Pressure and suction comparator. Area. Pressure. Suction. Output. In the short run breaks the increase in volume. In the short run stimulates the increase in volume. Inputs. Partial idleness of resources. Free combination of inputs. Tight utilization of resources. Forced substitution of inputs. Technical progress. Stimulates introduction of revolutionary new products. Does not stimulate introduction of revolutionary new products. Quality. Stimulates improvements of quality and a high level of quality. Does not stimulate improvements of quality or a high level of quality. Competition. Sellers compete for buyers. Even the monopolist behaves like a competitor. Buyers compete for sellers. Even when there is a multiplicity of producers, each producer behaves like a monopolist. Adaptation. Producers adapt to consumers in the short run. Producers attempt to establish product differentiation, brand loyalty, and mold consumers. Consumers adapt to producers in the short run. Sharp price adjustments needed occasionally. Uncertainty. Burden of uncertainty carried by the seller. Burden of uncertainty carried by the buyer. Selection. Selection is made by buyer. Selection is made by seller or central administrative organ. Generally, progressive selection criteria. Generally, indifferent or counterproductive selection criteria. Information flow. Generally, the seller informs the buyer. Generally, the buyer seeks to obtain information about buying possibilities. Social consequences. Generally, Unequal income distribution leads to demands for full employment. Efforts to deceive consumers. Waste of resources on advertising and marketing. Generally equal income distribution leads to demands for economic reform. Creation of a market for elite where pressure rules. Creation of a black market where goods can be obtained, at a price. A pressure and suction correspond to a buyer's market and a seller's market, respectively. Source, adapted from Kornai, 1971, 302. Looking at Table 8.7, it is easy to see why capitalism is normally characterized by pressure. It brings rapid technical progress and benefits the upper income groups, as consumers. The costs, unemployment, insecurity of employment, inequality, primarily fall on the working class. It is equally clear why wartime capitalist economies move over to suction. It increases the volume of output, mobilizes hitherto wasted inputs, and facilitates social peace by offering the workers full employment, security of employment and greater equality. One can also see why the orthodox Marxist, Leninist view was that suction was preferable to pressure. It raises output in the short run, eliminates unemployment and insecurity of employment, and its adverse effects on consumption do not affect the elite because of the existence of special shops, sanatoria, and hotels for the elite, where pressure rules. These special facilities also play a useful role in rewarding conformity. 5. The ill effects of suction on consumption were a major reason for the dissatisfaction with the traditional model by wide strata of the population in the state socialist countries. This is easy to understand once one appreciates that shortages and queues have major economic and social costs. These cover such things as the loss of leisure from standing in queues, the deterioration in social relationships, theft from the state, general disregard for the law, widespread dissemination of the petty trader mentality, and the loss of income resulting from the inability to spend money on desired goods or services at state prices. An attempt to measure the latter was made by Collier, 1986. He investigated the following question. How much income would a GDR family of 4 in 1977 have been prepared to give up if, in return, it could have been assured that the actual availability of goods in the GDR, at GDR prices, in the new lower money income situation would have been the same as in the FRG? In other words, what was the cost to the average GDR family of the fact that desired goods were often not available at state prices? He assumed that tastes in the two Germanys were the same, so that the typical GDR consumer, if faced by FRG prices and availabilities, would buy the same commodities as those actually bought by a typical FRG consumer with an equal real income. He calculated that the answer was 13%. This was a measure of the cost to consumers of forced substitution, i.e. the purchase of goods other than those actually wanted because the wanted goods were not available, transaction costs, e.g. bribes, resulting from shortages, the difference between state and second economy prices, and extra savings held only because desired goods were unavailable at state prices. On the other hand, it takes no account of the additional income which some people gain from the shortages. This is both monetary, e.g. bribes, second economy earnings, and in kind, e.g. the benefits to officials from the use of the housing and cars which they have been allocated at low prices. The additional income accrues to two groups of people, high officials by virtue of their position, and spivs, like Ostap Bender, by virtue of their trading ability and widespread contacts. It should be noted that the availability of goods in the GDR in 1977 compared quite well with that normal in the state socialist world. Pressure in an economy divided into classes is accompanied by envy and class struggle. Suction, on the other hand, can give rise to widespread low morale and demoralization. 6. Kornai's argument stresses the advantage of competition, free entry, and flexible prices and quantities, in a buyer's market, for stimulating technical progress and high quality. This corroborates the arguments of Schumpeter and J. M. Clark that the great merit of the competitive market economy is not that stressed by neoclassical economics, of driving prices down to costs and costs to a minimum. Rather, it is the stimulus it provides to new goods and technical progress. Reciprocity. The prolonged inability to obtain many goods and services for money in the state sector gave rise to alternative mechanisms for obtaining them. One such was reciprocity. This was a pre-capitalist institution, Polanyi 1957, Chapter 4, which enjoyed a revival under state socialism, Kornai 1980, 77, Letneva 1998. It consisted of obtaining goods or services by providing goods or services in exchange. In Kornai's example, today you give me material, tomorrow my wife who is secretary at the district clinic will help you get to the doctor in advance of your proper turn. Reciprocity was very extensive and used both to obtain scarce goods, such as meat or furniture, and valuable services, e.g. good marks for one's children in school exams. The use of reciprocity benefited most those with a large number of useful contacts and something to offer in exchange for favors from others. It was an alternative to money in a society in which money was not a universal equivalent. Reciprocity was naturally influenced by the culture and traditions of the country in which the shortage economy was introduced. In the USSR this exchange of favors was known as blat, and played a crucial role in everyday life, whether it was obtaining scarce food or consumer durables, obtaining treatment in a well-regarded hospital, obtaining some kind of official document, or getting one's child into a good school. As the author of an indignant letter to a high Soviet official in 1940 put it, Letneva 1998, 24. If you need to obtain, that is, to buy stuff in the shop, blat is what you need. If it is difficult or impossible for a passenger to obtain a train ticket, it is easy and possible by blat. If you have no apartment, never go to the housing department or anywhere similar, try to have a little blat and an apartment will become available. If you want an excellent promotion at work, at the expense of others, with no justice and legality, again you need blat. Finally, if you address a representative or executive of a state, mass or cooperative organization in order to solve some personal problem, just try to achieve a decision without blat. You'll break yourself but gain nothing. The examples given, such as the difficulty of obtaining train tickets, illustrate both the ubiquity of shortages and the essential role which reciprocity played in making everyday life possible and minimally comfortable. This Soviet exchange of favors was similar to Guangxi in China and Zalotwiczprawie in Poland. Guangxi differed in some respects from blat. Blat always had negative connotations, and the word itself seemed to have emerged from criminal slang. Guangxi was more respectable and part of the proper relationships between people. This revival of a pre-capitalist institution illustrated the fact that in some respects state socialism, far from being a more advanced system than capitalism, was a retrogression compared with capitalism. Under capitalism one does not need to cultivate other people in order to obtain train tickets. They are available over the internet to anyone who can afford them. The effect on consumption of the transition from capitalism to state socialism. Judging by historical experience, the transition from capitalism to state socialism might be expected to have both positive and negative effects on consumption. On the negative side, the following would seem to be the most important. First, there are the costs of revolution, Bukharin 1920, Chapter 6, Sakharov 1969, Panchit 1978. Revolutions result from internal and external political conflicts which have a major cost in terms of lives lost, physical destruction and loss of working time. This will reduce living standards. 7 In addition, the new regime may have to devote considerable resources, which might otherwise have been consumed, to repressing its internal enemies and or fighting, or preparing to fight, its external enemies. Secondly, there is the loss of the output of small-scale private enterprise. The suppression of artisans, small workshops, petty trade, and small-scale private services can have a serious adverse effect on popular welfare. Thirdly, once the state is transformed into the main engine of economic development, mistakes in economic policy can have a major, sometimes catastrophic, effect on consumption. Such mistakes are quite common. Fourthly, the high share of investment in the national income of state socialist countries has an opportunity cost in terms of consumption foregone. Huberman and Sweezy, 1969, 107, noted that this goes far to explain the extreme austerity of life in Cuba today, so much commented on by all visitors to the island. 8. Fifthly, the establishment of a shortage economy will lead to widespread queues, shortages and popular dissatisfaction. On the positive side, the following effects would seem to be the most important. First, there are the gains to the poor from the distribution among them of the confiscated stocks of consumer goods of the rich, e.g. housing. Secondly, to the extent that the level of production is not adversely affected, it is possible to redistribute the income which formerly accrued to the rich. Thirdly, employment can be increased sharply. Fourthly, security of employment can be introduced. Fifthly, education and medical services can be extended to wider strata of the population and rapidly expanded. Do the pluses outweigh the minuses, or vice versa? According to Huberman and Sweezy, 1969, 108, writing about Cuba, but whose argument is perfectly general, the pluses clearly outweigh the minuses. We must emphasize that Cuban austerity is not like that in the underdeveloped countries of the free world. In the latter, the burden of austerity is borne by the workers, peasants, unemployed, etc., whose incomes are extremely low or non-existent and who usually make up from 75 to 90% of the population. The middle strata live in relative comfort and the ruling oligarchies in outrageous luxury. The shops are full only because the price-income system keeps the vast majority from buying what is in them. To the superficial observer there appear to be no shortages, to most of the people there are nothing but shortages. How right was the Cuban boy who said to José Iglesias, "If everyone in Mexico could afford to buy a pair of shoes, how many do you think would be left in the stores?" The point is that in Cuba everyone can afford to buy a pair of shoes, and there are never any left in the stores. And the same goes for nearly all other consumer goods. The explanation is twofold. First, the minimum wage in Cuba is 85 pesos a month and a large percentage of workers get 2 or 3 times as much. Moreover, there is a labor shortage so that every able-bodied person can get a job and many families have 2 or more wage earners. Second, average rents are very low, education and health and some other services are free, and rationed goods are cheap. The result is a large volume of free purchasing power chasing after a very limited supply of goods. In these circumstances, the shortages which are hidden in other countries rise to the surface for all to see. What's more, they affect the entire population including the top management and the middle strata who would be comfortably off in other countries. In other words, everyone feels the shortages, and this sometimes gives the impression that they are a lot worse off than they really are. For the truth is that the shortages which all Cubans have to bear are not nearly as bad as those which afflict the great majority of Latin Americans. This verdict, however, is simply a repetition of the traditional Marxist, Leninist viewpoint. To throw more light on the situation, it is useful to calculate a synthetic social indicator, standardist for differences in economic development. This permits a simple numerical comparison between welfare levels in the two systems. An early attempt to do this was made by the Yugoslav economist Horvat, whose work is reproduced in Table 8.8. The table was constructed in the following way. The 60 most developed countries for which there were statistics were ranked by various criteria. All the state socialist countries among them are listed in the above table. Column 5 ranks the number of tertiary students per 10,000 of the population. Column 6 is the arithmetic average of the rank of hospital beds per 10,000 of the population and the rank of physicians per 10,000 of the population. Column 7 is the average of columns 4, 5, and 6. Columns 8 and 9 give the differences, for each country and for the whole group of countries, between the ranking by GNP and that by basic welfare. For example, a figure of plus 5.0 in D2 indicates that a country in 1970 had achieved a basic welfare level 5 places ahead of the world average for a country with its GNP per capita. Conversely, a figure of 5.0 in D2 indicates that a country in 1970 had only achieved a basic welfare level 5 places behind the world average for a country with its GNP per capita. The table shows clearly that, using Horvit's method, both in 1968 and 1970 the state socialist countries had achieved significantly higher levels of basic welfare than the world average for countries with their GNP per capita. Horvit's paper was interesting as a pioneering attempt to calculate standardist inter-system social indicators. It was also, as is natural with a pioneering work, rather crude. For example, its health service indicators were partial measures of input. They ignored some inputs, such as medicines and medical supplies, and failed to measure output, i.e. the good health of the population. For example, no hospital beds and one doctor in a country where oral contraceptives and reliable condoms are readily available may be at least as useful from a health point of view as 20 hospital beds used for abortions and 10 doctors engaged in abortions and form filling. As a matter of fact, the Soviet death rate rose significantly in the Brezhnev period. The infant mortality rate and virtually all the age-specific death rates also rose in the Brezhnev period. Table 8.8 shows that in 1970 Soviet life expectancy was 6 places behind the world average for a country with its GNP per capita, while its Horvit Health Service Index was 19 places ahead. This simply indicated that measuring the output of a health service by the inputs it uses is wrong. Furthermore, a number of important social indicators, e.g. those relating to housing, were omitted. In addition, the Horvit calculations were vulnerable to Sears's, 1976, criticism of the UN's SSDS, System of Social and Demographic Statistics. It assumed that governments are benign. No attention, for example, was paid to statistics of the proportion of the population in detention. Although none of the state socialist countries published data on this awkward issue, it is well known that the number of detainees per thousand of the population was much higher in the USSR than in many capitalist countries. 9 Hence Horvit's calculations must be considered as a useful pioneering work in the calculation of standardist inter-system social indicators, but one to whose conclusions little significance can be attached. A later attempt to estimate the effect of socialism on social indicators is Burkett, 1985. He took an average of indicators of literacy, infant mortality, and life expectancy at age 1, the so-called PQLI or Physical Quality of Life Index, for 116 countries, of which 10 were socialist. He regressed a number of variables against this index and found that socialism had a significant position effect on the PQLI of a country, the size of which declined as average incomes increased and increased as the national homogeneity of the population declined. Burkett's paper was more sophisticated methodologically than that of Horvit, but, as in the case of Horvit's study, its conclusions must be approached with caution, for the following reasons. The data, both those underlying the PQLI and those for GDP per capita, were far from perfect. Burkett considered the possibility of random errors in the PQLI data but not that of systemic errors. These were quite likely, as a result of the important principle of party-mindedness in economic statistics in state socialist countries, see Chapter 2. Economic and social statistics in the state socialist countries were calculated and published in such a way as to create a favorable picture of the activities of the government. For example, Burkett used the Soviet official infant mortality figure of 28 per thousand live births for 1974. This ignored, however, the fact that the USSR used a definition of live birth which was different from that of most other countries. In the USSR, some babies who died within 7 days of birth, or who did not breathe when born but did show other signs of life, were registered not as births but as miscarriages or stillbirths. 10 Since, according to the population registration statistics, they had never been born, their death was not, according to the population registration statistics, a death. Hence the internationally comparable figure for infant mortality for the USSR for 1974 was not 28 but 32. It was very odd in an analysis which aimed to throw light on systemic differences in PQLI not to examine the underlying data for systemic errors. Furthermore, the choice of components for the PQLI was arbitrary, and threw only limited light on economic welfare. A number of indices not irrelevant to inter-system comparisons were omitted, e.g. the proportion of the population in detention, the proportion of informers in the population, the proportion of the national income devoted to the military and internal security sectors, the average length of time taken by a young person to acquire an independent dwelling, the proportion of the population who died from famine in the 20th century, the average time taken to do the family shopping per week. The inclusion of these indices might well have been not without consequences for the results of inter-system comparisons. In addition, the Burkett calculations only refer to one point in time, the early 1970s. To draw inferences about the effect on welfare of economic systems in general, not just for a short period, would require a number of different observations. An important merit of the various calculations of standardist inter-system social indicators that have been done is that they drew attention to the achievements of the state socialist countries in the provision of public goods, e.g. education, public health, particularly relative to low-income capitalist countries. Commodity number 1. An important feature of personal consumption in the USSR, and Poland, was the role of alcohol. Alcohol consumption per head of the population was not exceptionally high in the USSR. It was in fact lower than in a number of capitalist countries, e.g. France. What was important about the Soviet case were: a. The share of strong drink, i.e. vodka, in total alcohol consumption. In Western Europe wine and beer are much more important. In the early 1980s, spirit consumption per head in the USSR was probably higher than in any other country in the world. b. The amount of drunkenness. This partly results from a. and partly from the way alcohol is consumed. c. The share of alcohol in personal consumption. d. The income of the state budget generated by alcohol. e. The adverse effects of alcohol on labor productivity, and f. The suitability of alcohol for the traditional model. Alcohol consumption per head in the USSR in the 1960s and 1970s was less than in countries such as France and Italy. The level of hard drink consumption, i.e. vodka, whiskey, gin, etc., per capita, however, was probably the highest in the world. The share of hard drink in total alcohol consumption was not uniquely high in the USSR. Poland and Japan had similar shares. What was unique about the Soviet case was the combination of a fairly high level of per capita consumption of alcohol with a high share of hard drink in total alcohol consumption. An important development in the USSR in the Khrushchev-Brezhnev period was the significant decline in the share of hard drink consumption in total alcohol consumption, from 85% in 1955 to 59% in 1979. This reflected the growing production and import of wine in this period. Data on Russian consumption of alcohol are set out in Table 8.9. Table 8.9 Annual per capita consumption of pure alcohol in Russia, liters. Year. Average consumption. 1960. 9.8. 1970. 12.0. 1980. 14.0. 1984. 14.63. 1986. 10.77. 1991. 12.67. Note, these figures include both state-supplied alcohol and illegally produced alcohol. Data on the former come from official statistics, and on the latter were estimated. The figures are per capita, but consumption differed massively by age and gender. The consumption per adult male was considerably higher. A per capita consumption of 15 liters of pure alcohol PA. The level approximately reached in 1984, is equivalent to a consumption per adult male of 3 half-liter bottles of vodka per week. The actual average consumption of vodka by men was less than this, since some alcohol was drunk in non-spirit form, e.g. wine or beer. Source: for 1960, 1970, and 1980, Trammell, 1997, 224, for the remaining years Nemtsov, 2011, 53. The table brings out clearly the substantial growth of alcohol consumption in the Khrushchev-Brezhnev period, the sharp decline in 1985-6 as a result of Gorbachev's anti-alcohol campaign, and the increase as that campaign was abandoned. Drunkenness was a serious social problem in the USSR, resulting in numerous accidental deaths, e.g. car crashes, widespread diseases, domestic violence and marriage break ups, and adversely affecting life expectancy. The drunks lying around on the streets were long a familiar sight of Soviet cities. The USSR had a widespread network of sobering up stations, where drunks were taken and left to sober up. According to Dudokin, 1981, 136, in the late 1970s in the USSR 12 to 15% of the adult population ended up in sobering up stations annually. The large share of household income spent on alcohol was a serious social problem in Tsarist Russia, Siegel 1967, 226. It remained one in the USSR. According to Tremel, 1982, 77, in the late 1970s and early 1980s about 15 to 20% of personal disposable incomes in the USSR was spent on alcohol. This was a very high proportion by international standards. Alcohol sales brought in a very large income for the state budget. According to one estimate, Tremel 1982, 32, taxes and profits from the production and sale of alcohol in 1982 were about 13% of the income of the state budget. Fiscal considerations were a major reason for the widespread use of alcohol in Tsarist Russia and the USSR. In 1913, taxes on spirits were a major source of state revenue and equaled about 5.5% of the national income. Prohibition was introduced during World War I but abolished in the early 1920s largely for fiscal reasons. The official sale of vodka at the pre-war strength, i.e. 40%, was resumed in 1925. Stalin explained clearly the position of the party on the vodka question at the 14th Party Congress, 1925. He stated that the need to rely on the revenue from vodka was disagreeable but essential, since it provided substantial funds for investment, about 10% of the income of the state budget derived from vodka in 1927. The adverse effect of alcohol on labor productivity was notorious and a major cause of the Gorbachev anti-alcohol campaign. The 1914-15 cessation of the sale of vodka in Russia is often credited with increasing industrial labor productivity by at least 7%, and Gorbachev hoped to achieve analogous results. The campaign was a failure. This resulted from the growth in the production of illegal vodka, the budgetary problems resulting from the loss of revenue, and popular opposition. However, while it lasted, it did have favorable effects on public health and life expectancy. Alcohol as a consumption good fitted in very well with the traditional model. It was easy to produce, very profitable for the state, did not require any after-sales service, and performed the important ideological function of bringing some pleasure to the people and blotting out everyday problems, difficulties, and frustrations. In view of the economic and social problems it generated, the alcohol trade was periodically subjected to anti-alcohol campaigns in the USSR. In 1958-9 there was one such campaign, and in the early 1970s another. The Gorbachev campaign of the mid-1980s was particularly vigorous and far-reaching. Russian governments have been organizing anti-drink campaigns since the 17th century, but vodka has scarcely been eliminated. Alcohol abuse survived the fall of the USSR, and remained a serious problem for its successor states, notably Russia. Conclusion. The form which consumption planning has taken varied very much over time and between countries depending on the concrete circumstances. A major method was that of norms. This was a useful method, but had two weaknesses. These were, the arbitrary nature of many of the norms, and the phenomenon of substitutability. The norms could be implemented by quantity and price adjustments. The former was the main method used in the traditional model. Price adjustments could be politically sensitive. They could also fail to establish equilibrium in the consumer goods market. Shortages and queues were common under state socialism. Their intensity and their main causes varied over time and between countries. Important causes were macroeconomic disequilibrium in the state sector, disequilibrium relative prices, the partial elimination of the two feedback mechanisms which exist under capitalism, the behavior of the planners, the soft budget constraint of state enterprises, and the organization of the distribution sector. Shortages and queues had important consequences for the distribution of real income. Senior officials benefited from privileged access, and spivs from their connections. They had considerable costs for the mass of the population and were a major reason for popular dissatisfaction with the traditional model. Because money was not a universal equivalent, instead of payment in money, reciprocity was often used to obtain goods and services. An important result of the inability of the official economy to satisfy all consumer needs was the existence of a large and flourishing second economy. One way of tackling shortages and dealing with the second economy was that of economic reform. This had favorable effects on the availability of consumer goods and services, and turned out to be an important step in the transition to capitalism. Other ways of dealing with shortages were monetary reform and rationing. The general existence of sellers' market conditions had an important effect not only on consumer satisfaction and real incomes, but also on a wide range of economic phenomena, such as employment, job security, technical progress, and information flows. Experience showed that the transition from capitalism to state socialism had both negative and positive effects on consumption. The calculation of standardist inter-system social indicators suggests that socialist countries had a relative advantage in the field of public goods, in particular in low-income countries, and that capitalist countries had a relative advantage in the field of private goods. An important consumption good in the USSR was alcohol, which was produced in both the state and the illegal private sector. Its sale was encouraged by the state in some periods, for fiscal and ideological reasons, and restricted in other periods, because of its adverse effects on labor productivity. 9. Planning international trade. If the free traders cannot understand how one country can get rich at the expense of another, we should not be surprised, since they themselves are also not prepared to understand how, within a single country, one class can get rich at the expense of another class. K. Marx, The Poverty of Philosophy, 1847. For a long time, we all thought that development of the Chinese economy must not rely on the international market. However, the successful experience of some developing countries has demonstrated that for a country to develop its own economy, it must participate in the international division of labor and use the world market. Xiao He, 1991. The Critique of the Capitalist International Division of Labor. The Marxist, Leninist analysis of international trade is analogous to the Marxist, Leninist analysis of the labor market. Where liberal economists see fair exchange and mutual benefit, Marxist, Leninists see unequal exchange and exploitation. Standard expositions of the traditional Marxist, Leninist perspective can be found in Lenin's Imperialism, Sao, 1978, and Karchadai, 1986. From an analytical point of view, it is clear that each school focuses on a different aspect of reality. The former concentrates on allocative efficiency and the latter on the dynamics of inequality. From an empirical point of view, the real issue is what proportion of actual historical experience is explained by each of the models. A neat illustration of the view of capitalist international trade which underlies anti-globalist thinking was provided by Heimer and Resnick, 1971, and is reproduced below. Consider the standard problem of the gains from trade. To make the question more specific, we analyze the mercantilist era, c. 15th, 19th centuries. The situation in the pre-capitalist countries with which Portugal, Spain, the Netherlands, England, and France traded is assumed to be as depicted in Figure 9.1. Figure 9.1. The pre-capitalist economy. A is an isoquant which is determined by the production function 1. Where is food produced, and consumed, per head? Is output per person hour in agriculture. H is hours worked per person in agriculture, and N is the percent of the population in agriculture. Assume that is given, for example, by subsistence or custom, and A is given, by technology. The variables are H and N. Hence, comparing equilibrium positions, a lower N implies a higher H, and vice versa. Consider the point A1, assumed to represent the situation in pre-colonial Africa. The proportion of the population engaged in agriculture, N1, is very high, and the hours of agricultural work of these people, H1, are modest. Much time is available, after satisfying food requirements, for the production of rural household goods, for ceremonies, and for leisure. The proportion of the population engaged in non-agriculture, 101, e.g. the ruler and his family, the aristocrats, soldiers, urban servants, clerks, urban traders and artisans, i.e. those termed non-productive by the physiocrats, is small. Consider the point A2, assumed to represent the situation in pre-colonial Asia. The non-agricultural proportion of the population, 102, is larger than at A1, and, hence, the hours worked in agriculture per agriculturalist, H2, is larger than at A1, in order to provide food for the larger non-agricultural population. Compare the welfare of the agricultural population, the great bulk of the total population, at A1 and A2. At both, food consumption per head is the same, but at A2 hours of work in agriculture are higher than at A1 because of the necessity of feeding the larger non-agricultural population. Except in the special case in which the agricultural population receives substantial benefits from the non-agricultural populations, e.g. irrigation systems which raise productivity in agriculture, or consumer goods, or defense from attack, it seems reasonable to suggest that the welfare of the masses was higher at A1 than at A2. Introduce, mercantilist, trade into the model. In the African case the state grew. A military group that succeeded in monopolizing coercive power in a given area could establish law and order for traders and levy taxes. The strength of the state could also be used to enslave part of the population and use it for export, either directly, as slaves, or indirectly, as slave-produced commodities such as gold. It was thus possible to appropriate a surplus through exploitation of labor, as well as through the taxation of trade. As far as welfare is concerned, there were three significant effects. First, the state grew. Secondly, a proportion of the population was enslaved. Thirdly, there was an inflow of manufactured goods, e.g. whiskey and guns. The first and third benefited the elite. The first and second were losses for the masses. In the Asian case the state shrank. The indigenous Oriental despotisms were shattered. This was a clear gain to the local agricultural population. This gain was, however, reduced, or eliminated altogether, in those areas where the mercantilist traders levied significant taxes which fell, directly or indirectly, on the agricultural population. In the Latin American case, contact with the mercantilists led to the complete collapse of the local societies. Almost all the inhabitants of Mexico and Peru, and North America, died or were killed. The gains and losses from mercantilist trade are summarized in equation 2, below. 2. The question is, what is the sign of A? It is difficult to disagree with Heimer and Resnick's, 1971, 482, view that, it is hard to imagine any reasonable set of calculations that would show that the value of the increase in world income during the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries could offset the tremendous costs associated with the murder and enslavement of Africans and Americans. 1. State socialist countries created their foreign trade institutions precisely to prevent the losses to the backward countries that, in the Marxist, Leninist view, unrestricted trade between advanced capitalist countries and backward countries brings, while still obtaining the benefits international trade can bring under the right circumstances. The USSR emerged from a civil war in which the leading capitalist countries, Britain, France, Japan, and the USA, intervened militarily, and from a world war in which the Russian Empire had fared badly against Germany, with whom the Bolsheviks had been compelled to conclude a peace treaty which signed away a significant part of the Russian Empire. The USSR expected future conflicts with the capitalist world. Besides possible military conflicts, the Bolshevik leaders felt threatened by the cheap goods produced in capitalist countries. Whereas in the USSR goods were scarce, often of poor quality and relatively dear, capitalist goods were abundant, usually of good quality and relatively cheap. Hence, Soviet citizens yearned for them, and people going to the USSR would usually take some with them. This yearning for foreign goods reflected badly on the Soviet system and ultimately was a factor contributing to its destruction. Soviet foreign trade policy was designed to keep out the cheap foreign goods and the political threat they represented, while at the same time importing the capital goods necessary for achieving the goals of overtaking and surpassing the capitalist countries. Point 2 For these purposes the USSR, and the countries which copied its institutions, organized a state monopoly of foreign trade. The advantages of the state monopoly of foreign trade were fivefold. First, it enabled the country concerned to use scarce foreign currency in the way that most facilitated rapid development, by cutting out imports of inessential goods and maximizing imports of machinery. Secondly, it protected domestic industry. Thirdly, it insulated the economy from the law of value, e.g. it limited the impact of capitalist recessions on domestic economic activity. Fourthly, it allowed the country to use its monopoly power, as a seller, or monopsony power, as a buyer. Fifthly, it restricted capitalist influence over the development of the economy to a minimum. The problems of the state monopoly of foreign trade were threefold: strategic, technical and political. Strategically, i.e. from the point of view of growth strategy, because the state monopoly tended to have an adverse effect on exports to capitalist countries, it could harm quality, productivity, and economic growth. Technically, because the planners lacked sufficient information and time to process it, they could make inefficient trading choices. Politically, the possibility of private individuals obtaining commodities they wanted from abroad, e.g. travel, consumer electronics, or selling abroad commodities that they had produced, e.g. wheat or software, was reduced. Summary. The characteristic feature of state socialist foreign trade was the state monopoly. This was based on a theory of trade between advanced and backward countries that stressed the losses which unrestricted commercial intercourse can bring the latter. State control of foreign trade had both advantages and problems. The socialist international division of labor. The disintegration of the single, all-embracing world market must be regarded as the most important economic sequel of the Second World War. China and other, European, people's democracies broke away from the capitalist system, and, together with the Soviet Union, formed a united and powerful socialist camp confronting the camp of capitalism. The economic consequence of the existence of two opposite camps was that the single all-embracing world market disintegrated, so that we now have two parallel world markets, also confronting one another. J. Stalin, Economic Problems of Socialism in the USSR, 1952. In this section 5 different models of socialist international trade will be considered. They are, the socialism in one country model, the socialist imperialism model, the international planning model, the socialist multilateralism model, and the economic integration model. Each model roughly corresponds to the actual historical experience of certain countries at certain times. Socialism in one country. This model approximately corresponds to the experience of the USSR before 1945 and of China in 1960–78. In it, the country concerned uses the state monopoly of foreign trade to ensure that scarce foreign exchange is used primarily to import machinery and thus accelerate economic growth. The country cuts itself off from the international labor and capital markets. The internal price level is insulated from world prices by the monopoly, the maximum possible volume of imports is acquired, and the choice between possible imports is governed primarily by technological and political factors. Imports are paid for, apart from credits, by selling on the world market sufficient exports to generate the requisite foreign exchange, almost independently of domestic costs and profitability. The country regards the acquisition of technically advanced imports as the main object of foreign trade. In this it is unlike capitalist countries, which regard exports as the main desideratum in international trade. This is simply another example, analogous to those already encountered in chapters 6 and 8, of the general phenomenon that economic growth in the state socialist world was normally supply constrained. In the capitalist world, on the other hand, it is normally demand constrained. When the political leadership became dissatisfied with the traditional model and embarked on reforms, one of the areas in which it made changes was the state monopoly and the attempt to create a socialist world market confronting the capitalist world market. In the USSR in 1986, as part of Gorbachev's campaign to raise the growth rate and in the wake of a sharp deterioration in the Soviet terms of trade, important institutional changes were announced. They were, a decentralization of the authority to make foreign trade decisions, a willingness to embark on joint ventures with firms from capitalist countries, and an interest in participating in the work of GATT. These were cautious steps in the direction of reintegration into the world market, and rejection of Stalin's thesis of the division of the world economy into two world markets which confronted each other. In China, as part of the post-1978 economic reforms, major steps reintegrating the economy into the world market were undertaken. These included a substantial delegation of powers to initiate foreign trade transactions, a great increase in foreign trade, foreign borrowing, and later lending, joint ventures, the creation of special economic zones, the opening up of the country to foreign investment, and the export of labor. These reforms were recognition that, in the socialism in one country model, the level and static efficiency of both imports and exports are often inadequate, and also that the country is unable to gain the dynamic growth and efficiency enhancing effects of an expanding and competitive export sector. They were also recognition that failure to integrate into the world market had high costs. The socialism in one country model was not suitable for small, foreign trade dependent, countries. Nor was it suitable for a group of state socialist countries. Socialist imperialism. At the end of World War II, Soviet troops occupied much of Eastern and Central Europe, China, and Korea. The USSR used the dominant political position which it acquired in this way to benefit itself economically and to impose its ideas on economic organization on some of its neighbors. It removed machinery from East Germany, Hungary, and Romania. 3. It reoriented trade towards itself. 4. And established companies with joint Soviet, local ownership and Soviet management in East Germany, China, Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, Yugoslavia, and Czechoslovakia, which partly produced goods for the USSR. 5. Throughout Eastern Europe, it imposed an oppressive and inefficient agricultural system, a high share of investment and defense in the national income, and an economic model which disregarded personal consumption. Soviet behavior towards its dependents in this period was much less favorable to them than US behavior towards its dependents. 6. The main burden of socialist imperialism fell on what was first of all the Soviet occupation zone of Germany, and then became the German Democratic Republic, GDR. According to one source, Mehrer 1974, in 1945-60 Soviet zone/GDR net transfers to the USSR were about 19 billion current US dollars. 7. This huge sum represented between a fifth and a third of Soviet zone/GDR GNP in 1946-53, and exceeded the total flow of Marshall aid to all Western Europe. According to an estimate quoted in the same source, Soviet zone transfers were about 3% of Soviet national income in 1950 and higher percentages in the immediate post-war years. The burden on the Soviet zone/GDR was greater than the gain to the USSR, because of the inefficient dismantling of machinery. Economic relations between the USSR and Eastern Europe, especially the Soviet zone of Germany, in this period, were analogous to those between the Soviet government and Soviet collective farms under Stalin. In both cases coercion was used to collect tribute. In both cases the Soviet government collected substantial revenue in this way. In both cases, however, there was a substantial cost in terms of low rates of growth of labor productivity, high costs of production, poor development of quality and technical progress, and a sullen resentful attitude by the labor force. Because the collective farmers were geographically isolated, in their case this resentment, once collectivization had been imposed, never led to any very strong resistance. In the foreign trade case, however, because of the existence of nation-states and compact groups of workers in industrial cities, it led to the break with Yugoslavia in 1948, and to the demonstrations by the German workers in 1953 and the Polish workers in 1956. In 1953-6 the USSR radically changed its policies. The legitimacy of varying roads to socialism was recognized. The Soviet shares of the mixed companies were returned to the host countries, and reparations were ended. The removal of machinery had already ended in 1946.8, the prices at which the CMEA traded from the early 1950s were persistently more favorable for the exporters of finished products than for the exporters of raw materials. As a result, the USSR, which mainly exported raw materials and imported machinery, generally had worse terms of trade inside the CMEA than those that prevailed on the world market, Marrer 1972. In addition, the USSR extended, mainly by way of trade, substantial economic assistance towards China, notably by providing the designs, machinery, and many of the specialists for the construction of the majority of the modern industrial plants, the building of which constituted the core of the Chinese First Five-Year Plan, 1953-7. These economic policy changes were part of the general attempt to replace coercion by cooperation in the relationship between the Soviet government and its subjects which characterized 1953-6. Another example is Soviet agricultural policy. Similarly, during the 1960s and 1970s the USSR provided Cuba with designs, machinery, and specialists for industrialization, substantial credits and relatively attractive export markets. In addition, in the 1970s and 1980s the USSR provided economic assistance to Vietnam. The CMEA was not immune to the two world oil shocks, 1973-4 and 1979-81. Oil and natural gas were very important Soviet exports, both to the capitalist world and to the CMEA. The short-term stability of prices within the CMEA at a time of sharply increased prices in the capitalist world had the effect of temporarily shielding the East European countries from the oil shocks and temporarily depriving the USSR of their full benefit. Spot exports to the capitalist world benefited immediately. This meant that, calculated at opportunity costs, the CMEA suddenly seemed to have turned into a significant economic liability for the USSR. This was pointed out after the second oil shock by Maresa and Vanus, 1983. Their calculations are set out in Table 9.1. The data in Table 9.1 would seem to indicate that the USSR subsidized Eastern Europe on a massive scale. However, Speckler and Speckler, 2009, pointed out that whether or not Eastern Europe was a burden on the USSR depended on which items were included in the calculations, and which year, were, considered. The relations between the USSR and Eastern Europe were not just a matter of trade. They were much wider and included a much wider range of policies. One such policy was defense. The East European CMEA countries were also members of the Warsaw Pact, and as such contributed substantially to the USSR's position in the world, by their military preparations, and by help to developing countries, economic aid, military aid, students hosted. Their military preparations led to military budgets substantially higher than those they would have chosen had they not been members of the Warsaw Pact. Taking these factors into account, Speckler and Speckler estimated that, in fact, the East European burden on the USSR, even in 1982 just after the second oil shock when it was relatively high, was only somewhere between $3,900 million 1982 US dollars and zero, depending on the estimate of excess military expenditures. Furthermore, calculations of the Maresa, Vanus type do not include the opportunity cost to the East European countries of orienting their trade towards a region which lacked the stimulus of competition and lagged technologically behind the advanced capitalist countries. For Eastern Europe, the main burden in its relationship with the USSR was that membership of the Soviet sphere of influence required an economic system that was inefficient, and that greatly reduced the real incomes of the population compared with what they might otherwise have been. This was a burden on Eastern Europe which was not a gain to the USSR but simply a deadweight loss. As Sartre once put it, the CMEA/Warsaw Pact was a system imposed by force that caused losses to both the USSR and Eastern Europe. By the late 1970s, perhaps the main gainers from the CMEA were its less developed members, such as Bulgaria, Cuba, and Vietnam. These gained guaranteed export markets, stable supplies of raw materials, and the possibility of re-exporting for hard currency raw materials imported from the USSR. International planning. In the 1950s, the CMEA made the transition from the socialist imperialism model to the socialism in one country model, modified by bilateral trade. Each country planned its own development, its plans including a substantial and growing volume of bilateral trade with its CMEA partners. This was, however, insufficient to overcome the contradiction between the international nature of the productive forces and the nation-state. The members of the CMEA, with their existing institutions, were unable to capture all the gains that might have been available from specialization and economies of scale. The rapid development of economic integration in the capitalist world, particularly in Western Europe, made them increasingly aware of this. In 1960, the Polish leader Gomulka observed of the relations between CMEA members, "There is no cooperation whatsoever in the important sector of investment, everyone peels his own turnip, and loses by it." Accordingly, in 1962, Khrushchev suggested that the CMEA should establish a unified planning organ, empowered to compile common plans and to decide organizational matters. Marxists consider that within any nation the efficient allocation of resources requires national planning, as explained in Chapter 1. Similarly, Khrushchev argued in 1962, the efficient allocation of resources within the CMEA required supranational, CMEA-wide, planning. This planning, it was suggested, should concern itself primarily with investment. Nevertheless, the CMEA was not transformed into a supranational planning organization, for two reasons. First, Romania, as a less developed country, objected on classical Listian 9 grounds to supranational investment planning based on current comparative costs. Secondly, in the early 1960s, it became increasingly realized within the CMEA that there was a contradiction between seeking to raise efficiency and striving to increase still further the role of central planning. It was precisely at this time that there was widespread discussion of how, given the development of the productive forces and the techniques of planning, planning was hindering efficiency. Hence, the focus of discussion within the CMEA on measures to improve its modus operandi switched from strengthening the planning element to strengthening market relations. Socialist multilateralism. According to standard Western theory, bilateralism in international trade is bound to lead to waste. It either constrains the volume of trade to the export potential of the country with the lesser export potential, or forces the country with a greater export potential to accept goods which it does not want very much. This argument was applied to the CMEA by Van Brabant, 1973, 1974, and Auch, 1972. Auch's analysis is set out in figures 9.2, 9.3, and 9.4. In figure 9.2, the arrows indicate the direction of trade and the numbers its volume. For example, A imports 40 units from B and exports 80 units to B. Trade is multilateral and each country is in balance of trade equilibrium. Total trade volume is 240. Under conditions of bilateralism with the export constraint operative, Trade will take place as in figure 9.3. Total trade volume is 120. Welfare is substantially less than in the multilateral case. In figure 9.4, H indicates hard commodities, i.e. goods that are really wanted, and S soft ones, i.e. goods that are not much wanted. In a situation of bilateralism with soft commodities, the volume of trade is 360. This is more than in the multilateral case, but 1/3 of the trade consists of the import of soft commodities. Hence, welfare may well be less than in the multilateral case. The softness of much of the trade taking place may be confirmed by the activities of capitalist export firms, re-exporting the soft goods and supplying hard ones in exchange, thus introducing elements of de facto multilateralism. Figure 9.4 also illustrates how the traditional model can generate a discrepancy between output levels and welfare levels. The merits of multilateralism were recognized in CMEA circles from the mid-1950s. In 1957 and 1963 agreements were reached between the members on multilateral clearing. The 1963 agreement created a special organ for this purpose, the Bank for International Economic Cooperation, accounts with which were kept in transferable rubles. The transferable ruble was an inconvertible unit of account used for CMEA trade. It was basically just a new name for the clearing ruble, the unit of account for the bilateral trade between the USSR and other socialist countries, used from 1950. The new name signified a recognition in principle of the desirability of moving towards multilateralism and convertibility. In the agreement setting up this bank it was stated that, within 1 year from the foundation of the bank, the board will study ways of introducing into the scope of its operations transacted in transferable rubles, the possibility of a conversion into gold or freely convertible currencies. Nevertheless, currencies remained inconvertible and trade bilateral throughout the CMEA's history. Each member of the CMEA strove for strictly balanced bilateral trade with each of their CMEA partners and for each calendar year. 10 Why was this? The fundamental reason concerned the internal economic institutions of the USSR. Bilateralism in foreign trade was simply one specific example of the traditional model in action. In the bilateral case, trade is carried on in accordance with instructions. Prices, which are important for accounting and aggregation, are barely relevant for allocative purposes. In the multilateral case, the volume and composition of trade is largely determined by relative prices. The price system of the traditional model was, however, most unsuitable for allocative purposes. For one thing, internal and external prices were separated. This meant that an enterprise could not realistically compare domestic and foreign prices with a view to making trade decisions. For another, the price a country obtained for its exports varied very much between its export markets. An example is set out in Table 9.2. As can be seen from Table 9.2, for many exports to CMEA countries, the same commodity could vary in price by more than 100% or depending on which country it was sold to. In addition, the relative prices of primary and processed goods differed inside the CMEA and on the world market. Furthermore, the CMEA countries operated a multiple exchange rate system. Given all these price discrepancies, only administrative control over trade could preserve the planned volume and structure of trade. The transition to multilateralism in foreign trade would have required a reform of the price system so as to enable it to replace many of the administrative procedures which traditionally determine the volume and direction of foreign trade. Hence, foreign trade remained bilateral and currencies inconvertible while the USSR adhered to the traditional model. Economic integration. The gains from adding to our mutual economic possibilities within the CMEA are not measured, of course, only by purely commercial accounting. L.I. Brezhnev, Speech at the 26th Party Congress, 1981. The abandonment in the late 1960s in Czechoslovakia and the USSR of a reform of the traditional model, both internally and within the CMEA, led to the emergence of a new model of CMEA cooperation, that of economic integration. This was clearly embodied in the comprehensive program for the deepening and improvement of collaboration and the development of socialist economic integration of the CMEA countries, adopted in Bucharest in 1971. The objective of economic integration was to maximize the gains from economies of scale, specialization, and participation in the international division of labor. Economic integration took such forms as trade, industrial cooperation, movement of labor, technical and scientific cooperation, energy integration, the financing of investment, the creation and operation of socialist common enterprises, and plan coordination. A major aspect of CMEA integration was the coordination of the trade plans of the member states. This facilitated a substantial increase in trade. 11 Some data are set out in Table 9.3. In the 33 years 1950 to 83, the exports of the CMEA rose 42 times, in current prices. It is interesting to observe that the share of their exports to each other in their total exports, which fluctuated around 60% in 1950 to 72, fell sharply in the period in which the integration model was supposedly being implemented. About 60% in the year the comprehensive program was adopted. This share had fallen to about 50% a decade later. Major factors explaining this were the increase in world energy prices that enabled the USSR to greatly increase the income from its oil and gas sales to the capitalist world, and the Soviet policy of using this windfall income to finance imports of grain and machinery. This illustrates the general thesis that plans are only one of the factors influencing economic outcomes, the environment and policy being others, and they are often more important than the plans in determining the outcome. Integration was concerned not just with trade but primarily with the structure of production. Members of the CMEA tried to coordinate their medium and long-term planning to cut out duplication of production and gain the maximum benefits from economies of scale and specialization. This coordination took various forms. One was the specialization of production of particular products in one country, with all the CMEA providing a market, e.g. buses in Hungary. In this way, the producer could hope to gain the maximum economies of scale, and consumers the possibility of using their resources more efficiently elsewhere. This was not very successful. The main problems were the predominance of finished products in cooperation projects and inadequate specialization in the production of components. This situation, which compared unfavorably with that in Western Europe, appears to be an example, on the international level, of the adverse effects on an economy of the rationing of producer goods, which led all producers to attempt to produce their own components so as to be protected from the failure of supplies to arrive on time and in the quantity and of the quality required. See Chapter 2. An important area of specialization within the CMEA was in defense industry equipment, Germuska 2006. This was coordinated by the Defense Industry Committee of the CMEA, originally formed in 1956 but really only effective from 1958. The Hungarian military industry specialized in armored vehicles, radar, telecommunications equipment, and some types of guns. The Polish defense industry specialized in weapons, aircraft, military electronics, and armored vehicles. Czechoslovakia specialized in the production of small arms, aircraft, tanks, and explosives. Bulgaria specialized in anti-aircraft missiles, ammunition, optical devices, anti-tank weapons, and navigational radar. This specialization enabled the countries concerned to overcome the problems caused by their small domestic markets for weapons, and enjoy the benefits of economies of scale and specialization. It also provided them with additional exports. By the 1980s, about 70 to 80% of Hungary's production of military equipment was being exported. According to the Hungarian historian Germuska, 2006, 105 defense industry cooperation among the countries of the Warsaw Pact was one of the most beneficial and profitable sectors of the Comecon integration. Another area of integration was the supply of labor by one member to another. By the mid-1970s there were probably about 150,000 workers from CMEA countries working in other CMEA countries. A large share of the foreign workers were employed in the GDR, where the labor shortage was most acute. There were also foreign workers elsewhere. The provision of labor was one of the ways countries such as Bulgaria and Vietnam met their obligations. The movement of labor between CMEA countries, and from countries such as Yugoslavia to CMEA countries, was hindered by currency inconvertibility. Intra-CMEA movement of labor was distinguished from the movement of labor from the global south to western countries by its small scale, its organized, intergovernmental character, and the fact that foreign workers do not seem to have been employed mainly in unskilled, poorly paid jobs. Yet another area of integration was the Joint Research and Development Program. An example was the Joint R&D program carried out, under an agreement signed in 1972, in the field of numerically controlled machine tools. Scientific and technical cooperation between CMEA members had a long history prior to the emergence of joint R&D programs. For many years, a major form of scientific and technical cooperation was the free provision of scientific and technical documents, i.e. designs for new machines, products, and processes. This was attractive to the less developed CMEA members, which were net recipients of this documentation, but unattractive to the more advanced members, which were net providers of it. In 1985 the CMEA adopted long-term joint research programs in electronics, automation, nuclear energy, raw materials, and biotechnology, see below. A well-known and very tangible example of integration was the 5,500 km Druzhba oil pipeline which carried Soviet oil to Hungary, Poland, the GDR, and Czechoslovakia. Another was the 2,750 km Soyuz gas pipeline from Orenburg in the USSR to Eastern Europe. Hungary, the GDR, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Bulgaria all helped to build it, as did West Germany which supplied pipes, and France which supplied technical training, and received gas deliveries from 1979 onwards in exchange. In addition, the mere United Electric Power Grid allowed members to lend or borrow electricity during peak periods and also to export, or import, electricity. The reliability of the joint electricity supply system was, however, imperfect. When there were acute regional power shortages, as in the winter of 1984/5, some members used more electricity than they were entitled to, at the expense of other members. Nevertheless, integration in the energy area, largely the import of Soviet oil and natural gas by the other CMEA members, was one of the major activities of the CMEA. It provided the smaller CMEA countries with an essential raw material, and the USSR with a means of paying for imports from Eastern Europe and a potent political lever. Despite this, East European imports of OPEC crude rose sharply in the 1970s. In determining export markets for oil and gas, the USSR had to balance its hard currency requirements against CMEA integration. This latter fact illustrated the general proposition that the continued inconvertibility of the CMEA currencies was a serious problem for the CMEA. It tended to ensure that the best quality goods went to the capitalist world, and that it was only goods of lesser quality, or top quality goods in smaller quantities than were required, that went to other CMEA countries. This is simply an expression of one of the oldest propositions in economics, Gresham's law, applied to barter trade. In effect, within the CMEA two types of goods, and the corresponding forms of money, circulated, bad or soft goods and good or hard goods. As Gresham's law leads one to expect, bad drove out good, so that it was difficult to obtain from a CMEA partner as much as one wanted of goods that were hard. CMEA trade expanded, but so did the frustrations of its members, who were unable within the CMEA to obtain in sufficient quantities the goods they most wanted, owing to institutional limitations. From 1971, the CMEA had a bank, the International Investment Bank, which extended credits for investments, i.e. project loans. The IIB was analogous to the EU's European Investment Bank, EIB, or to the original function of the World Bank, IBRD. Also in the financial field, members of the CMEA were committed by the Comprehensive Program to Study, in 1976-9, the possibility and procedures for establishing single rates of exchange between their currencies. The plan was to make a decision on this matter in 1980. Nothing happened in this area in 1980, because of the unwillingness at that time of the USSR to abandon the traditional model. In addition, within the CMEA there were socialist common enterprises, socialist multinationals. An early example was Haldex, the Polish-Hungarian concern for processing coal dumps. Other examples were Interatomenergo, the huge organization created in 1973 to develop and construct nuclear power stations for all the CMEA, and the Cotton Mill Friendship, jointly owned by the GDR and Poland and founded in 1972. Most of the socialist common enterprises had a bilateral character. As a result of the growth and usefulness of socialist common enterprises, in 1976 the CMEA adopted the Uniform Principles for the Creation and Functioning of International Economic Organizations. This document was intended to provide a legal framework for the socialist common enterprises. It put forward two main principles. First, that the activities of socialist common enterprises should be governed strictly by economic criteria. Secondly, that each socialist common enterprise should be governed by the economic and financial regulations of the country where its headquarters were. The absence of single exchange rates and uniform prices were big problems for these joint enterprises. According to Zubkov, 1979-59, while these problems were not resolved, in every case special coefficients had to be used to convert costs into the national currencies of the participating countries. In one case, it was necessary to use 14 main coefficients and 30 auxiliary coefficients for this purpose. It is obvious that such a multiplicity of coefficients introduced the possibility of arbitrary decisions, conflicts of national interests and manipulation. An important aspect of CMEA integration was plan coordination. During the 1970s, members of the CMEA devoted increasing efforts to coordinating their medium and long-term plans, and these plans formed the basis for their long-term trade agreements. Two other important aspects of plan coordination were the CMEA comprehensive programs and the joint investment projects. CMEA comprehensive programs were an innovation of the late 1970s, and were an application on the international level of the program approach already applied internally. See Chapter 8 for a brief discussion of consumption programs. In July 1976, the 30th session of the CMEA, meeting in Berlin, agreed to discuss 5 comprehensive programs to be implemented in a 10 to 15-year period. 3 were adopted in 1978, and 2 in 1979. In 1985 the 41st session of the CMEA adopted a comprehensive program of scientific and technical progress up to the year 2000. This was a joint research and development program for 5 key areas of technical progress. They were electronics, automation, nuclear energy, new materials, and biotechnology. Examples of the joint investment projects were the Kiambayev asbestos project in the Urals, the UST Ilim cellulose plant in eastern Siberia, and a nickel-cobalt mine in Cuba. The countries supplying the investment resources were scheduled to receive in return some of the output when the project came on stream. These joint investment projects gave rise to considerable conflicts. The smaller East European countries strove to limit their contributions to them, the USSR to increase them. Another problem was the calculation of costs and national contributions for projects undertaken by countries with relative prices which differed between countries and from those on the world market, and with multiple exchange rates. Because of all these problems, the actual volume of joint investments, 7 billion transferable rubles in 1976-80, and 2 billion transferable rubles in 1981-5, was considerably below the planned volume, 9 billion transferable rubles in 1976-80 and 4.5 billion in 1981-5. This showed that the same economic mechanism which generated excess investment internally limited investment cooperation internationally. On the whole, it seems most appropriate to interpret these joint investments as a combination of a price rise for the exporters with a hardening of the structure of counter-deliveries received by them, CSIBA 1985. They resulted, basically, from inconvertibility and bilateralism, which simultaneously partially demonetized international trade, and generated goods of various degrees of hardness and softness. The CMEA integration program failed to provide an attractive alternative to the world market for the CMEA members. When world commodity prices, especially oil, were rising, Soviet exports of these products were attractive to the importing countries. For the Soviet Union, however, the hard currency to be earned on the world market was more attractive than the products to be obtained from the CMEA partners. When oil prices declined, in the late 1980s, the inability of the USSR to expand the quantities of primary products exported set limits to the size of the Soviet market for the other CMEA countries and hampered their export industries. The CMEA was unable to provide the hard currency necessary to meet hard currency debt commitments, a dynamic market, or the stimulus to quality and world standards generated by the fierce competition on the world market. In addition, the integration process was an important factor strengthening Soviet control over the economies of its junior partners. For example, the development of joint research and development programs with Soviet-led organizations, with institutes and firms in other CMEA countries playing a subordinate role, weakened the role of national governments and strengthened the grip of the USSR on economic activities in the CMEA countries. This resulted from the dominant position of the USSR within the CMEA. As Abonyi and Sylvain, 1977, 153, put it, in a useful survey of the political economy of this process, CMEA integration deepens Soviet penetration by structuring the behavior of dependent elites. The integration process also led to great efforts in the USSR to determine, and apply, reliable methods for determining the efficiency of foreign trade. There was a considerable literature on the optimization of foreign trade, e.g. Shigalov 1973. There was also, however, a very substantial gulf between the scientific literature and the real problems of, and methods used in, foreign trade planning. In the USSR, a temporary official method for calculating foreign trade efficiency was issued in 1967. The integration program led to its being supplemented in 1973 by another temporary method, that for determining the efficiency of specialization and cooperation within the CMEA. These temporary methods were subsequently replaced by the official method for determining the efficiency of the foreign economic contacts of the USSR. The Soviet use of efficiency criteria for foreign trade followed, with a lag, that of its East European allies. By the early 1980s, however, the USSR still had not learned the main lesson from the East European discussion of efficiency criteria in foreign trade that had begun in Hungary 30 years earlier. This was that the development of formal criteria for assessing the efficiency of foreign trade was not a major contribution to improving the role of foreign trade in the economy. There were two reasons for this. First, as in the case of the investment criteria considered in Chapter 5, the foreign trade criteria did not actually play much of a role in foreign trade decisions. Secondly, the importance that was at one time attached to them reflected the illusion that, given the right techniques, the planners would make efficient foreign trade decisions. The partial ignorance of the planners, and the complexity of the decision-making process, however, made this unlikely. Experience showed that a more fruitful way to ensure that foreign trade played an active role in the economy, and that exports developed dynamically, was to devolve foreign trade decisions to the enterprises, and create an economic mechanism in which exporting was encouraged and rewarded. The achievements of the economic integration model turned out to be limited and inadequate. It was hindered by institutional problems, bilateralism and inconvertibility, political problems, the desire of the CMEA members to preserve their national individuality, and the attractiveness of trade with the West. A decade after the integration model was adopted, the proportion of intra-CMEA trade had fallen significantly, single exchange rates had not been adopted, a significant and growing proportion of intra-CMEA trade was in US dollars, the CMEA was an increasing burden for the USSR, and the adverse shift in the terms of trade of the oil importing countries a serious burden for them. A decade and a half after the model was adopted, dissatisfaction with its results was widespread throughout the CMEA and received vocal expression, in particular, in the speeches of Soviet politicians and the writings of Hungarian economists. The CMEA was seriously undermined by the dramatic political changes in Eastern Europe in 1989. Countries undergoing peaceful, anti-communist revolutions were scarcely likely to want to remain in a Soviet-dominated trading system, unless they received substantial benefits from this. The fatal blow to the CMEA, however, was dealt by the USSR, the country which had created, dominated, and sustained it. In January 1990, the USSR proposed that, from January 1991, trade within the CMEA should be at world market prices and settled in hard currency. This fitted in with the economic reforms then being attempted in the USSR. Furthermore, it was intended to reduce the losses to the USSR from having, in effect, to barter its raw materials for goods produced in its CMEA partners, when it could sell its raw materials, e.g. oil and natural gas, to the capitalist countries and earn hard currency for this. However, losing the opportunity to import raw materials on favorable terms drastically reduced the last incentive for the East European members to remain in the CMEA. The CMEA was dissolved in 1991. The former East European countries reoriented their trade, and politics, towards the EU. The former GDR automatically became part of the EU with German unification in 1990. Poland, Hungary, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Slovenia, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania joined the EU in 2004, and Romania and Bulgaria in 2007. Vietnam joined ASEAN in 1995. Cuba, which was hit badly by the end of the CMEA and the USSR, and continued to suffer from the US boycott, benefited from help from Venezuela in the Chavez period. The attempt to realize Stalin's conclusion from the outcome of World War II and create a socialist world market parallel to the capitalist world market did have some temporary and limited successes, but ultimately failed. The traditional model and the level of foreign trade. It is widely thought that the USSR under Stalin aimed at autarky and consciously minimized international trade. This view is largely based on the relatively small share of international trade in the Soviet economy in the late 1930s. However, this ignores the key role that the import of capital goods and foreign technical assistance played in the Soviet first five-year plan. Moreover, it seems that the decline in Soviet foreign trade after 1931 was not an aim of Soviet policy but a result of unplanned and unwanted economic developments both at home and abroad, Dohan 1973, 1976. These were, the decline in exports, the deterioration in the terms of trade, and the need to service foreign debts. Soviet exports, in constant prices, declined by 52% between 1931 and 1938. Since GNP rose sharply in this period, the decline as a proportion of GNP was still bigger. This decline in exports is explained by the reduced availability of agricultural products, the main export goods, resulting from poor agricultural production and the rapid rise in the urban population and hence in urban food requirements, together with the restrictions on Soviet exports imposed by the leading capitalist countries to protect their economies during the Great Depression. The terms of trade deteriorated because during the Great Depression the price of primary products, almost all the USSR's exports were primary products, fell faster than those of industrial products. By 1938 the Soviet export price index, at 1927/8 weights, had fallen to only 46% of its 1927/8 value. Although import prices also fell, their fall was slower and smaller. As a result, the commodity terms of trade, at 1927/8 weights, taking 1927/8 as a base, had fallen to 84 in 1938, which was a recovery from the low point of 66 reached in 1934. The USSR had difficulty in exporting sufficient goods to pay for its import wishes, and therefore relied on foreign borrowing to help finance its imports. However, its foreign borrowing took the form of short-term trade credits. These required continuous refinancing, and depended on both economic and political developments. Soviet foreign debts rose rapidly during the first five-year plan, and at their peak in 1931 seemed to have been equal to about 15 months of imports. These debts had to be serviced, and tight credits led to increased prices for imports. The situation after World War II was investigated by a number of researchers. Pryor, 1963, concluded that, in 1955, the trade of each CMEA country was below its potential level by 50% or more. Potential level was defined as the internationally normal relationship between foreign trade and factors such as per capita national income, per capita national production and population. Pryor, 1968, reached similar results for 1958 and 1962. Hewitt, 1976, reached similar conclusions for 1970. He found that, 1976, 8, typical Eastern foreign trade is, ceteris paribus, much lower than typical Western trade. As a result of these and later studies, Marrer, 1985, 98-9, stated that the consensus of experts is that trade participation ratios of CPE's centrally planned economies are certainly not higher, and are most probably significantly lower, than those of mass market economies of approximately the same size and development level. However, Beeson, 1991, pointed out that when a distinction was made between trade with other CPEs and trade with MES, the situation was different. He analyzed data for 1980 and 1986, and found that the state socialist system had a negative effect on East-West trade, but that the level of intra-CMEA trade was not lower than that of integrating MES. The former finding was probably explained by a mixture of political, i.e. economic warfare by the West and a wish to protect the economy from the capricious capitalist world by the East, and systemic factors, the adverse effect on trade with the capitalist world of a supply-constrained economy and poor marketing. The latter finding means that, measured by trade participation ratios, the CMEA seems to have been as effective as the EEC in generating economic integration. Strategic integration in the world economy. A major feature of China's economic development after 1978 was the open door policy. This meant an opening up of the Chinese economy to the world economy. This took the form, initially, of stimulating exports, inter alia, by sharply devaluing the currency, which lost 80% of its value relative to the US dollar in 1978-94, and permitting foreign investment, first in special economic zones and ultimately in the whole country. Subsequently, after a prolonged period of rapid economic growth, China joined the key institutions of the world economy, IMF, World Bank, WTO. China's exports provided employment and foreign exchange, and stimulated the quality of Chinese goods. China's imports comprised capital goods, which contributed directly to further economic growth, and consumer goods, which increased the range of goods available to Chinese consumers. The open door policy led to a rapid growth of China's international trade, international investment, initially inward, and then also outward, employment and industrial output. China's integration into the world market can be termed strategic integration, Singh 1993, 21, 1995, 23, because it combined elements of the free market and of the developmental state. On the one hand, trade expanded very rapidly and foreign investment was welcomed. On the other hand, certainly initially, import tariffs were levied, non-tariff barriers to unwanted imports were also used, foreign investment was regulated, capital controls were maintained, and the formation and growth of national large internationally competitive firms, especially in heavy industry, was stimulated. Furthermore, the liberalization of international trade, investment, and finance was a gradual process stretching over decades, in which each step was only taken when it was thought that the economy was ready for it. China's foreign trade policy in the open door period differed in a significant way from the Ricardian paradigm. This results from the difference between static allocative efficiency and economic growth. In the famous Ricardian example, world income is maximized but the world remains divided between an agrarian country, Portugal that exports wine, and an industrial country, England that exports cloth. The aim of the Chinese open-door policy was not to remain mainly an exporter of labor-intensive products, but to increase employment and use the foreign exchange from exports to import technology and make China a high-tech economy. As Ellman, an economist at the Institute of Planned Economy of the State Planning Commission, explained in 1988, Xiao 1991, 32. Our aim in joining the international cycle, i.e. the development of TVEs to earn foreign exchange to pay for the import of capital goods, is precisely to rely on exports to get foreign exchange to buy high technology, so that our industrial structure can jump to advanced levels. To rely solely on our own investment resources in developing high technology is not possible. That would require a great deal of funds, which could only be accumulated by exports. Once we have the necessary funds, we can develop high technology. Furthermore, China was careful to avoid the danger of excessive indebtedness, which would have transferred economic decision-making to its creditors. In the 1980s and 1990s, when it borrowed substantially, its borrowing was largely on soft terms, and was never excessive relative to its foreign exchange earnings. In this way, it avoided the austerity policies normally imposed by their creditors on countries which are unable to service their debts. In addition, its retention for decades of capital controls enabled it to limit both destabilizing large inflows of short-term money and large-scale capital flight. China's strategic integration into the world economy turned out to be phenomenally successful and an enormous benefit to China. Foreign trade grew rapidly, and a large volume of FDI was attracted. Moreover, China avoided the worst effects of the 1997-8 Asian financial crisis. However, the latter did have some negative consequences. Guangdong province was shaken by the bankruptcy of Gudik, Guangdong Trust and Investment Company, and the insolvency/restructuring of GDE, Guangdong Enterprises. According to Madison, 2007, 104, China's per capita income fell by 1.3% in 1998, an excellent performance compared with Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia, South Korea, or Singapore. 12 China also avoided the worst effects of the world economic crisis of 2008-10. However, the counter-cyclical spending undertaken to offset the latter led to a property boom and substantial non-performing loans on the books of banks that lent money to finance projects, which maintained growth despite the world crisis, but were not able to service their debts. This created the possibility of a major financial crisis. However, if China avoids such a crisis, if its economic growth continues to be substantially in excess of that in Europe and the USA, if it avoids an environmental catastrophe, if it can manage the Lewis turning point 13, and if a war between China and the USA can be avoided, then the center of gravity of the world economy will in the 21st century move to China, having moved in the 20th century from Europe to the USA, which became the world's largest economy in the late 19th century. In 2013, the OECD stated that China was on course to become the world's largest economy around 2016, measured at purchasing power parity. This would recreate the position that existed in the early 19th century. It has been estimated that in 1820 China accounted for about a third of the world's GDP and was by far the world's largest economy. Earlier, Madison, 2007, 20, on the basis of his projection of Chinese economic growth, forecast that China would, by 2030, account for about a quarter of world GDP. It would have a per capita income like that of Western Europe in 1990. Its per capita income would be only one-third of that in the United States, but its role in the world economy and its geopolitical leverage would certainly be much greater. However, these forecasts are based on extrapolation, a notoriously unreliable method of making accurate forecasts. Conclusion. Capitalist international trade is a mixed benefit. It can bring enormous benefits to some and enormous losses to others. The state socialist countries attempted to capture the gains from the international division of labor while avoiding the losses. After World War II, the state socialist countries attempted to create a socialist world market which rivaled, and was superior to, the capitalist world market. This attempt went through various phases. The socialism in one country model worked for the USSR before 1945 and for China in 1960 to 76, but was not a model for a small country or a group of countries. The socialist imperialism model came into existence in unique circumstances which soon passed away. The international planning model founded on the conflict between static comparative costs and the industrialization of formerly backward countries, and the increased attention in the 1960s to market relations in improving efficiency. The socialist multilateralism model could not be implemented while the USSR adhered to the traditional model internally. The economic integration model, the implementation of which was attempted in the CMEA in the 1970s and 1980s, suffered from a number of limitations. It was a grouping round a hegemonic power which was unable to include a country, China, which was state socialist but not a dependent of the USSR. Hence, it lacked appeal to countries jealous of their national independence. It continued to be characterized by bilateral trade and inconvertible currencies. Dissatisfaction with the model by its members led to the end of the CMEA. It is erroneous to assume that the USSR aimed at autarky or that CMEA mutual trade was less than in comparable capitalist countries in integrating groups, such as the then EEC. Both the USSR during the first five-year plan and the CMEA in the 1970s and 1980s fully recognized the benefits that can be derived from international trade. The policy of strategic integration into the world market, practiced by China after 1978, turned out to be very successful. It was a combination of the free market and the developmental state. If China is able to avoid a financial crisis, if its high growth continues, if environmental catastrophe is avoided, if the Lewis turning point is successfully managed, if political stability is maintained, and if war between China and the USA is avoided, then the 21st century could see the center of gravity of the world economy move from the USA to China. The attempt to create a socialist alternative to the capitalist world market had some limited and temporary successes but ultimately was a failure. However, although the rise of China does not pose a revolutionary systemic change to the global capitalist system, it will, if continued, challenge the position of the USA as the dominant country in that system. Modernization. The state socialist countries pursued an intensive program of modernization, which in some countries and some periods was quite successful. They industrialized, their populations urbanized, education greatly expanded, their death and birth rates generally fell, their female employment rates rose, and in some periods their economic performance compared favorably with that in the capitalist world. In the 1950s, in some respects the decade of the Soviet economic miracle, in 2003b, the Soviet economy grew quickly, its efficiency increased substantially, per capita consumption increased massively, and the Soviet economic system seemed attractive to many people throughout the world. It was not only then that the system seemed attractive to many. The transition to capitalism adversely affected many people, Ellman 2000a, and led to a widespread mood of nostalgia, Kornai 2006, particularly in the FSU, but not only there, for the former system. According to the Pew surveys, in the FSU experience of capitalism led to a steady decline in its popularity. In the 2011 survey, only 34% of respondents in Ukraine, 42% in Russia and 45% in Lithuania supported the change to a market economy. In Ukraine 54% disapproved, in Russia 45% disapproved and in Lithuania 35% disapproved. Many people compared adversely the insecurity, criminalization, inequality, corruption, and injustice that marked the new capitalist system with the stability, security and greater equality that marked the former system. The modernization achieved by state socialism is sometimes referred to as conservative. Bruss and Kowalik 1983, 249-51, Bruss and Lasky 1989, 32-4, Vishnevsky 1998. It was conservative in that it largely copied developments in the capitalist world and perpetually lagged behind. The Polish socialists Bruss and Kowalik picked out two specific aspects of this conservative modernization. The first was the lack of technological innovation and dependence for innovation on imitation or import. The second was the commodity composition of trade with the advanced capitalist countries. In this trade, the state socialist countries mainly exported primary products and imported machinery. They were unable to develop significant export markets in Western Europe or North America for industrial products, although they did export manufactures, in particular armaments, to many developing countries. Bruss and Lasky picked out a third aspect of this conservative modernization, the structure of the economy. This always reflected the past of the capitalist countries and failed to anticipate, or even keep up with, the changes in the structure of the capitalist economies. When the state socialist countries were still concentrating on steel and heavy engineering, the capitalist economies were developing electronics, plastics, man-made fibers, and new pharmaceuticals. Long-term planning was supposed to foresee and preempt future trends. However, it failed to do this, and the countries with socialist planning perpetually lagged behind. The Russian demographer Vishnevsky, reflecting specifically on the situation in the USSR, considered the social, economic, demographic, cultural, and political aspects of conservative modernization. In all of them he found a combination of modernization and conservatism. In the economic field, the modernization was the successful transition from an agrarian to an industrial society. The conservatism was the failure to develop, Vishnevsky 1998, 418, the social mechanisms which provide the self-development of the economic system of an industrial society, private ownership and the market. In the more backward parts of the FSU, the description of its modernization as conservative requires qualification. Compared with neighboring countries, it was quite radical. For example, Central Asia, despite various problems, see Chapter 7, also experienced one relatively positive result of socialist modernization. It inherited from the USSR a reasonably effective secular state, which was able to provide important public goods such as public order and internal security. This can be seen clearly in post-Soviet Uzbekistan. The resulting dictatorship had well-known costs. However, it also had benefits, which can be seen by comparing the current situation in Uzbekistan with that in nearby countries such as Afghanistan and Iraq. Elsewhere, the achievements of state socialism were of a different kind. In more advanced countries, such as the Czech Republic and Estonia, state socialism led to a steadily increasing lag behind neighboring countries such as Austria and Finland. In Korea it led to an increasing lag of the North behind the South in height and life expectancy. In China and Vietnam it led to a steady widening of the lag behind both the Asian tigers and the advanced Western countries. Hence, the need in the more advanced countries to rejoin Europe, and in China recognition of the need for the four modernizations. Physical capital. Socialist planning led to the large-scale accumulation of physical capital. Major industrial projects, mines, power plants, power grids, railways, and airports were built on a large scale. Although the economic rationality of many of these projects was often limited, and their environmental consequences frequently negative, they did provide some important assets for the future. The oil and natural gas industry that is the basis of the economic prosperity of post-Yeltsin Russia was developed in the Soviet era. For the defense, cosmic and nuclear industries that provided post-Soviet Russia with high-tech exports were also based on physical capital accumulated in the Soviet era. A detailed econometric study, Carlin et al. 2013, suggests that the accumulation of physical capital primarily benefited relatively backward countries, and that countries that were more advanced benefited less. Human capital. The socialist planning system devoted considerable attention to the development of schools and higher education, in particular technical higher education. It produced a large number of engineers and other specialists. Gustafsson, 2012, 496, has drawn attention to the importance of Soviet human capital formation in creating the Soviet oil and gas industries, and making possible the Putin-era level of production by them. The second Baku and West Siberian oilfields were not available like goods in a supermarket, but required large numbers of geologists and engineers to find and develop them. 5 Carlin et al. 2013, drew attention to the positive effects of socialist planning on secondary school enrollments, and the benefits that this brought, especially for poor countries. Although socialist planning did not produce the specialists required in a market economy, finance, marketing, advertising, modern accounting, etc., it did eliminate mass illiteracy and produce many highly qualified people. Evidence of this is the large number of mathematicians and physicists who were trained in the USSR, and were able to take up positions in US and European universities after the collapse of the USSR made emigration possible. This raising of the intellectual level of the population was an important contribution to the development of those countries which experienced socialist planning, in particular the poor ones. The efforts which the state socialist countries made to develop their human capital made a deep impression on the rest of the world. The mainstream Cambridge economist Pigou, 1937, 137-8, under the influence of the Great Depression, Real Facts About the USSR, The Lies Propagated by the Soviet Authorities 6 and the Favorable Picture of the USSR Painted by the Webbs and Others, wrote that, if it were in the present writer's power to direct his country's destiny, he would take a leaf from the book of Soviet Russia and remember that the most important investment of all is investment in the health, intelligence, and character of the people. This view, that Soviet experience showed the desirability of the state ensuring adequate medical care and education for all, was one of the factors leading to the worldwide adoption of this proposition in the decades following World War II. In this way, the Soviet experience made an important contribution to the spread of medical care and education to the poor throughout the world. It emphasized the role that the state could play in these spheres and how important this was. A less attractive feature of the system was the negative selection of cadres, Hayek 1944, Chapter 10, Bruss 1975, 200, Igorov and Sin in 2011. This ensured that many managers and administrators were selected because of their loyalty, sycophancy, and obedience. Competent people were often not wanted because they could not be relied on to support the boss at all times. Kanin, 2003b, 1201-2, noted that the major achievements in a number of spheres of Soviet science and technology in the 1950s should not obscure the fact that in other areas development was slow, encountering the barriers of enterprises and ministries' unreceptiveness to scientific and technical progress and bureaucratic organization of research, leading to its monopolization by particular groups, or clans, with little creative ability who cultivated servility and mediocrity around themselves. As a result of the negative selection of cadres, many of the managers and administrators were inefficient and contributed more to bureaucratization than to the efficient and business-like management of the sector entrusted to them. This naturally lowered the performance of the system. It was a price the economy, and society, paid for the dictatorship. The negative selection of cadres was enforced by the top leader, who personally selected many senior officials. 7 The nomenclatura system, bureaucratic logic, and the role of the state security forces in personnel selection and promotion. Social capital. There is some evidence which suggests that state socialism in Eastern Europe and the USSR had a negative effect on trust, both social, in other people, and institutional, in public institutions. For example, surveys in Germany showed, Rainer and Siedler 2009, that just after reunification, social trust in the former East Germany was significantly less than in the former West Germany. They also showed that, even a decade after reunification, there was still substantially less trust in the legal system and in the police in the former East Germany than in the former West Germany. Similarly, surveys in Russia have shown low levels of trust in market and legal institutions, Polachuk 2013, 209-12. These results are significant, and negative for capitalist economic development, since social capital can complement formal institutions, and hence contribute to economic development. On the other hand, the World Values Surveys for China for 1990 and 1995 showed levels of trust higher than in OECD countries, Razor et al. 2001, 7. Similarly, Minkoff and Hofstede, 2012, calculated an index of long-term orientation for 38 countries, using data from the World Values Survey. South Korea, Japan, and China, in that order, had the highest scores, and, non-East Asian, OECD countries had much lower ones. Economic geography. The violation of Zipf's law, Chapter 5, and the development of remote regions for defense reasons, Chapter 4, were striking results of socialist planning. The former hampered the attempt to make a transition to a market economy, and the latter was cost-increasing and partially or wholly abandoned after the end of socialist planning. The environment. Socialist planners perceived the environment as something to be tamed and mastered, and adapted to human needs. They did not see that it was a resource which needed to be cared for and cherished, and that human survival depended on its proper treatment. The USSR took a number of early measures to protect the environment. Even during the Civil War, Lenin supported the idea of developing a network of nature reserves. The creation of nature reserves had begun in the Russian Empire. The first Soviet nature reserve was established in 1919 and a second one also in 1919. In 1926 a state committee for the protection of nature was created. However, 88 of the 128 nature reserves with about 90% of their area were liquidated in 1951 and their territory transferred to the Ministry of Forestry, which was interested in chopping their trees down. Some reserves were reopened in 1956-60. However, in 1957 3 of the reserves were converted to elite hunting facilities, and in 1961 there was once again a large-scale liquidation of reserves which led to a loss of about 36% of their area. After the fall of Khrushchev the number of nature reserves once more increased. Furthermore, only 4 years after the end of World War II, and long in advance of the national governments of most capitalist countries, the USSR Council of Ministers issued a resolution on air pollution and created a chief administration for sanitary epidemiological supervision to ensure its observance, Feshbach and Friendly 1992, 43. The norms for permissible levels of toxic substances in the air were strict. However, actual observance of the air pollution norms was very lax. Soviet practice was dominated by grandiose projects for transforming nature and the priority of the defense, industry complex. Production plans for heavy, and frequently very polluting, industry took priority over environmental factors. A particularly important polluter was the defense, industrial complex, with its nuclear tests, nuclear submarines, Josephson 2005, 142-5, plants for producing enriched uranium and plutonium, inadequate processing and storage of nuclear waste, and a wide range of other hazardous and polluting research, production, and storage facilities. Notorious examples are the nuclear test site at Semipalatinsk and the biological warfare installations on a peninsula, formerly Vozrozhny Island, in the Aral Sea. Natural resources were seen as things to be used to accelerate the development of the defense, industry complex, and the building of socialism, rather than assets essential for the survival of life on Earth. Hence, by the end of the USSR its environmental situation was grave, and air, water and soil pollution often a major hazard to the health of humans, domestic animals, and wildlife. The three main reasons for this sad state of affairs were, the Marxist, Leninist goal of using nature to serve mankind, the priority of the production plans and of the defense, industrial complex, and the very limited role, until the late Gorbachev period, which NGOs were able to play in defending the environment and protecting public health from pollution. 8. A similar situation existed elsewhere in the state socialist world. In China during the Maoist period, the notion of natural constraints on human possibilities to change the world was decisively rejected. Mao himself was an extreme voluntarist, with immense ignorance about environmental limits on human activity. Unfortunately, he had the power to impose his ideas on the whole country. He even rejected Stalin's argument that humanity is unable to change the laws of astronomy and geology. According to Mao, 1977a, 137, this argument is wrong. Human knowledge and the capability to transform nature have no limit. Hence a war against nature was embarked on. Battles were fought to build irrigation and hydropower projects. Big dams often required large numbers of people to leave their homes, which were flooded, and move to less fertile land elsewhere. Hastily and poorly constructed dams often subsequently collapsed, sometimes causing large numbers of deaths. The Great Leap Forward, GLF, itself, intended to show what human will, mass enthusiasm, and the war on nature could produce, ended up in widespread starvation. During the GLF, official policy supported close planting, to get more plants on a given patch of land, deep plowing, backyard steel furnaces, and the elimination of sparrows. Shapiro 2001, 67-93. However, close planting simply led to the death of the plants concerned. Deep plowing was an effort to make the soil more fertile, but in reality, despite taking much time and effort, it was unnecessary or counterproductive. To support the campaign for deep plowing, photos were published of a Hunan field with grain so thick that children were able to sit or stand on top of it. This was supposed to be evidence of the great success of deep plowing. Actually, it was just a fraud. The children were supported by a hidden bench. The campaign for backyard furnaces not only led to the loss of many useful household utensils but also led to deforestation, as trees were cut down to provide fuel for the furnaces. The campaign to exterminate sparrows, which were a pest because they ate grain, ignored the fact that sparrows also eat grain-consuming insects, so that the decline in sparrow numbers did not bring a net benefit, and possibly brought a net loss. During the Cultural Revolution too, there were well-meaning but ecologically harmful campaigns intended to increase production. Shapiro 2001, 95-137. These foolish attempts to conquer nature, as if nature were an enemy, simply showed the ecological ignorance of Mao Zedong and the harmful effects of such a person having so much power. The post-Mao Chinese leaders abandoned Mao's extreme voluntarist approach, and recognized the importance of environmental issues. However, the emphasis they gave to economic growth, and their success in achieving it, also had adverse environmental effects. The very important and much admired increase in agricultural production in China and Vietnam following their decollectivization also had important impacts on the quality of agriculture's basic input, land. Heerink, Spoor, and Chu 2007, 31-40. Soil erosion, salinization, and grassland degradation were serious problems. At the beginning of the second decade of the 21st century, China's capital was perhaps best known for its air pollution. Nolan, 2008, 149-50, has drawn attention to the negative effect of environmental problems, soil erosion, desertification, deforestation, water shortage, CO2 emissions, on China's future, and even on its much-admired high economic growth. As he noted, recent Chinese provincial-level studies of green national product estimate that real output growth reduces to negligible levels when destruction of the natural environment is taken into account. Healthcare. The state socialist countries set out to provide health care for all their citizens. The USSR was very successful in the post-World War II period in reducing infectious diseases. However, it failed to enter the second stage of the health transition, which began in the advanced capitalist countries with the cardiovascular revolution of the 1970s, and from the early 1970s Soviet life expectancy steadily worsened relative to the advanced capitalist countries, Denisova and Shapiro 2013. The Maoist policy of providing basic health care in the villages also had favorable results, which were partly lost with the decollectivization of agriculture. Whereas at the beginning of the 20th century the expectation of life at birth in China was only about 25, in the early years of the PRC the crude death rate dropped sharply, and by 1957 average life expectancy at birth had reached about 50. This resulted from the end of civil and international war, vigorous programs of epidemic control, state redistribution of grain, and the retraining of midwives in modern midwifery. By the late Maoist period life expectancy at birth had reached about 60.9. This was high relative to its income per head. International comparisons generally showed that the state socialist countries, especially the poor ones, compared favorably in health indicators such as life expectancy and infant mortality with capitalist countries with similar incomes per head. The failure of the USSR to adapt a medical system concerned with preventing and controlling infectious diseases, to one capable of coping also with new challenges was only fully understood years after the collapse of the USSR. The image of successful socialist healthcare, and to some extent its reality, had a considerable impact throughout the world in forcing governments to ensure that entire national populations would have access to medical care. The role of the state in the economy. The appropriate role of the state in the economy has been a matter of debate for centuries. In the 20th century in most capitalist countries this role expanded significantly. A large proportion of the national income was spent or redistributed through the state budget. Fiscal, monetary, banking and innovation policies played an important role in managing the economy. A number of key sectors were state-owned or regulated by state agencies. Public provision of physical and knowledge infrastructure was very important. Social insurance and regulation of employment conditions became widespread. State provision, or regulation of private provision, of education and medical care spread all over the world. State stimulation of technical progress, via support for knowledge institutions such as universities and research institutes, and via the provision of finance from the defense budget or tax concessions for business firms, became increasingly important. However, in the capitalist economies a large part of economic activity was left to non-state actors, individuals, families, firms, third sector organizations. In some countries in some periods this had favorable effects on living standards and technical progress. It also gave considerable freedom to all citizens. It provided freedom for entrepreneurs to establish and develop businesses, allowed non-state actors ranging from the self-employed to giant global corporations to exist and flourish, allowed individuals to choose where to live and work, and ensured that it was always possible to buy everyday goods. 11 On the other hand, under socialist planning the non-state sector was suppressed. Experience showed that, despite some positive aspects, this could lead to militarization, enserfment, starvation, the dictatorship over needs, lack of self-sustaining technical progress, and failure to improve the standard of living of the mass of the population relative to the situation in the capitalist countries. Hence, nearly all the countries that at one time adopted this model have abandoned it. Naturally, this did not lead to the disappearance of the state's economic role, since the state had both to build capitalism and to form a major part of the resulting economic system. Obviously the size and population of the country, and the importance and nature of its international links, greatly influence the internal role the state can play. Similarly, the political system and the relationship between the state and the society are very important in determining the actual and desirable role of the state in the economy. As Ostrom, 2010, 642, pointed out, the application of empirical studies to the policy world leads one to stress the importance of fitting institutional rules to a specific social ecological setting. One-size-fits-all policies are not effective. The mistake the Bolsheviks made was not in aiming at the modernization of Russia. That was entirely sensible. Nor was it a mistake to ascribe a major role in the economy to the state. This is quite normal in the modern world. Their mistake was to suppose that successful modernization required the elimination of the market and of private enterprise. They did not realize the role that the market and private enterprise can play in generating and maintaining self-sustaining economic growth. Looking at all economic activity as if it were a zero-sum game was very one-sided. Furthermore, the Bolsheviks failed to realize that for the state to attempt to micromanage every farm, factory, and office is a very inefficient form of management, that wastes information and potential local initiatives and entrepreneurship. Furthermore, coercion tends, in general, to be less effective than market incentives in raising labor productivity, and to be indifferent to human suffering and loss of life, see chapters 6 and 7. Central planning. At one time the traditional model was known as central planning and was widely considered the most rational way of organizing a national economy. However, detailed study of the model showed that the term central planning was misleading, and the claim to rationality false. On the terminological level, descriptions such as centrally managed, command economy, administrative economy, bureaucratic economy, shortage economy, or administrative command system were used in the attempt to capture its main characteristics. On the decisive question of its rationality, detailed study of it as an economic system, Chapter 2, and in specific areas, such as investment, Chapter 5, and consumption, Chapter 8, showed plainly the waste it generated, its failure to use resources in the most efficient way, and its difficulties with homegrown innovation. Similarly, study of its application to agriculture, Chapter 6, or labor and incomes, Chapter 7, showed that it generated major social problems. In addition, study of China's post-1978 open-door policy showed the enormous benefits that strategic integration into the world economy could bring, Chapter 9. Almost a century after the publication of the ABC of Communism, we can see that its vision of a planned economy was unrealizable and unattractive. It was unrealizable because its understanding of individual and bureaucratic behavior was minimal. The Marxist claim for the rationality of socialism was based on the idea that under socialism there would be a fundamental change in economic behavior. As Bruss and Lasky, 1989, 36, pointed out, Homo economicus had been expected to blend with Homo socialis on the basis of ownership of the means of production being perceived as genuinely common, and hence erasing the distinction between principles and agents. Rivalry is to be replaced by a spirit of sharing and cooperation. However, this did not happen for well-known reasons, Bruss and Lasky 1989, 36-7. Several thick layers of divergence separate this image from the realities of real socialism. First, the idealized concept of the new man was evidently utopian under any circumstances. Secondly, real socialism emerged under conditions of immaturity, which according to the Marxist theory itself, regardless of the view on the legitimacy of socialist revolution, could not generate the new attitudes for a long time to come. Thirdly, even in cases of indigenous revolutions, at least a substantial minority, and in Russia, judging by the results of the elections to the Constituent Assembly, probably a majority, opposed the new regime, while in Eastern Europe it was received with deep hostility as not only unwanted in itself but in addition imposed from outside. Fourthly, with all political pluralism wiped out, state power was monopolized in the hands of the Communist Party, which could not but be inimical to the idea of state ownership as a common good. Fifthly, despite all this the monoparty, or rather its ruling elite, pushed forward with, by and large, the preconceived design, alienating people even further and resorting even more to coercion. As Lane, 1996, 192, reluctantly concluded, it must be conceded that personal and bureaucratic interests have driven these state socialist societies, not completely perhaps but enough to cast in doubt collectivism and cooperation as organizing principles. It was unattractive since it eliminated the possibility of individuals and groups doing their own thing, and created the possibility of excessive resources being devoted to the military and internal security sectors. In team sports and military units it is sometimes necessary to subordinate individual aspirations to the collective good. Similarly, in households one person may sacrifice their own goals for the welfare of the household as a whole. Furthermore, at times of collective threat such as total war, or a natural disaster, people are, to some extent, prepared to work together for the common good and subordinate their own wishes to this, and it is rational for them to do so. Nevertheless, in normal times the diversity of aims and of individuals/groups makes this unappealing. Bukharin and Preobrazhenskai's vision ignores both the logic of bureaucracy, and the fact that some people may not want to play in the orchestra, maybe they prefer some other activity. Moreover, individuals doing their own thing may stimulate innovation and thus living standards, Gorodnichenko and Roland 2010. In addition, central control over the economy enables the controllers to devote massive resources to military and internal security objectives. These military and security programs are a major burden on the economy concerned. The priority socialist planning gave to the defense sector, and the role played by mobilization planning, Chapter 4, meant that resources were permanently diverted away from other sectors. Environmental protection, medical care, education, housing, and urban infrastructure, and consumption were all sacrificed to the needs of the defense industry complex. The need to overcome this was an important reason for the policies of Gorbachev, as explained in the first quotation which heads this chapter. Furthermore, there were important technical problems undermining the rationality of so-called central planning. The center was ignorant of many things, and the system created specific forms of ignorance, Chapter 2. In addition, however many details were included in the plan, it was always the case that much of the economy, part of the first economy and the second and third economies, was unplanned. Uncertainty about the future, e.g. of the weather, technology, the world economy, demography, and the internal political situation, made economic targets for it unreliable. The further ahead the plan target, the greater the margin of error. It was for this reason that a giant multinational such as Royal Dutch Shell long ago switched over to scenarios as a way of providing a framework for its investment decisions. This was recognition that while, in general, it is impossible to forecast precisely the situation 5 or more years ahead, it is possible to make projections which help decision makers resolve the problems they are confronted with. Analysis of this system and of the role of the plans in it drew attention to the role of planning as a rationality ritual, Chapter 2. Motivation. The state socialist attempt to replace material incentives by moral ones failed, Chapter 7. Even in the Gulag, material incentives proved their value. Although not the only motivating force in an economy, material incentives are important, and attempts to abolish them are likely to have an adverse effect on labor productivity. Central planning without a communist party. Central planning, which is normally associated with rule by a communist party, has also been introduced and applied by non-communist political parties. In the countries where this has happened, it has been adapted to the concrete circumstances of the country concerned. An example is the United States, where a National Planning Board was established in 1933, as part of the New Deal. 12 This was reorganized several times, becoming the National Resources Planning Board, NRPB, in 1939. Its main activities were as follows. First, to plan and coordinate public works. Secondly, to stimulate city, state, and regional planning. Several of the most important people involved in the NRPB and its predecessors had a background in urban planning. Besides its central office in Washington, D.C., the NRPB had 11 regional offices. Thirdly, to coordinate federal planning activities. Fourthly, to undertake research. It was successful in its research activities, publishing a large number of interesting, relevant, and thought-provoking studies. It also played an active role in planning the exploitation of the water resources of the USA. According to Clausen, 1981, 117. The Water Resources Committee of the NRPB made a major and lasting contribution to the planning of water use and development in the United States. In addition, it stimulated state and city planning. Moreover, in 1943 the NRPB issued a report, analogous the British Beveridge Report, advocating a comprehensive, national, social insurance system for the USA. 13. The people who ran the National Planning Board and its successor organizations were aware of the existence of planning in other countries, including the USSR. They declared their willingness to learn from lines of progress developed elsewhere. National Planning Board 1934, 29. However, they strongly rejected dictatorship and coercion, and remained firmly committed to U.S. democratic procedures. Economists who worked for a time for the NRPB included Vasily Leontiev, Paul Samuelson, Milton Friedman, J.K. Galbraith, Paul Sweezy, and Gardner Means. The NRPB was abolished by Congress in 1943, a time when the focus of public policy had switched from the New Deal to waging World War II. Senator Taft, who strongly supported the abolition, explained at the time that, Clausen 1981, 231-2. In my opinion, the NRPB reports are based on two policies and theories. The first is the theory of unlimited public spending and constant increase of the public debt after the war. A policy of deficit spending is implicit in the measures the board proposes and in its attitude towards the spending of government money. In the second place, the board's plans are based on unlimited government interference in and regulation of all business activity, plus a very large amount of government regulation of what is now private industry. Another example of central planning without a ruling communist party is Nazi Germany, Temin 1991, whose planning, like that of the USSR in the 1930s, was mainly devoted to the needs of the military sector. Another country which in the 1930s was aware of the value of economic planning in mobilizing the economy for war was Kuomintang, China. Its National Resources Commission adopted a three-year plan in 1936 which, Kirby 1990, 127, committed the Chinese government to military, industrial development in preparation for an expected war. This plan could by no means be considered an overall blueprint for national development, but as a soberly conceived design for state-led industrial development closely linked to the regime's military, political strategy, feasible within the context of available resources, and innovative in attracting foreign technical assistance through barter and counter-trading mechanisms. It set a new standard for government plans. There is also another type of central planning, not primarily oriented towards war preparation, which was developed by the Dutch economist Tinbergen, and which has been implemented in the Netherlands, Ellman 1990, 18-20. In the Tinbergenian model of central planning, a plan is a consistent numerical exploration of the future which provides data useful for economic policy. It is not a set of instructions, nor does it have to be fulfilled. It is simply part of the policy-making process in a regulated market economy. This understanding of planning, as a subordinate but useful part of the policy process in a regulated market economy, has been implemented since 1945 by the Netherlands Bureau for Economic Policy Analysis, whose first director was Tinbergen. This body has regularly published annual economic plans and macroeconomic forecasts and also undertaken a wide variety of policy simulations for both the government and independent organizations such as political parties. The simulations made by the Netherlands Bureau for Economic Policy Analysis make extensive use of econometric model building, Den Butter and Morgan 2000. This enables maximum use to be made of statistical methods, the available data and computational techniques, makes the relationship between the conclusions and their causes clear, enables alternative policies to be quickly compared, and makes the procedures and conclusions of the Netherlands Bureau for Economic Policy Analysis seem very authoritative to enumerates. Tinbergen himself received the Nobel Prize for his pioneering contribution to econometric modeling. The theory underlying this type of planning was developed by Tinbergen, building on earlier work by Frisch. The best-known proposition of Tinbergen's theory is that a necessary condition for the achievement of policy goals is that there be at least as many instruments as targets. An important conclusion from the later work of the Netherlands Bureau for Economic Policy Analysis was the view that, in the Netherlands, and also in some other countries, in the mid-1970s, the balanced budget multiplier was negative. Another important conclusion from the later work of the Netherlands Bureau for Economic Policy Analysis was the view that the sharp increase in unemployment in the Netherlands in the 1970s was of a structural kind which could not be reduced by demand management. This style of planning can be considered socialist in the social democratic sense that it forms an integral part of an organized civil society in which public policy plays a major role. This public policy is aimed at such goals as the provision of public, or quasi-public, goods, infrastructure, public transport, education and medical care, safe air, water, food and soil, an equitable income distribution, stimulating technical progress and economic growth, and the emancipation of formerly underprivileged groups, etc. The society recognizes and protects negative freedom and fully accepts the usefulness and value of market relations and private ownership, but also looks positively on the state as an active element in attempts to achieve public goals. The role of the Netherlands Bureau for Economic Policy Analysis was not unique to the Netherlands. Similar organizations existed in France, Commissariat General du Plan, and Japan, Economic Planning Agency. In 2006 the former was abolished, and much of its work transferred to the Centre d'Analyse Stratégique. In 2001 the Economic Planning Agency in Japan was merged into the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. These changes reflected the discredit into which anything concerning planning had fallen. However, the Netherlands Bureau for Economic Policy Analysis has survived till the present day, since its work is considered a valuable input into the policy process and social consensus building. Point 14. The role of the Netherlands Bureau for Economic Policy Analysis is similar in some respects to the public, academic, and business policy analysis and forecasting institutes in other countries. For example, it has certain similarities with the Council of Economic Advisers in the USA. It dates from the same period, 1945-6, and shares the goal of helping to attain important social goals such as full employment. 15. Planning in the market. Although central planning of the Stalinist or Maoist type has been generally abandoned as being a failure in peacetime and in the long run, partial planning, which does not attempt to replace the market economy but which functions within it, has been more successful. There are examples at the corporate, national, and international levels. A major role in the capitalist system is played by the giant corporation. In the globalist economy of the early 21st century, it is quite common for a very small number of corporations to dominate the world market for their product. Some data are set out in tables 10.1 and 10.2. Table 10.1 Global concentration in finished products, 2006-9. Sector. No of firms. Global market share, percent, A. Large commercial aircraft. 2. 100. 20 to 90 seat commercial aircraft. 2. 75. Autos. 10. 77. Mobile telecoms infrastructure. 3. 77. Smartphones. 3. 75. Plasma TVs. 5. 80. Pharmaceuticals. 10. 69. Construction equipment. 4. 44. Agricultural equipment. 3. 69. Elevators. 4. 65. Beer. 4. 59. Cigarettes. 4. 75b. The figures in this column are rough estimates. B excluding China. Source, Nolan, 2012, 18. Table 10.2 Global concentration in components, 2006-8. Sector. No of firms. Global market share, percent, A. Large commercial aircraft. Engines. 3. 100. Braking systems. 2. 75. Tires. 3. 100. Lavatory systems. 1. Greater than 50. Windows. 1. Greater than 50. Autos. Glass. 3. 75. Tires. 3. 55. Seats. 2. Greater than 50. Braking systems. 2. Greater than 50. Steel. 5. 55. IT. Microprocessors for PCs. 2. 100. Integrated circuits for wireless telecommunications. 10. 65. Database software. 3. 87. PC operating systems. 1. 90. Machines to make semiconductors. 1. 65. Beverages. Cans. 3. 57. Glass containers. 2. 68. The figures in this column are rough estimates. Source, Nolan, 2012, 19. The data in tables 10.1 and 10.2 show that the really existing market economy in the capitalist world is dominated by a small number of dominant firms, and that the atomistic market of traditional microeconomics textbooks is far removed from capitalist reality. The giant corporation not only plans its own activities, but also influences the activities of its suppliers, whose plans have to fit in with the plans of their customers. Nevertheless, despite their often successful internal planning, the situation of the giant international corporations differs fundamentally from that of planning national economies according to the utopia of Bukharin and Preobrazhensky or the traditional model. It also differs fundamentally from the position of economic ministries in the traditional model, although it has some similarities with them, and some Soviet ministries transformed themselves after the end of the traditional model into corporations, e.g. the Soviet Ministry of Gas became the giant Russian corporation Gazprom. The giant corporations are engaged in fierce oligopolistic competition and have to take account of the market both for their inputs and for their outputs. On the input side, they have to take account of the markets for finance, labor services, and commodities. On the output side, they depend on the market for their products/s and have to devote resources to marketing, innovation and keeping ahead of their competitors. In addition, not only do they spend heavily on R&D but they are usually quick to adopt new technology, if only to keep up with, or ahead of, their rivals. Furthermore, they have frequently replaced medium and long-term plans by scenarios, in view of the inherent uncertainty of the future. Furthermore, although there are giant corporations which are more than a century old, some giant corporations decline in importance and new ones emerge. Moreover, despite their crucial importance in many sectors and in technical progress, the majority of the working population works in small or medium-sized enterprises, which provide employment, produce useful goods and services, and are subject to the ups and downs of the market economy. In some sectors, e.g. biotech, medium-sized enterprises play an important role in technical progress. A minute proportion of small and medium-sized enterprises grow into new global corporations. In the modern capitalist economy, both hierarchies and market relations have useful roles to play. Williamson, 1975. An example of successful national project planning was the U.S. plan to put a man on the moon. This prestige project, which was one aspect of the competition of the two systems, was implemented by an agency of the U.S. government, NASA, and succeeded. It was a quasi-military project, which showed that a state which is able and prepared to provide the resources for such a project can realize its goals. An example of successful international planning was the eradication of smallpox. This was a successful program, coordinated by the World Health Organization of the UN, to eradicate a disease which had killed hundreds of millions of people in human history and was still killing about 2 million each year in the mid-1960s. By 1980 it had been eradicated throughout the world. This showed what could be achieved by a combination of international cooperation and technology, in this case the 200-year-old technology of vaccination. However, other attempts at international cooperation to provide global public goods, such as stabilization of the atmospheric concentrations of greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide and methane, have up till now not succeeded, because of the absence of international agreement. Adaptation. The experience of socialist planning teaches the danger to viability of the long-term concentration of adaptation at the center. The economic environment is continually changing, as a result of technical progress, demographic changes, international changes, socio-political changes, climatic changes, morbidity changes, etc. Successful social systems have to be able to adapt to changes in their environment. Under capitalism, adaptations are dispersed. Each person has to adapt themselves to changes in the labor market. Each firm has to adapt to changes in its market. Each government has to adapt its institutions, e.g. support for the unfit, to its fiscal situation and the situation on the labor market. Each unit in the system has a strong incentive to adapt. People unable to adapt to changes in the labor market have to leave the labor market. Firms unable to adapt go out of business. Governments unable to adapt lose power. Under state socialism, the situation is fundamentally different. Their adaptation is concentrated at the center. If the center fails to adapt, the whole system will get progressively weaker and may eventually collapse. This is what happened in the USSR in the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s. Stalin successfully copied Fordist industrialization. However, his successors were unable to copy post-Fordist industrialization and post-industrial economic development. They neither perceived the need to adapt, until it was too late, nor were they able to adapt, rather than destroy, the system Stalin had created. However, the concentration of initiatives at the center does not always lead to sclerosis or stagnation. In China after 1978, central initiatives played a major role in adapting China to the global economy. As Kolganov, 2012, 581, sensibly observed, the Chinese model of socialism, although it could not withstand the victory of the capitalist world, reacted to this victory not with the spontaneous collapse of the previous system and the triumph of wild capitalism 16 but with a managed transition on state capitalist lines. The competition of the two systems. A feature of the world which emerged from World War II was the competition between the two economic systems, socialist planning and capitalism. An important feature of this competition was that it threw into sharp relief the merits of capitalism, its rapid technical progress and its multiplication of cheap commodities. These were the merits to which Marx and Engels, in the Communist Manifesto, and Schumpeter, long ago drew attention. It also drew attention to the social problems to which capitalism gives rise, to those whom Bauman in the third quotation which heads this chapter referred to as the collateral victims of consumerism. This generated pressure in the capitalist countries to deal with those social problems. Hence, the capitalism which won the competition of the two systems was, as a social system, profoundly different from that capitalism which Marx and Engels criticized, and can be termed capitalism 2.0. An important example of capitalism 2.0 is the social market economy/welfare state/Rhineland model implemented in Western Europe after World War II. The social market economy/welfare state/Rhineland model developed under the influence of a variety of factors. Particularly important were, democratic political systems with universal suffrage, the political importance of trade unions and social democratic and labor parties, the role of confessional political parties, and the influence of Christianity, as exemplified both by Protestants such as Archbishop William Temple of the Church of England, and by the social teaching of the Roman Catholic Church. However, an additional factor was the need to remove the socio-economic attraction of domestic communist parties. Bismarck introduced social insurance in 19th-century Germany to undermine the political attraction of the Social Democrats. Similarly, after World War II, when Europe was sharply divided on ideological grounds and the survival of capitalism was uncertain, the need to divert voters from the seductions of self-proclaimed people's democracy was an important motivation in creating the social market economy/welfare state/Rhineland model. In addition, the experience of the USSR showed that, with appropriate institutions and policies, full employment could be attained and maintained, and appeared to show that the free, to the user, public provision of medical care and education was both possible and desirable. Hence socialist planning, its reality and its image, was an important explanation for the development of the social market economy/welfare state/Rhineland model in Europe after World War II. The social market economy/welfare state/Rhineland model was certainly effective in undermining support for the communist parties. In addition, very large numbers of people gained benefit from its full employment, housing, health, and education policies, income maintenance for the elderly, ill, unemployed, students and parents, and its regulation of the labor market, with protection against dismissal, and minimum wages. However, experience also showed that this system too was not without serious problems. OECD 1981, Ellman 1984. Socialism. The experience of state socialism has greatly undermined the appeal of socialism. Formerly a utopia, when one variant of it was applied in practice over decades, it lost its charms. Although there is still some nostalgia for it in some quarters, it is no longer widely attractive. Those who still advocate it have to adopt the argument that the USSR was not really socialist. For example, the contemporary Russian Marxist Kolganov, 2012, adopted a modified Trotskyist position. According to this conception, the USSR was a transitional, or more accurately intermediate, society which combined elements of socialism and capitalism, and also of pre-capitalism, but never reached the stage of socialism. The aim of this argument is to defend the attraction of socialism against arguments based on the experience of the USSR. However, Kolganov's analysis does not distinguish between the scientific and utopian aspects of Marxism. Is a collective, egalitarian, non-market, national economy feasible? Furthermore, if capitalism leads inevitably to socialism, why has real socialism not appeared anywhere, whereas capitalism has spread internationally, led to extraordinary technical progress and been phenomenally successful in China? Despite Kolganov and his co-thinkers, Marxism is a small minority movement in modern Russia, and is likely to remain so. It seems that it will be tainted for many years, and possibly permanently, by the experience of the USSR, and undermined by the successes of capitalism. Because of the experience of state socialism, and of the success of capitalism, as a politically relevant utopia, socialism has been replaced by such visions as the libertarian idea of a minimal state combined with a free market, or by the religious idea of communities united by religious beliefs and observances. As a politically relevant attractive reality, socialism has been replaced by liberal democracy with its civil society, limited and accountable state, governments replaceable as a result of universal suffrage elections, and the rule of law. Nevertheless, the attractions of security, equality, social justice, and freedom remain and continue to influence policy in many countries in many ways. Social democratic parties have not entirely disappeared, but instead of replacing capitalism they now seek to regulate it and achieve social goals, such as security, a reduction of inequality, increased employment, and the emancipation of formerly underprivileged groups. In a large number of countries, the freedom of many people to live educated and healthy lives and make their own choices is greatly restricted by poverty and inequality, and overcoming this remains a major issue. Although they may have abandoned the aspiration to replace the capitalist system, there is no shortage of social and economic evils for social critics and reformers to tackle. The Soviet goals of the electrification and industrialization of Russia were perfectly rational. So were the goals of eliminating illiteracy, and transforming society from one based on the traditional peasant household. These were eminently sensible goals, and massive progress was made in achieving them. However, the Soviet leaders were wrong to suppose that their attainment required the abolition of markets and private enterprise, and that their abolition would lead to a more advanced economic system than that of capitalism. Experience has shown that this is not the case. Significant roles for private property, private entrepreneurship, and market relations are essential for the achievement of high income and well-being levels, as the experience of many countries has convincingly shown. International relations. The USSR and the international communist movement had an enormous impact on international relations. This impact was very varied, and differed between countries. The USSR provided a model for the Nazis of how to organize a one-party dictatorship. The activities of the German Communist Party, and images of Soviet repression and starvation, played an important part in the coming to power in Germany of the Nazis. 17 On the other hand, given the Nazi regime, an important result of socialist planning was that, by developing military industry and enabling the USSR to defeat Germany in a conventional war, it obviated the need to use atom bombs in Europe in 1945. The Manhattan Project was inspired by refugee European scientists who were concerned that Germany, the country that had produced the world's first nuclear fission reaction, would build an atom bomb first. The obvious target for the first US atom bombs was Germany, but the need for atom bombs to be used in Europe was eliminated by the successes of the Red Army. Hence not only did the USSR play a decisive role in the defeat of Hitler, but it also saved European cities from the fate of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The USSR and the international communist movement also played a role, along with the USA and the economic and military weakness of the European states after World War II, in ending the European colonial empires. However, their influence in much of the post-colonial developing world was negative, with the export of arms, and support for repressive regimes and economic institutions that failed to lead to economic development. The end of the USSR is often treated as a result of imperial overstretch, that is the use of resources for international power projection to such an extent that the empire itself collapses under the burden of its commitments. That is undoubtedly part, but only part, of the explanation for its collapse. On the other hand, the People's Republic of China, which owes its origin to the international communist movement, and is still ruled by a communist party, has up till now pursued defense and foreign policies within its resources. These policies aim at promoting China's national interests and up to the present have been successful in doing this. However, its growing economic power and military strength may lead to dangerous conflicts in the future, and possibly lead to a diversion of resources from domestic social and economic development. Historical perspective. In the perspective of Russian history, the communist period was an attempt to modernize Russia and enhance its military potential from above, by mobilization of the whole country by the central government. This was, as Lenin pointed out in the passage from left-wing childishness and the petty bourgeois mentality quoted in Chapter 1, similar to the policies of Peter the Great 2.5 centuries earlier. It certainly involved, as Lenin foresaw, using barbarous methods. However, it fell into the same trap as Peter the Great. Mobilization of society from above failed to create a self-sustaining and self-perpetuating process of economic growth. The Bolsheviks, like Peter the Great, were successful in increasing the military strength of the Russian state and winning a major war, in Peter's case the Great Northern War with Sweden, in Stalin's case the Great Patriotic War with Germany. However, both failed to initiate a continuous process of development. The successors of Peter the Great and Stalin were unable, or unwilling, to continue the dictatorial mobilization model, and the institutions necessary for development as a result of initiatives from below did not exist. As a result, in both cases Russia subsequently once again fell behind the leading countries. After all the Soviet efforts to build up a modern industry, Russia at the beginning of the 21st century was as dependent on raw material exports as Russia in 1913. This failure of conservative modernization gave rise to renewed attempts at modernization in Russia in the 21st century, in particular under President Medvedev. However, the top-down methods adopted to implement this seemed unlikely to deliver the desired results. In the perspective of post-World War II Chinese history, the Chinese Communist Party can be seen as the instrument which successfully carried out the policy of the four modernizations advocated by Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping. From a Marxist perspective, the Chinese Communist Party can be seen as the party which successfully implemented the Marxist strategy of permanent revolution, Chapter 1, p. 5. It seized power in a backward country in alliance with the peasantry, and used its power to implement a policy of rapid industrialization. In a slightly longer perspective of Chinese history, the Chinese Communist Party appears as the instrument which has accomplished what the Qing, Manchu, dynasty, despite its halting first steps, was unable to do, and what the Kuomintang was also unable to do. It has turned China into a state which can defend itself and can no longer be carved up by foreign countries, can successfully compete on the world market, has grown rapidly, has immense overseas investments, and which has attained the goals of wealth and power which officials such as Feng Guifen and the architects of the 100 Days Reform of 1898 aspired to but which they were unable to reach. The Chinese Communist Party, after killing millions of people during land reform, by various terror campaigns, and implementing policies which led to a major famine, and maintaining its dictatorship after the Soviet dictatorship was destroyed, eventually adopted policies and approaches which enabled the long-run dream of attaining wealth and power to be realized. The four modernizations advocated by Zhou Enlai and Deng Xiaoping have been successfully implemented. The Marx, Engels strategy of seizing power and using it to industrialize has been successfully implemented by Mao Zedong and his successors. However, the collective and egalitarian society that Marx and Engels envisaged has not been realized. The private property, market economy, inequality, social differences, injustice and money orientation which mark modern China would not have seemed socialist or communist to them. However, although neither the democratic nor the utopian aspects of the Marxist vision have been realized, China has become a very successful competitor on the world market for many goods and is rapidly increasing its provision of quality higher education and of R&D. This will ensure that its policies are much more long-lasting and effective than those of the reformers who inspired, and attempted to implement, the 100 Days Reform of 1898, and of the Kuomintang planners of the 1930s. Even if the Chinese Communist Party loses power at some date in the future, the enormous qualitative improvements it has made to the Chinese economy and society would remain. An important aspiration of the Chinese leaders is to enter the world economy on equal terms with the most advanced countries. That involves not just being the world's major exporter but also having a number of multinationals which can compete successfully with the major Western multinationals. Up till now this has not been achieved. The great majority of the world's leading companies still have their headquarters in the USA, Europe, Japan, or South Korea. Western multinationals are very active in China, but Chinese multinationals do not play a major role in the West, a significant asymmetry which the Chinese leaders would like to overcome, Nolan 2012. However, the large-scale investments of Chinese firms in Africa and Latin America, the purchase of U.S. corporations by Chinese corporations and the entry of Chinese corporations into the international nuclear power station market all show that China is beginning to make progress in this area too. However, it still has a long way to go. Roads from socialist planning. The countries which abandoned socialist planning did not all arrive at the uniform goal assumed by international economic organizations and some advisors. Their destinations varied from a European-style capitalism with an extensive role for the state in Central Europe, via natural resource-based capitalism with Russian characteristics in Russia, to developmental state capitalism with state socialist features in China and Vietnam. All the countries experienced increased scope for entrepreneurs, an increase in consumption by a large section of society, and increased freedoms of all kinds, where to live, and for whom to work, to travel abroad, and in some countries of religion and the formation of NGOs. They also experienced a variety of social, political, and environmental problems. China successfully emulated the rapid economic growth previously experienced by Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan. Within a historically short period it became for a time the workshop of the world. An important institution which survived from the socialist planning period, regional decentralization within an authoritarian and centralist political system, played a major role in realizing this. The combination of decentralist entrepreneurial initiatives, and state guidance of the economy, both central and local, played a key role in its growth and structural change. Conclusion. Socialist planning played a major role in the history of the 20th century. It stimulated the modernization of many countries. However, this modernization was generally of a conservative kind, and failed to enable any of the countries that adopted it to catch up with the capitalist countries in the civilian economy. In the more advanced countries that experienced it, socialist planning led to an increasing lag behind neighboring countries that retained the capitalist system. The failure of socialist planning to modernize the economy in many respects led China to adopt a road which soon led to a thorough rejection of the Maoist variant of the traditional model. However, within largely market economies, partial planning, at the corporate, national, and international level, has frequently been successful. Partial planning does not attempt to eliminate the market economy and does not attempt to plan all the activities in a national economy. It is just part of a predominantly market economy. In addition, central planning of the very non-Soviet Tinbergenian type still exists in its homeland, the Netherlands. Socialist planning was successful in rapidly developing physical and human capital. However, some of the physical capital it produced was uneconomic, and some of the human capital it produced was harmful for efficient management and rapid development. In addition, it seems, in Eastern Europe and the USSR, to have had a negative effect on social capital. It shared with capitalism a destructive approach to the natural environment, to the viability of the planet we share with other species. It stimulated the public provision of educational and medical services throughout the world. It was one of the factors contributing to the development in Western Europe, and elsewhere, of capitalism 2.0, for example, the social market economy/welfare state/Rhineland model. It failed to develop a satisfactory alternative to material incentives for good work. Emerging from socialist planning, but retaining state guidance of the economy, and combining it with substantial freedom for entrepreneurial initiatives, China, the most populous country in the world, repeated the earlier rapid economic growth of Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, and for a time became the workshop of the world. Experience showed both the dangers of concentrating adaptation to changing circumstances at the center, and also that this could be advantageous in certain situations. Experience has also shown that, although the state plays an essential role in modern economies, suppression of the non-state sector can lead to some very undesirable outcomes. It also showed that central planning is an inappropriate description of Soviet-type economies, is not a rational economic system, and in many respects not an attractive social model. Furthermore, the competition of the two systems threw into sharp relief both the economic merits of capitalism, rapid technical change, economic freedom, the multiplication of cheap goods, and the ability of those with money to buy them, and the social problems to which it gives rise, unemployment, poverty, failure on its own to meet social needs, inequality, and the desirability and possibility of resolving them. By advertising social rationality but actually offering much less, the much publicized plans produced under state socialism illustrate the importance of ritual in human society. From the standpoint of international relations, the USSR and the international communist movement played a role in the coming to power in Germany of the Nazis. On the other hand, the rapid development of Soviet military industry, and the military preparations produced by socialist planning, made a crucial contribution to the defeat of the Nazis and preventing nuclear weapons being used in Europe in 1945. The international communist movement, along with the USA and the weakness of the European colonial powers after World War II, also played a role in ending European colonialism in the years following World War II. Considered historically, the communist period in Russia was a repetition of the mobilization from above modernization and war preparation and war fighting strategy of Peter the Great. Like its predecessor, it had an important short-term success but was a long-term failure. In China, the Communist Party has been successful in accomplishing the four modernizations, and in implementing the Marxist permanent revolution strategy, but not in achieving its economic, social, and political goals. In a somewhat longer historical perspective, the communist period to date appears, after a shaky, costly, and erratic start, as a very successful implementation of a modernization program, analogous to that already aimed at by perceptive officials in the late Qing period. However, there is one extremely important difference. Up to now the communist modernization efforts have been enormously more effective and long-lasting than those of their late Qing predecessors. Nevertheless, the communist modernization effort is not yet completely successful. Whether or not China and Vietnam, like Japan and South Korea before them, will be able to converge with the high-income countries remains to be seen.